Happy Thursday morning, Junks listeners. We are the Junks Company live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network on the TV side. You got a three-man Junks show this open line Thursday a.m. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. I'm joined this morning by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakes?
What's up? And I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
Cakesy, JP, Matt and Matt, Mike Moore.
That's your crew
What's
today. EB out of town.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Definitely feeling a little punchy from a late night NBA game.
Okay.
At least the next one's Friday night.
That's true.
I'm feeling punchy, too, because I got up and watched the second half this morning.
How about that fourth quarter for Jalen Brunson?
I was listening to NBA radio today, and Sam Mitchell, who, of course, was a pretty good coach in the NBA, been around the NBA for 40 years. He says that if Brunson wins the NBA championship, he could be the greatest Knick of all time. And I said, whoa. I said, whoa.
They've had a lot of storied players, huh?
They've had a lot of really good players
over the years.
But he said he's going to put, even though Patrick Ewing was an 11-time All-Star, maybe 12-time All-Star, he's going to put him above Patrick Ewing because he won a championship.
Yes.
And Ewing never did.
Carries a lot of weight.
And this, it's a long way to go, but that's how good Brunson has been as a Knick, and especially in fourth quarters of the postseason. Only two other teams in the history of the NBA have won 12 consecutive postseason games. The Warriors did it a few years ago when they won the NBA championship, and the Spurs did it in 1999 when they won the NBA championship. And now the Knicks have done it. If
you were watching the game live and you're watching the game in the third quarter, I believe the Spurs at one point had a 14-point lead.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And by the way, that was without Wemby doing much. I mean, he went 27 minutes without scoring a bucket.
You're watching that game and you're looking at it thinking, man, the Knicks, it just seems so much harder for them to score. That's what I was thinking. And I was thinking, all right, let's go big picture. The Spurs was a better team in the regular season. They just defeated OKC. They got arguably, people are trying to say Wemby's the best player in the world. I don't know if he's there yet. Mm-hmm. And you're thinking, all right, the Knicks, nice story, but they're going to get bounced in 5 or 6. And I guess that's still possible. But, man, they got some sort of magic formula where, a guy like Josh Hart, Hart was plus 22 in the game. He scored 3 points.
He played a great game.
So why was he plus 22? He had 15 rebounds. Mm-hmm. Believe he had 6 assists,
6 helpers.
He had a bunch of steals, too.
And he had
4 swipes,
4 steals.
I know, he was awesome.
Like they personify team, and then they have the bus driver who can bring it home in Jalen Brunson. And maybe Wemby was tired. I heard Brian Windhorst kind of postulate that Wemby's energy wasn't there in this game. They went 7 games against OKC.
Yeah,
because Wemby a lot of times influences shots that are in the lane, and Brunson, he hit a 3-pointer down the stretch when he had 8 points straight, 13 in the fourth quarter. But a lot of his shots were in the lane, and Wemby wasn't there to contest.
He was getting there
because Wemby maybe was tired. And Karl Anthony Towns played good defense on him. I've been saying it of late because I've been watching every game that the Spurs have played in the playoffs. As great as he is, he doesn't have a go-to move. You can't just dump the ball in to Wemby and he's going to hit a turnaround jumper.
Right.
That's the next level of Wemby, and he can get physical at times. He had a bunch of free throws, but Wemby had 6 turnovers, I believe.
Yeah, he had a couple bad ones in the fourth quarter.
6 turnovers.
He had a couple shots. He had a couple shots that hit the side of the backboard in the fourth quarter.
He was 6 for 21 from the field.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't play a great game. He said it afterwards. Overall, he had, decent points. He had 26, but he took a lot of shots, missed a lot of shots, and he got 12 of those from the free throw line. So he wasn't very good. I thought the entire team looked kind of dead in the fourth quarter. I mean, they just looked like they were out of energy. Fox missed a couple bunnies. They were down 2 with about 2 minutes left.
Well, Fox and Vassell gave you 16 total points.
The Fox had a couple easy shots in the lane, 5 6-footers, 7-footers, and he just missed them.
Surprising thing is Dylan Harper didn't play much in the fourth quarter.
I thought he was pretty good.
He was really good in the first half.
I didn't see
And
the first
Keldon
half.
Johnson, who was 6th man of the year, only had 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll make some adjustments. The Spurs, I believe, will win game 2. And then
it's
it'll go back to
kind
New
of a
York
must-win.
1-1.
I mean, it's demoralizing when the road team comes in and steals the first game in your building.
When you're up 14 on the third.
I think they flashed the stat. I think it's 70% or higher win the series when they take game 1.
Oh, really?
So,
okay, well, there you
I
go.
mean,
And I'd like to see what the number is when you take game 1 on the road.
right.
Yeah, but the Spurs have been down.
The Spurs have been down, and they've won big games on the road. I get it. Yep.
OKC series, they're down 3-2.
I'm not counting them
They
out.
win the last 2, including a game in Oklahoma City to move to the NBA Finals. I think they'll be fine. I mean, I thought they were when I'm watching that game, I'm like, they're just better than the Knicks.
Well, they
But
looked
Jalen Brunson,
They looked it for 2.5 quarters, 3 quarters.
he's as clutch as anybody in the NBA.
I agree. Second round pick.
Yeah, 33rd pick overall.
Second round pick,
in his
and
draft class.
Could go down
What
as
a
a top
steal.
5 New York Knick of all
Yeah.
time.
And he left the game to go to the locker room with an apparent knee injury. We had a listener who is a physical therapist, and he was like, "Oh, that looks like a sprained MCL or something serious, right?" Then he comes back, and they roll his ankle. Luke Cornett stepped on his ankle,
Saw that.
and then he's just a warrior.
He's fourth quarter. You got to play 48 minutes, man, and he does.
Played 37 of them.
And he is. I can't believe what he's done in the fourth quarter. His overall scoring average for the regular season is 10 points less than his playoff scoring average. That's a huge difference.
Well, he's also not gun shy. He took 31 shots.
Yeah.
Well,
he took 31 shots.
kinda wanted
but
to.
in the fourth quarter, took over. But they're just rolling right now. I mean, they're a good team because on paper, I would say they're greater than the sum of their parts. Right? If you just looked at them individually, they're good players.
Mm-hmm.
But they play so well
As
together,
a team. Yeah, I agree. They're really good.
and they've got
well
role
coached.
players.
They got guys that come off the bench. Mitchell Robinson had the finger injury. He came, he didn't play a ton, but he was really good defensively in the fourth quarter. And you're right. They play well as a squad, and they showed it last night in the fourth quarter. But Brunson just finds ways to get into the lane and get easier shots in the fourth quarter, especially with a 7'5" guy there.
His
But
footwork
they did a good
is so
job.
good.
They did a good job with Robinson and with Towns of kind of isolating Wemby. Now Wemby looked like he was a little gassed, but they were kind of keeping him out of the lane as much as they could, keeping a body on him, keeping their asses on him, and Brunson was able to get to the rack a little bit easier. But Hart, guys like Josh Hart, I mean, what he did, 3 points. You just go, well, he didn't do anything. 15, 6, and 4. 13 defensive rebounds. He had more rebounds than Wemby. Guy's a foot shorter.
He's a stud.
So
Is he a Virginia guy? Or am I getting him mixed?
what do you mean, college?
No.
No.
Like,
Where is he from?
Yeah.
I think he's local. Yeah, I think
he's a local guy.
Yeah, because he went to Nova.
Pretty sure he is.
But he was really good. I mean, he played a great game.
He was born in Brunswick, New Jersey.
That
Where did he go
kinda
to high school?
Takes the wind out of my sails from being local. Oh, he grew up in Silver Spring.
Yeah, there you go.
So he may have been born in Jersey, but he's a DC guy.
Where did he go to high school?
Says Sidwell Friends.
I went to Sidwell.
Went to Wheaton and then went to Sidwell Friends.
Oh, you're talking about Josh Hart.
Yes.
Hart.
Yeah, Josh Hart. I thought you were talking about Jalen Brunson.
No.
Oh, no.
No, Hart
Yeah.
is just the heart and soul of that team, I guess. But they are led by Jalen Brunson, who, I mean, there was a little moment there where you're thinking, oh, man, could you imagine if Jalen Brunson did hurt his knee
Oh,
and was out for the series? Then they have absolutely no shot.
yeah, and then they get swept.
But, you know,
But he's out there. And
it-
he's fun to watch.
I've talked about this when we've talked about the Wizards and what they should do. When you have a guy as good as Jalen Brunson who has the ball in his hands all the time, that's kind of what I want to drive my NBA team, which is why I lean Darren Peterson over AJ DeMonsa. And it's not to say DeMonsa can't dribble, but Darren Peterson sees himself as a point guard, but he would be a scoring point guard, a la Jalen Brunson. Like, it's really hard to stop because even if you have a great defender, you just run pick and roll. That's what they
Yeah.
do in the NBA now. They'll just run a pick so that you'll get the defender of your choice. Because I think Stephon Castle's the Spurs' best on-ball defenders.
Defensive, yep.
But more often than not, Brunson was beating Champagny
Yep.
or he was beating Vassell. I mean, it's weird. In the third quarter, I was watching. I'm a huge NBA fan, especially in the playoffs. And I was kind of getting a little bored. I was like, I don't really care who wins in this series. The Spurs are up by 14.
Yeah.
I think they're just a better team, and they're just going to mow through them. I was thinking, Spurs in 5. Like the Knicks will be lucky to get
You've
one.
seen enough
And
games
then-
to know better than that.
I know,
you
but-
can't just turn away.
But were you?
especially in an
Now I
NBA?
know you were
big.
playing poker,
I
but
mean, I
if
was watching between hands.
it was just my sense of it.
Yeah.
And of course I've seen individual games, but they just looked far superior, and then the tide just turns.
Yeah.
Well, then, I mean, when a home team is up 14 in the playoffs, you're thinking, okay,
like they're gonna close it out.
That's going to be a winner, especially in a game one. But they just looked. I thought they looked tired. I know Fox had the ankle issue, but I just think that the rest of the team and Fox just looked tired in the fourth quarter.
You're
They just-
welcome to weigh in throughout the show on the NBA Finals as the Spurs drop game one to the Knicks on the road. Open Line Thursday is brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. You can talk NBA Finals, you can talk Commanders, OTAs, and more here on the Junks on an Open Line Thursday. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. 800-636-1067 is the number on an open line Thursday here on the Junks.
Can anybody tell me why the gas prices, maybe it was just the gas station I went to,
Yeah.
dropped considerably in the last couple days?
I cannot tell you why, if that's the case.
Sure, it has something to do with Strait of Hormuz,
It's
but that's all I know.
I'm agreeing with JP.
Well, yeah, but no, it's not going well over there. So,
But weren't they about to reach a deal?
yeah, but then now that's shot because Iran's still throwing missiles out there. I don't think that's what it was. I don't understand because it was at 440 something a couple days ago, and I got to the gas station this morning. It was 382.
That's a big drop.
I might
That's a
drive
big
to
one.
Ashburn to get that. I think I
Can
paid.
anybody explain?
I got gas this
Maybe it was
morning.
just that gas station.
Yeah, I got gas this morning, and it was $4.70.
800-636-1067.
it was 382 at Harris Teeter.
If you can
Now
give,
maybe it's an Harris Teeter thing. I don't know.
if you can give us a legitimate, like realistic reason why the gas prices are falling, please call us.
Okay,
and try
but
to
I don't know if
explain
they're-
it.
Have you found it to be falling?
Hold
Because
on.
I, have
I don't
not
know
found
if
it to
they're
be falling.
falling, throughout the DMV.
Now,
It might have just been that particular
not-
station.
It's not as high as I saw it previously, and I have noticed that there's been a considerable drop in the last week,
I think it was on Fox 5.
at least
like
at my station.
a quick video clip of just the world's most rundown looking gas station somewhere in Northern Virginia. I think it was like Alexandria. I mean, it looked like a gas station out of the 60s, like where the guys are going to come out and check your oil and do your windshield for you. But their gas was under $4 a gallon.
Right.
And there were 1 billion cars lining up to get gas there.
Oh, it was? Yeah.
All right,
so
I'm
maybe
looking-
there's something to what you're saying.
I'm looking at a gas buddy chart,
Yeah.
and it looks like it peaked around May 17th and
see
has
the
been coming
gas buddy
down since
chart.
then. Don't know exactly why, but that's when it looks like it peaked.
No, the great hack
I don't
is-
I don't get it.
Here's the hack, and this is going to go right to Mike Marr's wheelhouse. Your hack is you get your gas points at Harry Teeter, and then you go to whatever participating gas station takes those gas points, and hopefully you bought a lot of groceries, and your gas is like 60 or 70 cents per gallon cheaper.
Use them or lose them.
It's a good life hack.
At the end of every month, they go away.
And
And
it's-
you got to cash in.
And when I do it, I make sure that I take my biggest gas guzzler, the car with the biggest tank, and use the discount because it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I just don't know why it just went down so much in the last couple of days, but
Yeah, I don't have
I was happy.
I don't have a great answer. for you.
382.
And I'm guessing the listeners probably don't have great answers.
I mean,
They just have their own theories.
unless someone from the State Department wants to call in and tell us. But I doubt that's not going to happen.
382, I would consider driving out there.
382 is the lowest that I've.
And I had 3 cents off, so it was 379.
Hold on, you had 3 cents off.
Yeah, no, I got to start
You get
spending.
3 cents off.
Well, if you don't, depending on how much groceries you buy at Harris Teeter for the
Yeah,
month,
yeah.
sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 20, sometimes it's 30. Today it was 3.
Okay, I've never seen it that low.
I got a spot that's 378.
Really? Yes. That's shockingly low too.
Yep.
It's a great deal. Take advantage of it if you can.
So if you want less than $4 a gallon, head on out to Ashburn to the Harris Teeter.
There's some gas stations that if you pay in cash, it's a hell of a lot cheaper.
I've seen like 5 or 10 cents.
I know,
discount
like,
per gallon for cash.
If you ever drive past like a Liberty gas station,
Yeah.
there's some of those that if they pay
Right.
cash, it'll be 5-10 cents cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a Liberty where I live, and I'll go to it when I can. Across the street is a Shell.
Yeah.
$1 difference in price.
But here's what I've noticed about Liberty gas stations, Valdez, and I think you'll back me up. Nub's convenience store options. Like they probably have like chips from like 2015 still on the
Don't know.
pegboard waiting for you to buy.
Haven't been to a
They
Liberty.
got
Just
they got
Nubs.
hot dogs on the roller from the Reagan era.
I mean, it's just don't expect great snack options at your Liberty. That you're getting a trade off. You're getting cheaper gas. All right, let's go to the phones. Everybody's calling in to give their advice on cheaper gas. Let's go to Will. He's calling in from Stafford. Will, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Yeah, down here in Stafford, Fredericksburg, gas, Murphy, Sheetz, Wawa, Costco, it's $3.40 to $3.48.
Wow.
Plus, I know JP mentioned Maryland prices. I mean, Maryland, DC, their gas taxes are insane. And from reading yesterday, I think Westmore's increasing the gas tax, so he can complain about that. But also, production globally is starting to ramp up again, especially UAE. But behind the scenes, oil speculators are pretty much the ones who set those prices, or the market goes off with the oil speculators, information they put out. Behind the scenes, I think the Iran-U.S. deal is getting pretty close, but Iran is kind of doing the posturing, I guess, kind of to save face. But by all accounts, I think that's pretty much a reason behind it. But yeah, come down to Stafford, it's pretty cheap.
I'm going to deem you a gas price / geopolitical expert for this show. You give a very good and seemingly rational explanation.
Well, every time I watch the news, Trump talks about a
Thanks,
ceasefire, and then Iran breaks it because they fire a missile to Israel.
Right.
And then Israel fires one to Lebanon.
Yeah.
I mean, so they break ceasefires all the time.
Sure.
So I'm not buying into the ceasefire.
No.
There's got to be another reason.
What does this mean? Headline: Donald Trump's Iran war drains U.S. oil stocks to lowest level since 2004.
Here's my guess, JP. And again, I know nothing. I'm going to guess they're talking about the U.S.'s oil reserves.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if that's
So we're
low, what does that
tapping
mean?
It means we're tapping into our own reserves when
Okay.
we don't want to, and now we have to look for other sources outside of the U.S. for more oil. That's what I'm going to go with. I don't know if it's right, but that's my answer. That's my explanation.
Well, I know Landman is going through leases and trying to find old spots to get oil.
I haven't
That's
tried.
true.
I haven't tried one episode of Landman. Should I give it? Should
Yes.
I give it a shot?
Yeah,
You would
of
like
course.
Give it a
You would like it.
chance. Roll the dice
You
with
like
it.
Billy Bob? He's
I do
really
like-
good.
I do like Billy Bob Thornton.
I asked
Couple
Cakes,
He's a
hotties in
weirdo.
it.
He's a weirdo, but
Yeah.
I do like him. He's a good actor.
totally different style of show, but I asked Cakes the other day if he was watching a show called The Deli Boys.
Mm-hmm.
I've only watched half of the first episode, and I just stumbled onto it. It's on Hulu, which
Yeah.
I never really peruse.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's kind of entertaining.
It's funny.
It is funny. It's kind of like black comedy. It's kind of funny.
Haven't seen anything about the Deli Boys.
Get in on it.
See, Deli Boys.
I believe they're
what-
Pakistani guys. Their dad is kind of a mogul, but turns out that he was doing things illegally.
Mm-hmm.
He gets he dies, and the two boys got to take over the business. I think
There you go. That's a pretty good synopsis.
and I've only watched 15, 20 minutes,
Yeah.
but it looks funny.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Give it a
Keep
try.
an eye out.
All right. We
Open on March 6th.
wanted to get into this story and see what the temperature is for Commanders fans. Are you still into bringing Brandon Ayuk into the fold after yesterday's shenanigans from him? So a warrant has been issued for Brandon Ayuk after his viral speeding video. Now this is the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office. They issued the warrant on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speeding. Now the warrant goes back to the video that Ayuk posted to YouTube in December, where he's driving at like 100 miles per hour right past Levi's Stadium.
Uh-huh.
Okay, he's going well over the posted 40 miles per hour speed limit. I think he was close to 100. Like he was in the 90s.
But it's an old
up to 100.
incident.
Yeah. Why
It
is
is
the
an old
warrant?
incident.
Why is the warrant being issued now?
I'm not exactly sure why it's being issued now,
Or
but
was it issued before? We're just finding this out.
amidst news of the warrant being issued for his arrest, Ayuk then posted video to Instagram on yesterday, of himself driving a car on a racetrack.
But it was on a track.
Okay, but I mean, is that really like the response you want from a guy that's going to be representing your
He
team?
likes to race. He likes to
Like,
speed.
there's a warrant issued for his arrest, so his response is, "Well, here's another video of me speeding all over the place."
Well, I'm sick of the Ayuk story personally.
Yeah.
This is now venturing into last year's Terry McLaurin contract situation talk. But I don't think it should change your mind. Now, if you were pro Ayuk coming to Washington, the fact that he posts an Instagram video and the prosecutors decided to move forward in the case
Yeah.
with an arrest warrant, it really shouldn't change your opinion because that incident happened in December, as you mentioned, and the video's on a track. Who really cares? Personally, I would choose other guys if you're going to bring in another receiver over Ayuk, but I don't really think it should change anything.
Well, here's why it changes. Because it just reinforces how remarkably immature Brandon Ayuk is. Like
That's true.
If that's your response to a warrant being issued for your arrest for aggressive driving and driving way over the speed limit is to then post a video to your socials of you driving fast again, like,
Well,
you can just go. You can either just stick with the guys that you have, or add one of the other available free agents if you want to add something to your room.
doesn't seem like he's got focus. You know, it's not like he's focused on playing for whoever for next year.
Right.
And look, I mean, the Niners still retain his rights. It's tougher to trade him when he's not showing up. So, you know, I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't know if he's just going to be outright released. I can't imagine there's a team out there that would trade for him.
I mean, what team?
Yeah, I mean,
what team that has half a brain in their
would trade
scouting
for him,
office would give up any sort of draft capital at this point?
I don't
for
care. If
Brandon
I don't
Ayuk?
care if it's the last pick in the draft. I don't think they would do it.
I said this
But-
a while ago, though. If he was showing videos like Debo did recently, where he's working out, then I would have some interest. This most recent video, all right, there's two separate incidents.
Yeah.
You got December, and that's what he's being arrested for.
Right.
Yep. And then you've got
Then you've
yesterday.
got what he posted to Instagram on a track. Like, to me, that really is not that big of a deal. But what I want to know is he working out at all? I mean, EB mentioned if you do go to his Instagram, he's following Jaden Daniels,
Yeah.
the Commanders, and his wife, I think, or girlfriend. That is interesting. Does he work out? Is he in shape?
I would assume he is working out.
Most of these guys,
I mean-
though, will post workout videos. He's not.
Yeah, but
He's
not every-
posting
not every
videos
guy-
driving 100 miles an hour.
Not every guy in the NFL posts videos.
Yes.
But if for a guy who's looking for a job and wants to kind of entice a team to go after him because, and you know, he doesn't have a team. He really doesn't. He's not playing for the Niners.
Right.
So I would think that if he was more focused, yes, he would be posting those.
I would
videos.
think the video that he should have posted would be him just looking into the camera and saying, "Hey, there's been an arrest warrant issued for something that I did back in December. I've had some time to reflect on it. I realized that driving at that rate of speed, endangers, the public. It endangers me. It won't happen again." Instead of, "Hey, let's go out to this track and film me driving aggressively again." Now, the good part is it was on the track. It was away from, the public. But still, it's just remarkably bad judgment by Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah,
and
I
it just
agree.
shows you that his choices that he makes are generally bad, and that you should stay away from him if you're looking for offensive help.
Yep.
Look elsewhere. 800-636-1067. Are you scared off even more now by Brandon Ayuk by him posting a video of his aggressive driving after an arrest warrant was issued for his previous aggressive
All right. So
driving
the
in
arrest
December?
warrant originally was filed on February 24th.
Right.
So we didn't know that. This was 4 months ago. So I don't know how that's being handled out there in Santa Clara, but it was issued a long time ago.
I was looking back at our poll from a few days ago, and it was after Debo put out the video, and we're like, well, who would you rather have, Brandon Ayuk or Debo? 59% went with Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think the most recent video from the track should affect your opinion. Now, I've not been in on Brandon Ayuk. I don't know why everybody wants Brandon Ayuk. I think they're imagining this great player. He hasn't played in a couple years.
I think they're tantalized by the fact that he has a relationship with Jaden
Yeah,
Daniels.
it's I don't think it's
that.
I think it's there's some part of it with his talent and his production in the past, but for whatever reason I think people in their heads have this movie, this romance
Yeah.
between him and Jaden in their head.
Correct.
And then also there's a minor part of it of it would make Jaden happy if they brought his friend here.
Yeah.
I think
And-
that
So
that's
I
correct.
And look,
that's
you know
kind of
what?
that's kind of an underlying thing that no one's really talking about is, let the organization. We want the organization to make Jaden happy because at some point Jaden's going to have to make a decision if he's going to stay here or not.
True, but if Jaden might really like the guy, but he also might be smart enough to realize that if we bring him in here and put him on the roster,
Yeah.
he could be a major problem.
Sure.
So he could like him off the field, good dude, but I don't know if he's going to work out with our system.
And if I'm Adam Peters, I can live with what I think is a very minute chance of Brandon Ayuk signing with, say, I don't know, just pick a team, the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
And him becoming a Pro Bowler and catching 100 balls and scoring 10 touchdowns.
Right.
Like, it could happen. I doubt it's going to happen, but I can live with him going somewhere else and flourishing and not having to deal with what I believe are all of the potential headaches that are part and parcel with bringing Brandon Ayuk in and signing him to be a part of your team. I can live with that fact. Like, you can go somewhere else and be a star. I don't think it's going to happen, but I can live with it if it does happen.
I don't know if he wants to play football.
He might not want to.
Have there been any indications that Brandon Ayuk wants to play football?
I don't know, because
He walked away from money where he just needed to show up, right?
Yep.
He just needed to show up and he'd be making money. He
needed-
walked away from that and we've seen nothing. Not one workout video. I know I'm obsessed with the workout video, but we've seen nothing. No indication that Ayuk wants to come back.
I mean, he was so pissed at the team that he punted away $30+ million, and all he had to do, like you mentioned, was go to
Just-
the facility.
just show up every day.
every week, or I don't even think it was every day. I think it was like
Whatever his
I think it was
workout
a couple
was,
times
yeah.
a month, and he just bypassed that and said, "You know what? I'm good." And then the Players Association didn't even fight on his behalf, and they fight on everybody's behalf to try to get their money back. The Players Union was like, "You know what? We're not going to go to bat for Brandon Ayuk," and that should be a red flag too.
Back to your point, I would be stunned if he plays for any team and gives you 10 touchdowns and the numbers that you threw out there.
That's why I don't think it's worth this obsession over Brandon Ayuk and bringing him into the fold and adding him to the group that you have currently constructed here at wideout.
I don't
for
think
the
they
Commanders.
will. I don't think they will.
I would love.
I would think they would go after a Diggs before they went after
I would
Ayuk.
love to get in a room with Adam Peters and ask him what he honestly thinks about Brandon Ayuk.
Hey, head on over there today.
I've already forgotten.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I've already forgotten, but I'm pretty sure Antonio Brown was the guy who walked off the field,
Yes.
took his pads off, and
Yeah.
walked off shirtless.
Yeah.
Ayuk strikes me as that type of guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, Antonio Brown became a complete nut job.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if he's on
nobody
that level.
could reel him in, but I mean, in terms of it looks like, just based on everything you're seeing, that he doesn't want to play football.
Right.
He's just interested in posting pictures of his, fancy bags or driving fast. He seems like that's all he does. That's all at least we know.
That's all we know. Yeah. We don't know what he's doing, 7 days a week. We have no idea.
800-636.
We just see a couple of things
Yeah.
through the internet and we think, okay, well, he's off his rails. But we don't know. He could be working out every day. We have no idea.
800-636-1067 is the number. Are you still interested in bringing in Brandon Ayuk from the Niners to add to the Commanders in the latest news, in the wake of the latest news that the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office has issued a warrant for the arrest of Brandon Ayuk? 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about going with Spain? They last won it in 2010. Spain is trading at 17% to win it all. Means a $100 trade pays out $589 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. SHI, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. You must be 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn as well.
Cakes, did you win money last night?
I did not. I mean, it's just the way
Went to bed.
2026 is gone.
And he
for
went
me.
to bed at 11:30.
I actually got 5-ish hours of sleep, which is solid for me
Yeah.
at MGM National Harbor.
Okay.
But next month, Mike Morrow will be the special guest, so we will
Nice.
see. Maybe he's my good luck
How was
charm.
the turnout?
62 entrants.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty solid. So you just got to keep grinding, JP. That's the way it is. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're taking your calls on the latest Brandon Ayuk antics. He posted a video yesterday of him speeding around on a racetrack that was basically in response to an arrest warrant being issued for him by Santa Clara County.
Seems to be taunting the police,
Yeah, or just
taunting the prosecutors,
just the general public. Just
Yeah.
trolling them.
Instead of being apologetic, it's like, okay, here's me speeding in a different venue, not out on the roads. I guess that's a slight step in the right direction. He's not a menace to the public, but still not a great look. So where do you stand as a Commanders fan currently on Brandon Ayuk, and would you welcome him here if the team made a play for him? 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Derek calling from Greenbelt. Derek, you're on with the Junks.
Good morning, guys.
Derek, what's up?
Hey, man. Great show, man. Hey, I just want to say I am in favor of bringing Brandon Ayuk to the team. I think that a new venue, a new area would do great for him. Being friends with Jaden, he's probably friends with other people in the NFL, so other players. So that's not it wouldn't be an issue. Welcome to the team. I do think that it may say something to the other guys we have drafted that's been working hard in OTAs trying to get a spot in there. That may cause a little friction. But but to whoever, I'm not sure, I can't distinguish you guys' voices, but whoever just said that he's taunting the police, why isn't he taunting the 49ers?
He could be taunting the 49ers as well. Here's my question, though,
I
about this.
think he is if he's not communicating with him.
About this friendship that everybody has. He may be close friends with Jaden.
Yeah.
Have we seen them picture together? Have we seen them
not
together
recently.
in the last year?
I mean, if I were,
I haven't, but
if
I
were
don't pay
Jaden
attention
and
to
or his
social media.
handlers, I'm staying as far away from Brandon Ayuk as possible. I don't want to be involved with him, and I don't want to be in his orbit at this point.
Well, didn't Jaden say at the first day of OTAs or something when he was asked about Brandon, like
He did make a comment.
he said we're friends, but this is it's football decision.
Yeah, he's like,
It's
I can't. I don't have any sort of influence over
Yeah.
his him coming here or his
Yeah.
football.
He
career.
didn't say to the media, hey, it'd be great to have Brandon here and
Right.
working with him and throwing passes to him.
He certainly didn't advocate for bringing him here, at least publicly.
Put some distance.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of does.
Would you want to associate yourself right now with Brandon Ayuk, with his public persona, the way that he's presenting
The
himself?
public persona, not great. I don't know him. He might be a fantastic person who made one mistake with the December incident, driving 100 miles an hour. I don't kill him for the track deal other than he's probably trolling. Whether he's trolling the Niners, the police, the prosecutors.
All right, let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Tim in La Plata. Tim, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't. It's not worth the risk. And I know there are guys that can go to a different team, different atmosphere, and resurrect their careers.
Mm-hmm.
I just wouldn't want to, take the chance with this guy. Well, I mean, why take the chance with him when we really don't have to? It's like he's not going to make or break our season.
No.
You know what I mean? It's like, and he could be a cancer in the locker room. We don't know that.
Yeah.
And I heard yesterday Jaden Daniels say that he was his brother. He goes, he's my brother. Not my friend. So I think Jaden needs to be thinking more about the team.
They haven't played together.
It's just not
They haven't
worth
played
the
together
risk.
in 7 years.
Thanks, Tim.
Well, who knows what's being talked about behind closed doors?
Yeah.
I mean, they could have talked to Jaden about him, and Jaden said, "Yeah, it's best that he stays away from Ashburn."
Right.
We don't know. We have no idea what they're talking about. Or Adam Peters could have said, "Bro, I'm not rolling dice on Brandon Ayuk."
Yeah. I mean, it's a critical year for Adam
I'd be
Peters.
surprised if they're still waiting to see if the Niners are going to release him so they can sign him to a short 1-year cheap deal. I'd be surprised by that, but who knows?
The last time Brandon Ayuk caught a touchdown in the NFL was 2023. So 2024, he plays in 7 games and gets hurt. Had 0 touchdown catches. 2025, didn't play at all.
Yep.
I'm just not dying to get a guy back with that much inactivity and all this stuff swirling around.
I don't understand the obsession with Brandon Ayuk, other than the fact that he's allegedly tight with Jaden, and people just feel like they're going to go back to their Arizona State days.
It's what Valdez said.
No, I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it as simply as I can. Is that everyone wants to treat Jaden with kid gloves, and they want him to be as happy as possible. And they feel like if you bring his former teammate and friend and brother to the team, it will make Jaden happy. And the happier you make Jaden, the better he'll play, the more likely he'll sign an extension with the team. They want everything as 72 and sunny for Jaden as possible. That's kind of the underlying thing for the Ayuk stands.
Right.
Is that they're Jaden stands. And that they want everything perfect for Jaden.
But, well, Jaden doesn't run the team.
I know.
So he shouldn't be making decisions on guys off the streets to play with him since he played with him 6 years ago.
But it's the Adam Peters connection, too, that the general manager had him in San Francisco.
I understand the connections. I just don't think that anything should be, any player should be signed because the quarterback really likes him.
When he was asked about it, as we've mentioned, here's the exact quote. I don't have a sense on it. That is my brother. We have a personal relationship, but his football future is out of my control.
Yeah.
Correct. I think that's a good answer.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Faraz in Landover. Faraz, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I don't think there's a universe in which his on-field production warrants any off-field risk that he's presenting. I will say this. I would do that for somebody. I would pick up somebody with his off-field personality if the football was there, right? Like, not the same person, but like, when Devontae Adams was available, I'd do that in a heartbeat. One other perspective, I'm a racing instructor locally. We had like Benjamin St. Juste and Jamin Davis come out to our events. The track thing, that is the best thing for him to do, honestly. I was a kid once too. We all had that invincibility feel. Once I started racing on track, like, I drive like a grandma on public roads, man. A car is nothing more than a tool until you get on the straight track. So, like, if that's where he's ending up and that's where he's doing his taunting, like, I think that's progress. But, yeah, that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks, Faraz.
Yeah, to me, the biggest factor when I consider whether I would want Brandon Ayuk back is he playing?
Right.
He hasn't played in a long time.
Is he going to be
His
productive?
inactivity, to me, is the biggest factor. And that's where, again, watching him work out with quarterbacks and players would maybe change my mind. Be like, okay, he hasn't been on an NFL field. Something happened in San Francisco. They had a falling out, and the organization gave up on him, whether it was Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch. But he's out there on the field. And this connection with Jaden Daniels, if I saw when Jaden was out in California and he's throwing balls to De'Ami Brown, which Jason watched the video and fell in love with De'Ami Brown. If Brandon Ayuk was out there, I'd go, okay, he's out there with the guys.
Kind of intriguing.
That would have been different.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Devin calling from Rockville. Hey, Devin. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up, Devin?
Call me crazy. The reason why I feel like people are still enamored about Brandon Ayuk is it's the things that you guys are saying, but it's also that wide receiver room. We're sitting here hyping up a Treylon Burks that doesn't stay healthy, a De'Ami Brown that we didn't sign back for $10 million, and he went to Jacksonville for 1 year, and we brought him back for $8 million. Van Jefferson, who's like, so it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So the admiration for anybody like Brandon Ayuk is just taking us back to when he was on the field. If we could have that production, and it just kills me that when we make speculations because we do not know the other side, and that other side is Brandon Ayuk's side because he's been pretty quiet on this whole situation. And he's only been doing subliminal things by what? Like only befriending. I follow Brandon Ayuk. He wasn't always just only following 3 people. So maybe he's not posting these videos and everything so that
All right, Devin, you're breaking up on us. Thank you for the call. Appreciate
I just think
it.
at this point, if you had to line up the options, and we've talked about these ad infinitum, Stephon Diggs, Debo Samuel, Keenan Allen, throw in Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
He's fourth on my list.
Yeah, he would be
He's fourth on my list.
No. He would be 500th on the list because I'd have those other three guys, and then I'd have every other journeyman wide out, and then I'd have Brandon Ayuk all the way at the bottom.
I mean, common sense.
No interest in him
Common
whatsoever.
sense says that they're looking for one of these veterans to pair with McLaurin.
Yeah.
Because they've got these unproven guys behind them, especially the young guys. But they may feel fine. In that room.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, that's what David Blau said. Now, I don't know if you can really take him at face value. But
I
he
know.
He liked the group that they have.
But there is a chance.
Yeah.
Especially
It's a
since
great
they
chance.
added Chig at tight end, and we talked about him yesterday. Matt was talking about he could be seen as another receiver because of his speed and his athleticism.
Yep. The only little nugget I would add in favor of Brandon Ayuk is he's undeniably a talent. He was a first-round pick, and he has produced, and he produced in San Francisco when Adam Peters was the assistant general manager.
Right. And when he was healthy is a huge. He produced when he was healthy.
So that he does have in his favor. And he's not as old as some of those guys.
Right. All right, you're welcome to join us throughout an open line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live.
The Pentagon Memorial Fund invites you to the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. This event promises to be a memorable golf experience featuring special guest PGA Tour pro Billy Hurley and a live broadcast with B. Mitch and JP Finley. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. You can learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org.
The Nationals under June feeling pretty good. They won 16 games in May, which has been their best month in nearly 3 years. And how did they start June? Well, they went and got swept by the Miami Marlins after dropping yesterday's finale 4-1. They'll get an off day today to shake that off before they head to the desert for a weekend series with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then it's off to San Francisco to face the Giants. Moving over to the NBA. Jalen Brunson scored 30 points. Karl Anthony Towns finished with 18 points and 12 rebounds. And the New York Knicks erase a 14-point second-half deficit to beat the San Antonio Spurs 105-95 in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Knicks have now won 12 consecutive playoff games. They are the 7th team to have such a streak in NBA history and the 3rd to do it in a single season. From the Crop Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. That's what they do. So the vibes have been good around the Washington Nationals of late, and then the calendar turns to June, and they get swept at home by the Miami Marlins.
Feel like we gave them the kiss of death.
What's happening here?
We gave them the kiss of death. We jinxed them.
Is that what it is?
We did a segment the other day, and we put it up as a poll. Are you buying into the Nationals?
Yeah.
They were, I think, 2 or 3 games above 500 at that point.
They were 2.
And they've now lost 3 in a row.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, yesterday they actually had a good pitching performance from
Alvarez, yeah.
Alvarez.
Yeah,
he went
pretty good.
I saw
4 2/3, only allowed 1 earned run, but they didn't get any offense. And Taboni came on the show and basically was saying, I wouldn't really worry about the offense. Our offense is good. We can score runs.
I saw online that there's a small group of diehards that are upset with Grant and Danny because they did their parade for like going 1 game or 2 games over 500.
Yeah.
And they've been,
Since then, they've lost every game?
No, they've been like 3 and 5 since.
Okay.
But now they're mad at them because they felt like they jinxed the team.
I mean, come on.
Since they dropped the series to the Marlins.
They can't really.
I'm telling you, there's a small group out there that are angry at Grant and Danny because they don't understand fun.
They don't understand baseball
Yeah,
either.
they don't understand fun.
Every team
Is the
goes
key.
through bad streaks. I mean, the Tampa Bay Rays, who were dominating the American League up until about 10 games ago, have lost 8 of 10. All right, so it happens. They had hit a bad streak. They faced a couple good pitchers. I mean, Alcantara, I mean, I know his numbers aren't overwhelming, but he can beat anybody on any given day. We talked to Paul Taboni yesterday. I asked him about Max Meyer. Max Meyer can shove it, and he's good. He's 6-0 now. So they faced a couple good arms, the Marlins. Now, the Marlins coming into the series were 8-19 away from home. All right, so it's a bad sweep. Anytime you get swept at home.
It's not a good look.
But the Nats don't play well at home for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't get it.
The Nats are 19 and 12 away, 12 and 20 at Nats Park.
They don't play well against at Nats Park.
They don't like the friendly confines of Nationals Park for some reason.
But it's
weird.
They get a day off, travel day, go out to Arizona, and Arizona's good, especially at home. But they did get shut out last night by Ohtani. Ohtani was a beast last night. But let's just put it together. They scored 7 total runs in the Marlins series. Their bats will eventually wake up again. So it was just a bad series.
I'm just wondering how much home field advantage is worth in Major League Baseball in general. I actually punched up an article. It's a couple years old, but it said that in Major League Baseball, home teams win 54% of the time. So it's a slight advantage.
I mean, the good rosters will win at home and on the road.
It's interesting that in both of the finals, which are going on right now, Stanley Cup and NBA Finals, the road teams won Game 1.
I know. That's big. It's big in those best of sevens.
Yeah, and it was highly improbable that Vegas was going to beat Carolina, especially after falling in a 0-2 hole like in the first period. But they found a way. You know what? Tortorella has turned that team around.
I can't believe you just said 0-2 hole instead of 2-0 hole.
Yeah.
I know, but I have a weird thing with that. Like, I just feel like the 0 should go first if you're talking about the team that's in the hole. You know what I'm saying? That's the team that's trailing.
Yeah, so the team's down to 0-2.
Is that weird? Is that weird?
Yeah.
If you're
That's a
talking about
weird
that
thing.
particular team,
Yeah, I'm talking about Vegas. They were trailing 2-0 does technically sound better.
I don't think you would say if it was a basketball game.
Yeah.
And the Knicks were down by 14.
I'm generally
you
not-
wouldn't say the Knicks were down 76-90.
No,
You're
anybody.
probably right. But
Well,
it's,
anybody who says that's kind of a clown.
Right.
but it
And
just-
I've heard people.
Is it just
sounds-
acceptable in hockey?
I don't know. It just sounds right for hockey, but it sounds weird
I've
for
heard
football
guys-
and for NBA.
Well, I've heard guys on TV
Yeah.
that are breaking down games. In fact, I saw one guy on MLB Network. I don't know. This was probably first week of the season. Talk about a game, and he said they lost 4-7.
Okay.
Oh, it's the worst.
Whatever team he was talking about, he gave the losing team score first,
I've also noticed when I hear
and that's the guy who's on TV.
Charlie and Dave on
Yeah.
the call for Nats games, and by the way, we've said this a million times. We'll say it a million more. They're great. They're a national treasure. They're awesome to listen to. I believe whenever they do scores and it's 2-0, I don't think they use 0. I think they say 2-0. It's always
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
It's just always 2-0 instead of 2-0.
2-0. Yeah,
I
think most play-by-play guys probably say that, unless there's an old schooler
I
just
don't know.
too zippy.
I just feel like
Is there an old schooler who go, they're down 2 zippy?
No, there's no like if you called a game.
Oh, yeah, I would say
that
that.
would be your signature call.
Yeah.
But Charlie and Dave calling a Nats game, unless I'm crazy, they will not use 0. They use nothing instead
I
of
just
0.
don't think you would say the Spurs lost 95-105.
I wouldn't ever. But I'm just talking about that at that point in the game, they were in a 0-2 hole.
You could have said 2-0 hole.
I know.
And the only reason I actually
know.
called you out is because I know that you specifically on this show have railed against announcers who have done what you just did.
I have.
But might have. I thought maybe it was a hockey bit, like that you just really despise it in football or
maybe
other
it's-
sports.
Maybe it's sports specific. I don't know. That's weird.
Well, the Nats lost 1-4 last night.
They did lose 1-4.
And it
Yeah.
was just one of those series where the bats, were held at bay against
Right.
a couple good starting pitchers, and I think you have to be happy with the overall record at 30, even though it's one game under 500, and they've lost 3 straight. You got to be happy with the fact that they're near 500 because I don't think anybody in this town thought that they would be 31-32.
What did you think of Paul Taboni's response yesterday about the cruise missile?
Trying to scan my memory
Dylan
banks.
Cruz. It wasn't super high.
I can't remember exactly
He
what
kind
he
of said that he's hit some balls that are hard.
Yeah.
He's got to start getting the
He's
ball in the air, I believe.
Yeah.
He's hitting 208.
Well,
now.
look, Paul's going to be positive on any guy we ask about.
And if he's not performing well, he's going to be diplomatic about it.
Sure.
He's not going to assault his player
I understand.
on the radio airwaves.
Of course, I know he's not going to do that, but we read between lines all the time.
Of course.
Well, look, Brady House wasn't doing anything, and he was striking out, especially against righties. Wasn't playing great defense. And Paul Taboni said he's got to go. He's got to go work something out in his head. Let's bring up Cruz. And Cruz's numbers have been, subpar, but hopefully in the next couple weeks, if he's still up on the big club, he does something good and wins a couple games for him.
Has the Joey Weimer mania died down after week 1 or week 2?
Yes, it has.
He's still batting in the 280s.
And we knew that would happen. Guy off the bench who can
I
play
understand.
once a week.
He's a journeyman type.
It's fine. But don't panic on Washington. Look, they're not going to be in the postseason because they're not good enough. But the fact that they're really close right now it's a story. And if you talk to any expert that covers this sport, they'll tell you one of the biggest surprises on the positive side this season through 63 games are the Nats.
Right. They've been impressive. They've
1-800
surprised a lot of
I
people.
mean, the fact that they are leading the league in runs scored is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah. 1-800-636-1067. It is Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. Hey, we opened up the show talking about the Spurs-Knicks series, and it's far from over. I think it's going to go 6 or 7 now, even though in the third quarter I was thinking, oh, the Knicks will be lucky to win a game.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. It became in vogue, especially after the OKC series, to say Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the world. What does it mean if he loses this series?
I don't think it means anything for his long-term legacy.
Like long-term legacy, like right now.
Well,
I don't think you can say he's the best player in the world.
I think it kind of depends.
If he wins it, then you can hand him the mantle and say, okay, you run the league.
Well, he wasn't the best player on the floor last night.
No, he wasn't even close to it.
I think it kind of depends on how he plays in the rest of the series. If he has some downers where he doesn't play well, he goes 27 minutes without scoring a bucket like he did last night, then I think it's easy to say that there are other players that you'd rather have. But he's got a bright future, no doubt. But I think he'll play better in game 2. I'm not calling it a must-win because they've gone on the road and won some big games in the postseason, but it's pretty damn close to a must-win.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go down 2-0
Go
and
back
then head
to the
to New
Garden.
York.
I know you don't. So I would say you have to win this game to stay in the series.
I mean, if you look at him in the playoffs, he's been the reason I think he's thrown in there is because of the defense. When you add the defense, the offense. Because his offense, there are a lot of guys who are better offensive players than Victor Wembanyama.
Yep.
That create more offense. If you stack him in the NBA in terms of like points created, Joker, Luka, Shea, all these guys are way above Victor Wembanyama when you count the assists and the points created off of assists plus the points created.
Sure.
So it'll be interesting to see his response here in game 2.
He's just a different player because of his length, and especially in the lane, it's hard to get shots off if he's playing well defensively. Gets a ton of boards, tons of blocks. I mean, he's not finished offensively. He's gonna get better.
Got a long ways to go.
Are there other guys
He's
that are better?
22 years old.
I mean, obviously Luka is a better offensive player. Obviously Shea is a better offensive player. There's a bunch of guys that are better offensive players, but those guys aren't in the NBA Finals.
By the way, you think it was worth it for the kid that ran out onto the court during the game to get a selfie with Wemby to get escorted out of the stadium and I'm sure arrested?
Oh, I'm sure. And probably banned from every NBA arena.
I don't understand. It's an AD grab bit.
Of course it is.
It's just
Of
people
course.
just want attention.
That's all you want.
Yeah.
Did Wemby smile for the phone when he
kind of chuckled? I think he chuckled a little bit, and I think Mitchell Robinson was right next to him.
Mitchell Robinson was right next to him.
Mitchell Robinson was giving him
he didn't know.
The stink eye. Yeah, he was not pleased.
But they both looked at the phone. I did see that when they showed it. When they showed it in slow-mo, they both did look at the phone.
And you kind of want to blame security, but look, if
I wonder if he actually took the picture.
I think it was a video. Like there's a video of it online.
Oh, okay.
And shocker, Wemby's so tall, he gets like up to here on Wemby. You don't really even see
you don't
his
see
head.
his face, right? That's funny.
You want to kind of blame security, but if somebody has it in their brain and they're close enough and they're on the floor,
security's sitting down.
Anybody could run out there.
When the game's going on, security's not standing up around the court.
Yeah, they stand up like during breaks.
During breaks, but they're usually sitting down.
Right.
See, Timothy Chalamet was there last night, sitting next to Fat Joe.
I saw Tracy Morgan was there.
So I don't know.
Spike Lee was there.
Wondering how much money Fat Joe has, but he's on the road with the Knicks.
He's got enough to go on the road.
I think he's got a lot of lean back money.
I'm sure he does.
Believe it hit number 1 on the Billboard charts back in the day.
If I were him, I would sell that to anybody that wanted to use lean back in a commercial or a movie.
Sell it.
I'm open for business.
If
Call me.
the game 3, which I believe
it's Monday.
Game 3 is Monday.
Yeah.
But the Garden is going to be crazy.
Oh, it's going to be
even
insane.
on a Monday night. It's going to be insane.
Well, especially if they take both games in San Antonio.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you mentioned this yesterday. The cheapest ticket to get into Madison Square Garden now is, I think it's in the 5,000s.
Yeah, I think
the cheapest.
When I mentioned it, it was like high 3s, low 4s. But after that win, it spiked even more. I think it's in the $5,000 category.
And
that's for nosebleeds.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what game 4, if they win the next 2 games and they're up 3-0, can you imagine the prices for game 4?
I hope our guy Michael Rappaport finds his way into the building. Finds a way to pull some strings.
I forgot.
Calling some
Did
favors.
I forgot. Did we ask Rappaport yesterday why he was wearing that Nets
We did
jersey?
not.
No.
We didn't ask him.
No.
Yeah.
I also wanted to ask him why he seemed to be flexing his 72-inch TV.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a weird number.
72 is
I've
kinda,
never heard of a
It's kind of small,
never heard of 72 incher.
but who knows? I mean,
75.
I mean, I guarantee
Common.
72 is fine. He might live in an apartment and he doesn't have a ton of space. I don't know what the deal is.
probably does. 72 is probably it probprobably works for his living room, for his
Yeah, maybe.
space.
I mean, growing up, 72 would have been huge,
Yeah,
right?
But I mean, the times changed, JP.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Though I mean, my basement could use a 72 incher. It's got 65, I believe. It's a little bit lacking.
Yeah, you are.
Could step it up.
You should step
I
it up.
should
How
step it
often
up.
do you actually watch TV in the basement,
Rarely.
though? That's the thing.
Rarely.
And how big is the one in the bedroom? Okay, that's the one you watch
That's
a lot.
I think it's a weird size, like 46 inches.
What are you doing? You need a bigger one than 46.
46 inches. It's plenty big for the bedroom.
Okay.
It's plenty big.
Remember, he sits in his Archie Bunker chair, which is that in front of the bed?
No, it's cockeyed. It's like off to the side of the bed. It's in the perfect spot. Oh, it's so close to the TV.
46.
As my vision fades.
46 kind of small, I'm just saying.
It is. Are you welcome to call us on an open line Thursday? 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. You guys want some Commanders wideout battle updates from OTAs? I got some nuggets.
Remind me if the defense is out there.
Yes, this is against defenders.
Yeah,
Okay.
They do 7-on-7s.
Yeah.
Do they do 11-on-11s?
But no pads, right?
Yeah, no
No
pads. But there are people at least feigning to play defense at times. I'm
Yeah.
sure not at all times. But this is from Commanders.com from their OTA notebook. There have been a lot of questions about the Commanders receiving room, but offensive coordinator David Blau said before practice that the team feels confident in what they have at the position. Former third-round pick Luke McCaffrey is one of the players they're hoping will develop this summer. He had a strong day with 3 catches from Jaden Daniels. One was a contested grab while working against Jeremy Reeves. See, there's your defender, JP, who tried to make a play for the ball, but had it snatched away by McCaffrey, who kept both feet in bounds. Vet Traylon Burks is another wideout who continues to stand out as well. Burks made a pair of impressive grabs during last week's OTA practice, and the former first-rounder was at it again with a tough sideline catch where he managed to get his knee in bounds. Burks has an ideal NFL frame at 6'2", 225. If the receiving room does end up staying the same for the regular season, it would be ideal if he managed to emerge as a number 2 option for the offense. He showed some flashes in a limited role last season, so the hope is that a full offseason in the building will help make those highlight plays become more common.
It's open line Thursday, so I want to hear from some Commanders fans. We talked about Ayuk. All right, we talked about the receiver position with him, but we specified that either Ayuk is going to be here on a 1-year deal or Peters isn't going to touch him. I don't think Peters is going to touch him. I also do wonder if Peters and David Blau and DQ feel comfortable with the wide receiver room as it is.
Right.
So if Commanders fans, here's my question to you. Are you okay with, and I'm just going to give you the top 6 on the depth chart right now. Obviously Terry, Burks, Antonio Williams, who they drafted in the 3rd round out of Clemson, De'Ami Brown, who they brought in from Jacksonville, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, and Jalen's probably going to be more of a special teamer. All right, Van Jefferson could make the top 6. Ja'Cory Brooks was cut. I think he was cut a couple days ago, maybe yesterday. Jacoby Jones is out there on the depth chart. Chris Hilton, who they signed as well, he went to LSU. But are Commanders fans happy if they don't make any other additions? Are you happy with McLaurin, Burks, Williams, De'Ami, McCaffrey, Lane? Are you happy with those 6? Are you happy with that room? That's my question to you.
I was just writing out the top 5. And
or do you feel like it's a necessity?
Yeah.
You have to go out and get Ayuk or Diggs or Keenan or
You need to make an ad.
Debo.
Valdez came in here during the break and he said something which we've talked about before, but I think it does bear repeating. 2 years ago to the NFC Championship game, this is your top 5 receivers. Terry, Noah Brown, Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, McCaffrey.
Yep.
McCaffrey and De'Ami Brown, let's keep them both at the 4 or 5 position. Terry in the 1 position. The only thing that's changed is you had Noah Brown and Zacchaeus.
Yep.
I put them as 2, 3. And then this year it would be Burks and Antonio Williams. It's very similar.
And maybe that I think they probably also feel with the ads of Chig at tight end and Rashad White at running back, like they can kind of piecemeal together some of that production with those guys. 'Cause Rashad White, if he plays,
catches 50 balls.
Here are his receptions since he's been in the league. As a rookie, he had 50 catches. He had 64 in year 2. He had 51 in year 3. He had 40 last year. So
I'm guessing he's going to be in that same range.
his minimum, barring an injury
40.
or playing, is 40 catches.
Yeah.
He's going to give you 40 catches. He could give you 60.
And Chig has been in the 50 to 60 range, but with subpar quarterbacks,
Right.
including a rookie.
Right.
So you put him with a really good quarterback, and Jaden can be really good and accurate. I would think that the Chig numbers are going to go up to 70 to 80.
Maybe they have faith in McCaffrey, Burks, Jalen Lane, all developing and taking those next steps. Burks is intriguing. He's just never been able to stay healthy and kind of put it all together.
Right.
He's never lived up to that lofty draft status. It would be great if he did because they signed him for a relatively cheap deal. I think he got like $3.5 or $4 million on a 1-year deal. Like they're not paying him a lot of money.
What did they pay De'Ami? I should know this, but what did they give De'Ami?
I think a caller said he got like
$8
$8 million,
million?
but I think that sounds kind of aggressive.
That sounds high, but
I can
maybe
check
he's right.
Spot Track and see what his number is. Maybe I mean, he made $10 million plus last year in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if he got 8 here, but we can double check on that.
So are Commanders fans happy?
Looks like 1.2.
1.2, not 8.
Says here on Spot Rack, 1.215 is his base. He did get a $250,000 signing bonus. Gets a roster bonus, so maybe 1.7.
Yeah,
Right, so
I see on 1 year 1.7.
So 8 is not even
So
close.
it's nothing. It's minimal. Like that's for the NFL for a veteran. That's a pauper salary.
It'd be great though if Luke McCaffrey is developing and Jalen Lane is developing. They have flash. You're talking about a 3rd-round pick in Luke McCaffrey, a 4th-round pick in Jalen Lane. You want to develop those guys, and you would like them to get better and maybe move up the depth chart. I mean, I think we've all envisioned Luke as more of a slot receiver and as number 3 guy. To me, he's battling with Antonio Williams, though, for that spot. I feel like Burks is filling the Noah Brown number 2 spot, maybe just based on his frame.
Yeah.
His best game, though, last year, he had 1 touchdown in, 8 games? 3 catches for 58 yards.
Yeah.
So it's not like
All
he
right,
did incredible things, but we saw a couple flashes because of tough catches.
Was Jaden playing that game?
In the Lions game? Did Jaden play in that one?
Yeah, I mean,
that was Mariota.
There you go. So his numbers would be better if Jaden's throwing to him for the entire year. I don't know. I don't know if Treylon's going to be the number 2. No idea. I don't think it's going to be Diami. I think Diami's going to kind of back up Terry.
Diami's he's going to be a deep threat guy.
Yeah, I think he's getting better at running route. If you listen to David Blau and guys that are kind of following the team, he's getting better at route running. But you're right, he's a speed guy. But I don't know. Are Commanders fans happy with those 6 guys if they end up being on the active roster in week 1?
800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Don. He's calling from Ashburn. Hey, Don.
Donnie.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'm, so excited about the 6 that we have, but I think they all complement each other and have the ability to do good things. But the Ayuk thing, I hope that they don't sign him, because if you look at what you have in a Terry McLaurin on one side of the prison and then you got Ayuk on the other, it doesn't make sense to bring that kind of person into your locker room. I mean, I've got 4 kids. I've got a 28-year-old. I've got a 21-year-old. My 21-year-old makes a decision that, like Ayuk made, it's a different conversation than if my 28-year-old. I mean, you're almost 30 years old. You're a grown-ass man, and you got to know better. There's just a maturity thing that he's lacking that would just scare the ever-living crap out of me to have on my team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just checking bad decisions. I mean, again, it's minor, and I agree with JP. Like, just because the warrant comes out and he posts a picture of him, but it is another bad decision box. He just can't get out of his own way, and that would be a huge concern with me with all these other young guys in the locker room. And then on the other side, you got all the good things that these guys are learning from a McLaurin, and then having somebody like Ayuk that's just the exact opposite. It was just really worrying me.
Yeah.
My bigger concern though is, can he play? And I have no idea if he can still play.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea if he's in shape.
I don't know what he has left in the tank. I don't know that. I would love to see him put through the paces of a high intensity NFL training camp practice and see how he comes through it.
And I remember Grant Danny had a guest on from San Francisco.
Yeah.
And he said they've had a slew of, for lack of a better term, head case wide receivers there.
Right. Malcontents.
Trell Owens.
Divas.
Michael Crabtree. I can't remember. He went through like 5 or 6 guys.
Yeah.
And he said he's never seen anything like Brandon Ayuk.
Like Ayuk. He was on another level.
He's a different level of diva and a headache. He's a headache. And look, Dan Quinn needs to win 10 plus games. If he wants his job to feel safe and secure going forward, he needs to be in the playoff mix. And he needs, you know what he needs? Harmony in the locker room. He doesn't need Brandon Ayuk and his wackiness coming in and disrupting things.
Well, we don't know that he would. Like, what I would say, and look, I've been against bringing him in, but what I would say in favor, if you're that way, is if you do meet with the guy and he says, well, look, I was creating a ruckus out there because I just sick of the organization. They didn't respect me, whatever his rationale is with San Francisco. But he says, all along I've wanted to play with my boy Jaden Daniels. I want to be here. I'm going to show you that I'm a good work ethic guy.
Okay. Well,
and if you're confident in the production, then maybe you roll with it. Because what it would say is if he does return to his form from a few years ago, he's definitely way better than Treylon Burks.
no doubt.
Oh yeah.
But that's a huge if he still is able to perform at that level. At that, like, I don't know if he's ever been a Pro Bowler, but at a really high level. I just don't know if he's still that guy. Let's go to Marvin in Landover. Marvin, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
Yep.
You just said something, Cakes, that really just hit home with me. You said that Dan Quinn needs like a sunny, like good disposition in his locker room and stuff like that. And that leads me to my point. My point is I don't trust Adam Peters. If I know that my team is on a good vibe streak, then last year was a complete miss. Like letting him for a while was ridiculous. So I'm not so much I'm trusting Adam Peters that much. Now, when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, honestly, he's been a headache for like the last 6 months or something. But that's like a personal beef with San Francisco. He hasn't posted anything. He's kind of ghosted everybody. So it's basically
that, Marvin.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, man.
Thanks, Marvin.
Appreciate it. I mean, here's my issue with him, like just getting upset with the Niners and ghosting them and like all the shenanigans. What happens at the first sign of adversity if he's here with the Commanders? What's to say he's not going to do
The same
exact thing
Yeah.
and fall into these same erratic behavior patterns?
It's a huge risk.
Like that.
But if you only sign him to a 1-year deal, you don't give him a bunch of money up front, and it's all incentive laden.
Right.
All right. Well, you're not
risking that much.
But some GMs and coaches don't even want to deal with it, even for a few weeks in camp.
You think Dan Quinn wants to deal with Brandon Ayuk?
No. I don't think so.
I don't think he
Well,
wants
not
to deal
if,
with him
going
either.
back to how you opened the segment, not if they believe that McCaffrey and Jalen Lane are improving.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them have shown flashes.
Correct. Well,
Jalen Lane to me is tantalizing because we know he's a burner.
I think that they expected McCaffrey. Now, McCaffrey missed half the season last year because of the injury, but they expected him with Jaden to kind of take that next step in year 2 after year 1.
Yeah.
He didn't have a ton of catches in year 1, but he had 18. They probably expected him to be in that 30 range and to score more touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns on 11 catches last year. So they
pretty good ratio.
They probably expected him to be in that 30 to 35 range and maybe have 4 or 5 touchdowns. So maybe this year in year 3, maybe he does get better. Who knows?
All right, I
hope he does.
Let's sneak in Christian in Manassas. Christian, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning. I was going to say, actually, JP made a good point. I think if they can bring in a wide receiver on a 1-year prove-it deal, I don't know if that's Ayuk or Stephon Diggs or someone that isn't going to be too large of a cap hit. But I actually feel pretty comfortable with the wide receiver room. I feel like Terry's going to have a good year, and I really like where McCaffrey's going. He made some pretty impressive catches last year. But I think another piece on a 1-year prove-it deal, that would definitely make me feel even more comfortable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you brought in Diggs, you got to think,
Christian.
okay, now this is legit to have a healthy Terry McLaurin, Diggs, even though Diggs is older. But if you had McLaurin and Diggs as your 2, and then you're bringing in Antonio Williams, some of these young guys as a 3, Diamio off the bench, you're much better.
Yeah, and maybe Antonio Williams just has a bigger role as a rookie than any of us envision. Maybe he catches 40 or 45 balls, and he's kind of that missing piece. I mean, they drafted him in the 3rd round.
I know.
They drafted him relatively high. They didn't draft him to sit him on the bench and toil behind Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, but you drafted McCaffrey in the 3rd round.
I understood.
So you drafted him in the same round. You're probably expecting similar numbers.
Maybe they just feel like Williams is an upgrade over McCaffrey.
Competition. You're sleeping on the X factor.
And that is?
Jaden.
You're talking about draft picks that were drafted in the 3rd round.
Right.
Yeah.
What about 2nd rounder Ben Sinnott?
Well, I don't even, JP,
We don't even talk about
that. I was saying it sarcastic.
I don't even think about that person. Actually, I've almost forgotten who that person is because he's so irrelevant.
Yeah, we don't
in
talk
the
about him.
Commanders' plans. All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you why another reason why Brandon Ayuk may want to stay away from the D.C. area because a certain jurisdiction is cracking down on dangerous drivers this summer. We're going to tell you where that is next.
The Pentagon Memorial Fund invites you to the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. This event promises to be a memorable golf experience featuring special guest PGA Tour pro Billy Hurley and a live broadcast with B. Mitch and JP Finley. Proceeds will support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. You can learn more and register today. Go to pentagonmemorial.org.
Coming up at 8 o'clock, we are going to sample Valdez's Kool-Aid pineapples that he brought in. He went to the store, he followed a recipe on TikTok, and we will give those a try.
Hope he brought in some Scotties or some Open Road vodka.
Well, I
throw in there.
hope he also brought in a toothbrush for us to scrape all the sugar off of our teeth that we're going to consume coming up at 8 o'clock. All right, so I mentioned heading into the break that a certain jurisdiction here in the D.C. area is going to launch a major crackdown on dangerous driving this summer. Another reason why Brandon Ayuk should stay far, far away. Fairfax County. So if you're driving through Fairfax County this summer,
I drive through it every day.
The goal is to reduce fatal, serious injury, and property damage crashes.
Mm-hmm.
And they say with summer arriving, police say the influx of people heading outdoors makes road safety more urgent than ever.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to put speed cameras up?
Here's what they're targeting. They're targeting the move over law. Officers are strictly going to enforce Virginia's law requiring drivers to shift lanes or slow down when passing flashing lights. So if a cop has somebody pulled over on the right shoulder and you're in the rightmost lane,
you got to get over.
You either need to slow down or you need to get into that middle lane to get away from the flashing lights. So they're going to be enforcing that.
So if you don't, they can pull you over.
I guess they could pull you over and issue you a ticket.
That's interesting.
The law is designed to protect first responders, tow truck operators, and stranded motorists on the shoulder. They're also cracking down on loud exhausts. They're cracking down on modified or broken exhaust systems, which officials noted significantly impact the quality of life in local neighborhoods. And this one I'm not sure of. The return of, quote, Road Shark. The department's high visibility traffic enforcement initiative is back. It specifically targets high-risk behaviors like speeding, reckless driving, and driving while bickling, also known as driving while distracted.
Yeah.
So you bet if you're driving through Fairfax County this summer, which I know you are, and I'm pointing at you, Jason, you better watch yourself.
I'm usually pretty good through Fairfax County. I'm usually just on the toll road.
Yeah.
But I put it on cruise control, far left lane, and I got my standard speed that I go on the toll road. I'm pretty good.
Have you
coming to work, cruise control at 63.
Okay.
Going home, cruise control 73.
Oh, so you're at 10 miles per hour more.
Yeah.
Have you eased up on your proclivity for road rage incidents? Have you calmed down a little bit?
This morning there was a guy on my ass, and I don't know why he didn't. I mean, on the toll road in the morning, you might have 20 or 25 cars total.
Right.
And I'm up like near Wolf Trap, and this guy gets right on my ass. Why didn't you just go around me?
Yep. I mean, there are 2 other lanes. Please pass me.
Just the 3 other lanes.
Please go around.
Yeah. So just go around me.
Yeah.
And he got right on my ass, so I got over to the second lane, and he just passed me. But I don't get that unless he just wasn't paying attention.
You didn't have
no
eye contact, no finger gestures.
No, I mean I looked over at him, but I mean you can't see him. I just don't understand why people do that.
Because they're bad drivers. There are bad drivers
he's
surrounding
clueless.
You every single day.
Yeah, he's an idiot is what
they
he
want
is.
to tailgate you.
That person was an idiot.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty good when it comes to Fairfax County. I got to tell you, when I came back from Hoboken / New York Tuesday morning.
So many tolls.
Wait till
you get your Easy Pass bill.
So many tolls. But I couldn't believe how many state troopers were out there just pulling people over.
Yeah.
Mostly in Maryland.
Really?
Yeah, there was a ton in Maryland.
I've always felt like VA is the 1 seed for having state troopers be aggressive about pulling you over. Like when I go to South Carolina,
yeah, they're out there.
I never speed too much in Virginia.
Yeah.
But once I cross that line from Virginia into North Carolina, then it's on. Because I literally don't think in 30 plus years of driving to South Carolina I've ever really seen North or South Carolina state troopers pull people over.
Yeah, I don't see a lot.
It's always Virginia. It's always around Emporia, deep southern.
Well, usually
Virginia.
when you get down there, the traffic just dissipates.
Right.
You don't have a lot of traffic. Occasionally, you might see a state trooper sitting in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
But it's 70 mile per hour limit, so you can go 78, 79.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
And they're not
thing.
going to pull you over. But there was a guy when I'm driving through Maryland. It was up near Bel Air, so north of Baltimore.
Right.
I'm going my standard cruise control 73. And there was a truck coming up on my left, and I could see a mile down the road a state trooper in the middle of the road. I could see him.
Right.
Because I was on the top of the hill. You could see him. But
Yep.
if you're not paying attention, you're not going to see him. And this blue truck came speeding by me. I said, and he didn't stop. He didn't brake. He didn't hit the brakes. He drove right by. I don't know what he was doing. He's clueless. And of course, that state trooper came right out and pulled him over.
Of course.
I knew he was done.
Yeah, I mean, that's like...
I knew that guy was cooked.
That's also like passing a cop on the highway. Like, even if you're barely speeding, you
don't. Right.
I've done it before, but you never feel good about it.
Right.
You never feel great about it because you're like, well, this guy could pull me over in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Even if I'm speeding 2 miles over the limit.
Yeah. This guy, he clearly wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
But the state trooper, he was in a big SUV. I mean, he was right there.
See it from miles away, literally.
A couple miles away, I could see him. And I said, all right. So I got into the second. I was in the left lane, but I got it in the second lane, and I was still on cruise control. And this truck came flying by me, and I knew he was cooked.
Have fun paying your $60 in tolls for drive. That might even be light, driving to and from Hoboken.
Oh, round trip is
You
more.
might be a hundo.
Round trip more than $60.
Yeah.
The things you do for your kids.
That's right. Got to sacrifice.
Yeah. So
got to help them along their way.
So be careful when you're in Fairfax County.
You do it. The move over law, loud exhaust, return of road shark.
And the majority of people who drive through Fairfax County have no idea that they're enforcing that.
Well, they better learn.
Yeah, they're not going to.
They better figure it out.
Yesterday,
They're also going to get big fat tickets.
Yesterday on the toll road coming home, I couldn't believe how fast this one guy was going.
Oh, I see it every day.
I mean, he was probably going 90 or 95.
Yeah. I mean, people do that on the regular, on the ICC.
But see, on the toll road,
Beltway.
you never find cops.
Right.
I mean, they're rarely sitting on the side of the road.
All right,
I feel like the ICC has cops all the time.
It's sporadic, but yeah, there's sometimes it's crawling with cops. Sometimes it's wide open. It's like the German Autobahn. I mean, people on motorcycles going like 110. All right, let's go to Steve in Aldi. Steve, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Lurch? So I got to give you a heads up, man. If you're in the left-hand lane and there's nobody in front of you and there's somebody behind you, you can get a ticket for cruising.
Yeah, but he wasn't in the left-hand lane, I don't believe.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
which state are you talking about?
In Virginia. So I'm in Aldi. I'm out by you. So if you're in the left-hand lane and there's no one around you and you're in the left-hand lane and somebody's behind you, you have to move over to the right. Otherwise, you'll get a ticket because it's called cruising.
That's a pass lane.
I always.
Yeah, everybody knows
that.
that.
Look, if there's someone behind me and I can tell they're going fast, they're faster than I'm going, of course I get over.
Oh, I thought that's what you were talking about before. Where you said the guy went around you and you're like, why did somebody do that?
Well, I wasn't in the left lane this morning. I was in the third lane.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And he got up on my ass, and I said, well, why don't you just go around me to the left or the right?
Yeah.
And he didn't do that.
Sorry
for the miscommunication.
It happens everywhere out by us. Like I know in Ashburn and Aldi and South Riding. I mean, all the time there's somebody in the left-hand lane going like 20 miles an hour, and there's no one behind.
You should get arrested for that.
I doubt they
Thanks,
give
Steve.
those people tickets, though. Could you imagine getting a ticket for whatever he just called it? What was it called?
Cruising.
Cruising?
No.
Oh, they definitely do.
I'm sure they do, but
sure.
It seems like it would be super low on the priority list.
Well, it causes accidents.
Yeah.
Because if you're just oblivious and you're not, it's for passing. It's a passing lane.
Yeah.
Correct, it is.
They'll get behind you. They'll give you a ticket. If you're just going the speed limit in that lane, they'll get you.
Is it still frowned upon to pass people on the right?
What do you mean on the right?
Like if I'm in the middle lane, and like the left lane is full and I can pass on the right.
Why wouldn't you?
I mean, I do. I do.
Yeah, you're fine to do that, and then
But I
get
think
back into the other lanes.
But I think it's definitely less safe than passing on the left.
Kind of just depends on.
Like you're supposed to pass on the left, not on the right.
Depends on if there's cars parked on, stopped on the road.
Depends where it is. I mean, 66 has electronic signs that say they'll give you tickets if you're in the left lane and just cruising.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. That's a passing lane. That's not a drive 67 miles per hour lane.
Correct.
That's what that lane is for.
What's the speed limit on 66 for the most part right there? Is it 55 or is it 65?
I'd guess 65, but I'm guessing.
Yeah, you've got to be.
It should be 66 if they were working on their branding. should be 66 miles per hour.
No,
55, I think.
55. All right, you need to be going minimum 68 to 70 in the left lane. The far left lane.
I think you're right.
Minimum.
Probably 75.
Well, I don't know. A state trooper
70
might.
to 75.
They'll probably pull you over going 75.
I'm going to get so pulled over soon. I can just tell.
Yeah.
Even my Matchbox car can make it up to 70 plus miles per hour. So I probably will get pulled over, especially if I'm in Fairfax County. All right, coming up next, Valdez went to the store and got all the ingredients for Kool-Aid pineapples. We're going to sample them next here on The Fan.
The Nationals were swept by the Marlins after a 4-1 loss yesterday, and Miami seems to be the Nats' kryptonite. They've now gone 1-5 against the Marlins over the last month, 15-8 versus everybody else. They'll head west for a series in Arizona that starts tomorrow, and then it's off for a 3-game set in San Francisco. Moving over to the NBA, New York overcame early offensive struggles and a 14-point third-quarter deficit last night to secure a 105-95 Game 1 victory over the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Finals. With the win in San Antonio, the Knicks steal home court advantage in the series, and they're guaranteed to return to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 with no worse than a 1-1 tie in the series. And with the win, they extend their postseason win streak to 12 games, which now dates back to Game 4 of the first round. From the Crop Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up at 8:25, we will get into somebody who writes for CBSSports.com.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's fading the Commanders in 2026. We're going to tell you his rationale for that coming up at 8:25 as far as their over-under on season win totals. So we'll do that at 8:25. But we wanted to taste Valdez's concoction that he put together after watching probably 50 viral TikTok videos. The latest craze amongst the kids, amongst the Utes, is Kool-Aid pineapples.
I'm aware of the TikTok trend because you
Yes.
brought it up yesterday.
Yes.
I'm not aware if Valdez has TikTok. Do you have TikTok?
No, it's all over every other social media.
Mhm, yeah.
But TikTok, it's on Twitter, it's all over. It's
Yeah,
on your
it's-
reels.
yeah.
But we talked about it yesterday. So apparently,
I commend you for getting the ingredients.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to this.
So apparently, what people are doing, it's the hottest thing out there, and on a refreshing summer day,
I mean, today's supposed to be like 90 degrees in the D.C. area.
is
So it could be refreshing.
taking spears of pineapple that are jarred.
Which I didn't even know existed before this trend came out. Like, I knew you could
You just
go.
thought it was cubed.
Well, I mean, I knew you could go into the store and buy a pineapple,
Yeah.
and you could be a manly man like Valdez and actually cut the pineapple. I don't think I've ever done such a thing. You can buy a cord pineapple where it's like circles of pineapple in like a plastic container. You can buy pineapple chunks.
Yep.
I was unaware that they made pineapple spears. This is news to me.
I didn't know either until I saw all of the videos. But what apparently you do is you take the jar of pineapple spears, you dump out the sugary pineapple juice liquid that accompanies the
Right.
spears. It almost looks like pickled.
Yeah.
A jar of pickles
Yeah.
when you see it in stores. You dump out the juice. You take the pineapple out. You make Kool-Aid in the jar. You shake it up. You
Shake
put
it
the
up.
pineapple back in, and you let it sit. And it's
Okay.
almost like the Kool-Aid pickles the pineapple.
Okay, so it's
It
like
looks great.
It's similar to like overnight oats, but it's not healthy.
No,
at
but
all.
with diabetes, it's overnight diabetes. That's what it
a
is.
Perfect descriptor.
So I went out to Harris Teeter.
Yeah. Harris Teeter getting so much run on the show, by
Yeah.
the way. I mean,
Am
they
I-
should,
why don't you
they should be a major sponsor.
They should be.
I mean,
Take
what's
this
happening here?
into the guys.
Yeah. He's got the
Especially since I go like twice a week.
By the way, he's got the double ply Harris Teeter bags in Maryland. I don't know what it costs in Virginia. Those two bags that cost you 20 cents because it's 10 cents a bag if you don't bring
All
your
right.
own bag to the
we
store.
We got the tropical punch. We got the purple flavor, and then the OG
Purple.
red.
It's the purple.
I think I'm gonna love this. Can you give me some paper towels?
Now I got blessed hands, so it's going to be good.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
All right, and I got the best juice.
So how?
Can you pass me the paper towels behind you, Jason?
We have paper towels and forks, and we have cups if you want to take one out and put it in the cup, and not get juice all over the console.
How are we supposed to get it out? Like just dip our.
No,
dip
well,
our
I would take
fingers
a
in
fork because your
Yeah.
fingers could get stained.
Oh, my fingers could be so red.
Yeah, just
Red all day.
fingers are Aaron Lewis.
All right.
Now, where did this start?
You just see it online.
I know, but was there one person that started it, or I don't get it?
Just creative people are making it.
Okay,
Perfect. All right, so Valdez, before I dip in, what flavor Kool-Aid is this? It's red.
That's tropical.
So
I think
it's
it's more of a
tropical.
Hawaiian punch flavor.
Okay, so
And
like
I've got the
a
grape.
fruit punch.
Yeah.
I'm going with fruit punch.
Jason has the purple flavor.
Okay.
And then JP has red.
The fruit punch.
Fruit punch.
You know what? That's dumb to ask a flavor. I think it's just red Kool-Aid. It's just
Yeah,
red.
exactly. It's the OG.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So I don't
All right,
understand. Do you just buy Kool-Aid like this, or is Valdez making it and putting all the sugar in there and everything?
You make it in the jar.
Yeah.
You
and
take
then you
the
shake it.
pineapple
Then you
juice
shake it
out.
together,
You
and
take-
then
right. You
yes.
take the pineapple juice out, and then you put in Kool-Aid.
So how many teaspoons of sugar are in each of these jars?
You know, I watched a lot of recipes.
Yeah.
About this.
Okay.
I like
a lot of them
heavy
say.
sugar.
A lot of them say eyeball it.
Eyeball. Yeah.
Yeah. But I got blessed hands, so
There's nothing
it's gonna
worse
taste good.
than Kool-Aid that is low on sugar.
Mine's pretty good.
All right. I'm going to sample mine here.
We're getting it all over the place.
It's really good.
Yeah. I'm even going to take a second bite.
Is it too sugary?
I mean,
No.
it's very sugary, but I'm okay with it.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's pineapple, which I like, and it's Kool-Aid, which I like.
I like both things, and it's fine. But pineapple is a delicious, treat given to you by nature.
Standalone fruit.
Yeah, it's a standalone fruit. It doesn't need to be
You don't-
dipped in Kool-Aid and sugar to taste good. It already
right.
tastes good. This is just a variant on an already good tasting product.
Well, you embrace that in the soda world.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the soda that I'm about to consume, this is a Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Do you know how good this is? Now, I need this to combat all of the sugar that's in here. I need zero sugar left hand, all the sugar right
now,
hand. I'm Radio Raheem all of a sudden.
I don't know how reputable the report is, but there's a lot of people that are saying that a jar of those pineapple, of the Kool-Aid pineapple, is
Yeah.
about 10 full sugar Coca-Colas.
Oh, jeez. That's crazy.
That's a lot. Now, have we seen spikes in both pineapple sales and Kool-Aid sales, like in the last 2 to 3 weeks? I would guess there has to be. I saw a video of a guy that went to Costco. He went to Costco and he bought every pineapple spear jar that they had in the place. And he
What, is there 100 of them?
It literally looked like
Yeah.
1,000
He
jars.
had pallets.
I mean,
Jeez.
just his entire bed of his pickup truck was nothing but pineapple Britneys.
Are there people there's no way people eat all of the pineapples?
No, I wouldn't think so.
I could easily eat all the pineapples.
You could eat all of those in one sitting?
Yeah.
You could eat them during this segment.
It's not advisable.
Now on the
It's only
streets,
like 5 or 6 spears.
I took 3 bites. That's about all I can take.
Now, on the streets,
I finished my first Britney.
that small jar on the streets that sells for about $12.
This is
This sells
$12,
for
really.
$12.
I feel like
Vendors out there are selling them for $20.
Okay, so-
but that's a small jar. So it's about $12.
So is this just a new cottage industry that's popped up? Like, are people just putting folding tables on street corners and they're selling these jars?
I think
That's a good
people are driving around with a pallet out there
Really?
and a cooler, and they're riding around different neighborhoods.
Entrepreneurs.
Like the ice cream man.
Entrepreneurial spirit is all it is.
Now there is a missing ingredient that I've seen a lot of recipes have. I don't know if you want to try this.
What's that?
I go.
Here, turn around, Jason.
Oh, some Hennessy.
Hennessy.
Now you're talking.
No.
I wouldn't mind that. I might just take a shot of it.
If
How'd you like your purple spear?
It was fine. I did 3 bites. That's all,
Hey,
about all I could.
You mix that with the juice, and that gives you the good juice.
Yeah.
That's gonna wake you up.
Yeah, you
That's gonna
can
wake you
sample the
up.
Hennessy. I don't need a cup for Hennessy. There's no chance.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with the Henny.
I've had the Henny before. I'm not Clinton Portis before a game. I don't need to do a shot of Hennessy in the 8 a.m. hour.
Put a little bit in there.
I did enough damage to my body by drinking 2 vodka tonics at 3:30 yesterday afternoon.
You're not going to have
this temple
you're
is
not gonna
not
have a little
used to
Hennessy,
that sort of
JP?
abuse.
Let me taste
No
this.
beers? I thought I saw an Instagram picture this morning.
No, here's what happened, JP. I had 2 vodka tonics during a hangout, and then I went and took a nap, and then I woke up refreshed, and then I hopped in the shower. Then I went and had dinner, and I washed it down
Voltaggio.
with a 22-ounce Sapporo.
Yeah.
Japanese beer.
Voltaggio doesn't serve a Kool-Aid pineapple as a dessert.
I'm going to guess if Mike Marr and I go to Voltaggio in under a month, that this will not be on the dessert menu. If it is, consider me floored.
Valdez, I'm going to Venmo you some cash.
That's
This was a
fine.
good
I'll Venmo you
outlay.
too.
This is a good
Trust me,
investment.
it didn't cost that much.
I give you props. I like it.
It's
I would
fine.
have this like if there was a party.
Are you taking that home?
No.
I mean, it's fine, but I don't need to finish the entire spear, let alone the whole jar. I mean, there's no way people sit down and eat a whole jar of these.
I wouldn't think
I've seen video where they do.
Okay.
Well, they're doing it for the video.
Yeah, they're doing it for clicks
There's
and
just-
online clout.
That would be
but
a lot. I would
It's a
think
lot.
your stomach would feel like butt for the rest of the day.
Like one of them is palatable. You can handle it. Multiple, I mean, you're going to be on a major sugar crash at like 11 a.m.
I like the Hennessy better than the
I'm
pineapple.
sure you do.
Don't blame you.
Pretty good.
You're a Hennessy guy. Look at you.
I never drink Hennessy.
Is it gas, as the kids say?
Yeah, it's gas. Yeah.
All right, Valdez. So I like the mix. You're a good pineapple spears mixologist.
It's blessed hands. That's what they
Have
say
those
online.
guys
Like a
had
blessed
it?
hand.
Have the other guys had it behind the glass?
No, I'm itching to try it though.
Try it.
I
Come
really,
get
really
some.
want to try it.
Get in here, Mike Marr.
So you have the original Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah, I've got the red Kool-Aid.
That's probably the one.
He has the tropical punch.
Yeah, this is probably the one
JP
you
has
want.
the OG red, and then Jason has grape.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna start with cakes, but I think I will try them all.
Come in and get some. Get some
I can't
pupatella for
believe-
lunch and
I
your
just
dessert.
can't believe these are going for $20. These jars. They're
I don't know.
Now they're bigger. They're bigger
Yeah,
jars.
bigger. Yeah.
I'm
pineapple
with you,
than 'em.
Cakes. I didn't know you could buy pineapple spears.
Didn't know that was a thing. Valdez was just emasculating me during the break because I told him I didn't really know how to
Cake said he didn't know how to
properly
cut
up
a pineapple.
Like, it's not a thing that I grew up. I didn't have pineapple all the time in my house. I'm not rich, So
I live in Maui.
I feel like pineapple is like it's a higher tier fruit. Most people don't just have pineapple floating around their house. It's like a
Usually not.
special occasion fruit.
Mike Moore is going to dive into it.
So what the kids are doing on the internet is they're trying the juice first, and then they're going in on the pineapple.
I got the best juice.
Yeah.
Do that first.
Juice. What do you think?
That'd be tough.
I think it's gas, but yes. Thank you.
I don't know what he just said. What did he just say? I don't. That has to be some 25-year-old jargon that I'm way.
All right, now
too-
we're about to try the pineapple. Now it's
Yeah.
the real star of the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I have been patiently waiting for 2 weeks to try this.
Okay. There you go. Mike Marr. Kool-Aid pineapple.
just making a big old mess. Just I mean, Eric Bickle's not here, but still a mess being made. In
Please
his
spill
spot.
someone on his chair. What are you thinking?
That big guy.
That big guy.
No, it's really good. It's really good. It was worth the wait. I give it 10 out of 10.
All right.
Good stuff, Valdez.
Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Blessed hands.
Yep.
Yeah,
Blessed hands.
blessed hands.
I didn't know that was a saying, but now we know. Now we know that's a thing.
He
All right,
likes
so
it.
Mike
Mike
Marr's
likes
going to
it.
continue eating his
Mike's
Kool-Aid
gonna finish the whole
pineapple.
thing.
When we come back, we're going to tell you who's fading the Commanders this upcoming season in the NFL for 2026. We'll give you the skinny on that next. So Jordan DeJohnny put out an article on CBSSports.com where he's examining and predicting the over-under season win totals for 2026 for the NFC East. So we'll go through all of the NFC East competitors of the Commanders before we get to his pick on the Commanders. So he has the Cowboys over-under at 9.5, and he's going to bet over the 9.5 wins for the Cowboys. He feels like the additions they made to their defense with guys like Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence in the draft and Rashawn Gary. I can't remember if he was a trade or a free agent signing, but his addition should help that defense maybe be like a top 10 or top 12-ish defense. So he is going to go over the 9.5 total for the Cowboys.
And the Cowboys open up with 2 division rivals as well. They've got to start in New York and against the Giants. And, of course, they play the Washington Commanders in week 2.
Yep, so that brings us to the New York Giants. The over-under posted total for them is 7.5. He says there's reason for optimism in New York, but let's keep things in perspective. The Giants have won 8 games in a season just once since 2016. Landing a Super Bowl winning head coach like John Harbaugh is great, but I'm not sure the Giants are going to be some kind of sleeper in 2026. So for those reasons and more, he is going under.
Think about
7.5 wins for the Giants.
Think about this starting schedule for the Giants, though. Okay, open up at home with the Cowboys.
Okay, tough,
but they can win that game. Then they got to go to the Rams.
Yep,
very difficult. Then they get the Titans and Cardinals back to back at home.
Okay, that's a nice soft touch at home for them. Then back to back weeks,
right? Then they come here, and then they have the Saints at home. So they've got the Titans, Cardinals, Saints at home in the first 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, they could lose to any of those teams, if not all, but they could also beat those teams.
2 of those 3 teams are going to be semi-competitive in the Titans if they can take a step in year 2 under Cam Ward. And the Saints were kind of feisty at the end with Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying at home.
Yeah,
you'd rather face them than go on the road.
But DeJohnny has them under 7.5 wins. That brings us to the Eagles. Their current over/under is 10.5. He said the Eagles are one of the toughest teams to figure out this season. I think they have a ceiling of Super Bowl champions and a basement of a losing team. So he has the Eagles as under 10.5 wins.
That's surprising.
So he would bet them under. So that brings us to the Washington Commanders. Over/under is 7.5. He says the Washington Commanders getting back to the NFC Championship game is not as simple as keeping Jaden Daniels healthy. Don't overlook the fact that Washington had what was statistically the worst defense in the NFL last season with 384 yards of total offense surrendered per game.
Yep.
Adam Peters brought in Odafe Oweh and Kalavon Chason to rush the passer and drafted Sonny Styles in the first round, but I'm concerned about the secondary and wonder if it can keep up with all of the weapons the NFC East has to offer. He also goes on to say, I think the Commanders could start 0-4 this season. We know the schedule. They play at the Eagles, at the Cowboys, versus the Seahawks, and then get Daniel Jones and the Colts in London.
But the Eagles, he's got the Eagles under, so it's not like they're a juggernaut according to him. So it's a little surprising that he's going to go under the 7.5.
Yeah, he says that's not an easy start. I'll take the under at plus money as Washington has hit the under on its preseason win total 4 of the last 5 seasons. He closes by saying, we'll see if Daniels can stay healthy. Under 7.5 wins is his prediction.
Well, if Daniels is going to miss half the year, I would probably agree. But I just think if he's out there, they're going to win more than 7 games.
If you just eliminate...
And I don't think there's a chance they're going 0-4 to start the year.
I don't think that's going to happen.
If you eliminate Jaden Daniels from the equation...
Yep.
And let's just talk about the rest of the units. The offense... I think the worst you could say about the offense compared to last season is it's a push.
Right.
I would probably say it's a little bit better. You hope it's a little bit better than last year. Offensive line is kind of coming back intact. Made a couple little moves at the running back position. You add Chig, you lose Ertz. I would probably say slightly better overall as a unit. And then you add Jaden Daniels, if he's healthy, way better. And then defensively, you can't get worse.
And they've
made
so
all
many
these different
pieces.
additions.
Yeah.
Sonny Styles has to prove it. He has to prove it. We talked about guys that are first-round busts, so he's going to have to prove it. But they added speed and youth, which clearly they were missing last year. They needed to get younger and faster, and that's what they did on defense. So on paper, they should be better.
If Washington did start 0-4, like this guy is kind of predicting, it's going to be a disastrous year. Disastrous year. And maybe you could see major changes above. I don't think they're going to go 0-4. I think maybe 2-2. And then they've got a nice little kind of a break within the schedule in the kind of the middle of the season. And then we'll see how the end of the season plays out with the Falcons, the Vikings, the Jags, and the Cowboys. But like you said, and we've said it 5 billion times, if Jaden's healthy for the majority of the season, I think that they are at minimum an 8-win team, if not higher.
Now, when he was on the field last year, to be fair, he didn't have a winning record.
No, you're right.
They weren't winning games with Jaden under center, but
no, he wasn't good.
I think that they've surrounded him with better pieces, and then the defense should be much better. And we'll see what David Blau's what is David Blau's offense will mean to the defense. Somebody tweeted us and was saying about our discussion that we weren't factoring in that the under center should actually help the defense.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't really thought of it that way, but maybe you get more time of possession, so they're more well-rested.
I just don't see this team winning 7 games because I just think they made so many upgrades. It's all on paper. We don't know how they're going to work out on the field together. 2 new coordinators, rookie coordinators, that could be an issue too. So I can see why people would question that. But I just, with all the additions they made.
What's the lowest amount of wins you could see for this team? So they won 5 last year.
Jaden plays the year?
It's an unknown.
Okay, well, I'd say 5 then.
Right.
But I think if Jaden's out there, look, if you take the starting quarterback off of most teams, they're going to win 5 or 6 games, if not less.
If Jaden stays healthy, I feel like their floor is 7 wins. Their floor.
I agree with that.
I think that's a good solid number.
But they need to go to the playoffs.
A playoff.
If Jaden's out
would be
there,
nice.
if Jaden's out there and they miss the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of questions.
But the NFC's stacked, right? You're going to start with Seattle and the Rams.
Okay.
1-2. All the teams in the North are good.
Mm-hmm.
All of them, right? So Detroit, Chicago, Green Bay, they're all going to be knocking on the door for playoffs.
Probably.
And then we mentioned the Eagles and Cowboys. There's only so many spots for the playoffs. It's going to be a battle for them to make the playoffs. The NFC
it's not going to be easy.
It's not a lightweight conference.
It's not going to be easy, but they need to make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, look, if they go 10-7 and miss the playoffs, something kind of fluky.
Give me your
then that's fine.
That's acceptable.
Give me your
But
locks right
But
now.
if they have a losing record and obviously miss the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of questions and maybe some major changes.
Give me your locks right now for playoff spots.
I don't know. Locks? Who knows?
I mean, I think there are a few locks. I would lock up the Rams.
I mean, if all the quarterbacks are out there, yeah, Seattle and the Rams are in. I would say San Francisco, if they stay healthy, they're probably in. I don't know about the
that's
NFC
3
South.
teams from the NFC West already in. That's It's getting crowded
So
already.
just give you one team from the NFC
All
South.
3 of those teams won at least 12 games
So
last
that's
year.
4. And then let's just give you one from NFC North, which is going to be uber competitive.
All right, well, maybe
So-
one of those teams doesn't play as well as last year. So let's just say 2 from the NFC West.
Okay.
I don't know which 2.
So the Rams and Seahawks.
I would probably say 1 from the South.
So that's
the
3.
The division winner.
Right. 3. Lock it up.
But maybe another team plays well. Maybe 2 from the North.
Okay, so then there's 2 spots
And then
coming
there's
out
2.
of the East.
There's 2 spots.
It's going to be tough.
Of course,
because
it's gonna
even
be
though
tough.
some people expect the Eagles to drop off, and I agree with them, I mean, you don't really know because was last year an anomaly for Saquon Barkley? Will he return to form from 2 years ago?
Right.
What is the impact of no A.J. Brown in Philadelphia?
Yep.
But you can still kind of expect them to make the playoffs at least.
But it's easy to look at last year's standings and go, okay, they were good last year.
Right.
They're going to be in
We
the playoffs.
always fall into that trap.
You fall into that trap.
And you know that they're
and there's
gonna
going to be a
tease-
totally different look in the playoffs.
Yeah,
It
I
just
could
is.
see the Bears sliding back, like the Bears, jumped all the way to 11-6 with Ben Johnson. They
Right.
could take a step back.
Yeah.
Remember, they pulled out games last year.
So I don't know. I mean, some of these teams that had really good years last year, I mean,
plus Madden curse,
they could lose key guys early in the season, and their season changes drastically.
When are we going to start hearing like players' Madden ratings for 2026? Drab, I consider you an expert in this field.
Madden ratings?
Yeah, people are going to be upset about like
July.
July, okay. People are going to be upset that Jaden Daniels' Madden rating isn't at a certain level, or
when
Caleb's-
training camp starts, they usually unveil it.
Okay, so in about a month and a half.
Do we know who's on the cover?
Caleb.
Caleb, yeah.
Oh, Caleb. Oh, so he's done.
That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah,
Step back.
He's done.
That's you know what? That's good for the Commanders' playoff chances.
That's right.
If the Bears take a step back and are disappointing, that would be great.
It's Caleb's kind of jump man pose, right?
Yeah.
That he did in the Packers game, I think.
Is he still trying to get the Iceman? Like, is he still doing that bit?
Has he got a legal battle with George Gervin?
I mean, I would think he probably does.
Yeah.
If it's
sure he is.
trademarked.
But, Dallas added a lot of pieces too.
Yeah.
They had a bad year last year, just like Washington, but they added a lot of pieces, especially on the defensive side. And a lot of these, these writers are saying, well, they added so many pieces, they can only get better. Well, I think you kind of have to say the same thing about Washington. They added so many pieces, especially on the defense.
I mean, they completely revamped their linebacker room. They knew they were old and slow at linebackers. So they drafted Sonny Styles and they signed Leo Chenal away from Kansas City.
Yeah.
They've got two super freak athletes in the linebacking spot at this point.
I'm sorry, I'm going to bet on Harbaugh too.
You're going to bet on the Giants to do what? Make the playoffs?
Big improvement.
Does that mean make the playoffs?
Not necessarily make the playoffs.
I'll bet you right now they don't make the playoffs.
No, but I would bet at least a 3-win jump. They were 4 wins last year.
Kind of want to bet. Would you take who wins more games bet, Commanders or the Giants?
No.
I thought you said you'd bet on Harbaugh and the Giants.
I do bet on Harbaugh to make them better, but they were worse than the Commanders
Giants
last year.
Season total? Was it 6.5?
7.5.
7.5. So it's the same. Same as Washington's.
Yes.
They were 4-13 a year ago.
4-13. Yes.
So I expect them to be better. Yes, because Harbaugh is a winner. And what they have 2 draft picks in the top 10.
Yes.
But I don't know the deal with Neighbors and Scatterby. They got a lot of guys coming back from injuries.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart got injured a bunch last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet you right now the Giants don't win 8 games. You want to take that bet?
He doesn't think they're going to win 8.
No,
I said type it up the Giants on Harbaugh and he won't bet on it.
I said 3 or more. I established the first number.
So 7 is the number?
Yeah. 7.
Still under the season total.
At least a 3-win improvement is what I said.
You know what? We're at an impasse. We're right.
It's fine with
We're
me.
right on the number right now.
You were the one that was upset with what I said. I said the 3-win improvement.
I mean, I'm not upset. Do I appear upset?
I think the first half of the schedule for the Giants is manageable. So if they I don't, like I said, it comes down to health of your key players. So if Neighbors and Scatterby come back, and I think it's manageable. There aren't a ton of tough outs in the first 8.
I'd be worried about Neighbors, especially with them going on a spree of signing just a bunch of old wideouts to their roster. Guys like Odell Beckham, Juju, like that. If I were a Giants fan, I'd be worried about that. There would be at least slight levels of concern.
They drafted Arvell Reese from Ohio State, and they got the big offensive tackle from Miami in the first round.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Trying to improve in the trenches. Sounds like a Harbaugh thing.
Maybe John Harbaugh will be a dud in New York. I wouldn't expect it.
Well, I mean, it's all about Jackson Dart. Is Jackson Dart going to be a guy who can, lead a team week in, week out and stay out of the blue medical tent? Or is he going to keep playing recklessly and diving head first and, getting injured every week?
But they added 14 new guys on the first and second team depth chart on defense.
Right.
14.
The Commanders or the
Giants?
Okay.
So just like the Commanders added a bunch, the Cowboys added a bunch. So 3 of those 4 teams added a ton of new players on the defense.
I mean, you look at his 18 years as the head coach of the Ravens. Not too many losing seasons.
Oh, I think it's a clear upgrade there. No doubt about that. Just kind of depends on Jackson Dart and if he gets better. and stays on the field.
So the Ravens were 8-9 last year. They were 8-9 in 2021, 5-11 in 2015. I think that's it for losing seasons for him.
800-636-1067 is the number if you want to weigh in on Jordan Dajani of CBSSports.com's prediction that the Commanders go under the 7.5 win total for the 2026 season. You're welcome to do that at 800-636-1067. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan. Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yep, that usually does not end well. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan? That is a rookie mistake. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients like you plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks, just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. So at 8 o'clock, we tried Valdez's Kool-Aid pineapples that he put together when he went to the grocery store yesterday. He's got blessed hands. They were delicious. Now, they were so sugar-laden, you can't eat a bunch of them, but we enjoyed trying those at 8 o'clock. So that's a viral trend. Something else is a viral trend. Is something the boys were just hooping and hollering in the producer studio during the break. Do you guys know about 82-0? The sim. The 82-0 sim.
No.
Valdez, can you get on and explain exactly what it is, how it works, and how it's sweeping Twitter right now?
Well, Mar came in and challenged us today because he got an 82-0 last night.
Yeah.
And what you're doing is it's randomizing a team and an era, and you have to select a player at a position.
Okay.
And you assemble a 5-person team with all of the positions from different teams in different eras.
Yeah.
And your goal is for it to simulate an NBA season and go 82-0.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. It's kind of
I've seen that.
intriguing.
So like it'll randomly go Hawks. Now you pick your Hawk.
You got to pick the era. So it can be like the 90s. It can be the 2020s.
I
it can
pick
be
whatever
in the
era.
I
early
don't think I
2000s.
saw. I didn't know it was just era, but like Hawks, you'd go. You might start.
Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah, but you have to. It has to land. The randomizer has to land on the era for you to take Dominique.
Oh, okay.
You can't just take Dominique if it
Got
comes
it.
up the Hawk.
Okay, so
You're going to get Atlanta Hawks 1960s.
well, I don't even know that I can.
All right, here.
How could I name a Hawk from the 60s? I mean, should I be able to name a Hawk that played in the 60s?
Well, you would have a list in front of you.
Okay, yeah, I would need that help. I would need that crutch.
I believe Bob Pettit might be the name you're looking for.
Okay. I mean, I've heard that name before. I wouldn't have been
But
able to
then
tell you. Played on
boom,
the
it'll
Hawks.
go Lakers 2000s, and then you add Shaq.
But it's not just about drafting the superstars. This is what Draven Valdez failed to understand this morning. It's about drafting the right team that plays together, chemistry. Tyrese Halliburton tweeted last night he retired. He was like, I'm not playing this game ever again because he drafted LeBron, Kobe, Michael Jordan, Larry
Yeah.
Bird, and Moses Malone. Did not go 82-0.
I just did a spin and I randomly got assigned the LA Lakers of the 70s. And the options are I could take Jerry West, I could take Kareem, I could take Gail Goodrich, Elgin Baylor. I mean, these studs, Adrian Dantley, Wilt Chamberlain, Jamal Wilkes. I don't know much about Lucius Allen, but I guess he was a stud.
Right, but if you start with Kareem,
Yeah.
okay, you've got your center.
Yeah.
But then you might be upset if you get another team that their best player is a center, and you're gonna have to settle for a different position. So there's some strategy involved.
Let's see. Let me spin.
See, everybody's getting into it. This is going to distract us for the rest of today's show.
All right.
Just to let everybody know.
Philadelphia from the 2000s. Embiid, Harden, Maxey, Lewis King, Tobias Harris, Paul George, VJ,
What
Ben
decade?
Simmons from 2000s, it says.
No, 20s.
That would be the
probably.
2020s.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2020s. Not 2000. Yeah, you're right. 2020s.
I was gonna put VJ Edgecombe in there.
So you can also
2020s.
respin. You also can respin the team once and the arrow once. So if you think, oh, these guys are all nubbers, or you have somebody in mind that you want, you can do one respin.
I'm going to do it again.
But I would
See,
take
you're in.
what Valdez says with a grain of salt because he is not Mr. 82-0.
It's true.
He hasn't done it yet.
I
so.
put together a 3-loss team on my first try, and I got no, this is gonna be-
79-3.
Yeah, I got
Who was on your team?
I can't remember. It was the first. I've done.
I heard
I've done
you
100.
screaming about Shaq and Karl Malone.
I couldn't believe it. My last one, I had Shaq, Karl Malone, Michael Jordan. Who was my point? James Harden, and I forget who else. But my team was loaded, and they lost 6 games.
Cakes, are you doing this right now as we speak?
I might be.
Okay. Are we gonna have a competition?
Oh, I had a Nubs team. My team went 70-12.
70-12.
My team
All right.
stinks.
Can we put up
Who's
a dollar?
on your team?
My team was Penny Hardaway, Cade Cunningham, Vince Carter, Karl Malone, and Kareem. That sounds like a pretty good team. Maybe 70 wins is their ceiling. Who knows? Maybe that's all they can muster is 70 dubs. You know what? This game is addictive. I can tell I'll be doing this.
You're going to do this when you get up, right before you go and take a nap.
What is the website?
It's
82-0.
82-0.com.
82-0.com.
Yeah.
All right, Jason, you want to bet $1? Who gets the better team?
You do it with Dum Dum over here.
Cakes, can I beat your
Sure.
72?
70 wins. Pedestrian.
70 wins?
It's a pedestrian number.
All right.
It's not very impressive.
82 -0 challenge?
Yes.com. All right, while you're doing that, you can go through that. Did you guys see the fallout from game 1 of the finals last night in San Antonio, where the cast, which includes Shaq and Charles Barkley, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, I believe, are on the desk.
Yes.
They have a desk that's too small for the 4 guys that are sitting there because Shaq is on one end.
He's massive.
Barkley's on the other.
Yep.
And they're so big and the desk is so puny that both Chuck Barkley and Shaq, their legs are sticking out from each end of the desk.
Don't they
And it
use the
looks
same
terrible.
desk all the time?
I don't know, but it looks terrible. Like it looks like something we would have done at BCTV with no budget back in the late 90s. Like they're on ABC. Like shouldn't they have
A bigger desk?
that covers up their legs?
That's a good question.
It goes from end to end and they can all fit underneath comfortably.
I would think they would use the same size desk at every arena that they go
I don't
to.
know. Maybe they had limited space and just didn't have a big enough
So you
desk.
could see Shaq's left. So he was on the right. So you
I think
could
it
see
was Shaq's right leg
left,
and Chuck Barkley's left leg.
Oh, okay.
On the other end, sticking out
Those are
of the desk.
And Kenny Smith's just tiny.
Yeah, but he's still like probably 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, but compared to
He's not a
those
small
guys, but he's thin.
Yeah,
He's not wide.
I mean, it's just a bad look.
It was a bad look.
Can you spend a little extra dough on your desk to cover up the giants that you have doing the halftime show?
What'd you think about Legler? I think Legler's pretty good. I mean, Richard Jefferson.
I didn't have any audio, so I couldn't process what Legler was saying.
Yeah.
Is this like during halftime or?
No, they called the game.
Oh, so he was calling. Yeah, I didn't hear the call until the very end.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw that Jalen Brunson, by the way,
we haven't had legs on the show in forever.
If you didn't see the end of the game, as soon as the game was over, Jalen Brunson went over to Scott Foster, the lead ref, and had words with him. And I guess he must have had beef with. It looked like one of the fans, like in the one of the first rows of the San Antonio arena,
talking smack.
And he was chirping a little bit. A teammate had to kind of come over and get in between him and stop him from talking to whoever he was in the crowd. So I don't know.
By the way, Scott Foster.
What led to that?
You know, Scott Foster's a local guy.
Didn't he go to Magruder High School? I'm 99% sure he did.
I think he's definitely from Montgomery County.
I think he's a Magruder fighting colonel.
Yeah.
I believe
And
Scott
I believe
Foster.
this is his 18th NBA Finals.
The Knicks have won their last 10 games when Scott Foster has been the referee.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So insider nugget.
Ah, very nice.
I think Curtis Blair, my boy Curtis Blair, will be going for maybe they'll wait until he goes to New York. They go back to New York.
Okay.
But I think they use there's 12 referees that they use, so they kind of rotate them. But yeah, Scott Foster, local, and Curtis Blair will be making his first NBA Finals as an NBA ref.
Very cool.
I did know that they did Charles Barkley, you know what he's known for with San Antonio, right?
Didn't he say back in the day that San Antonio has bigger women?
Yes.
Yeah, that was kind of his claim to
So
fame.
they had the mayor of San Antonio show up, who's a female, and kind of busted Charles's chops a little bit.
Didn't I also see a picture of Charles posing with the women with the busties that were featured in one of the, I think it was in the San Antonio OKC series that they were featured prominently on one of the broadcasts.
Yeah,
they were in the screenshots, and I think I saw a pic of Chuck yucking it up with them after the game.
Didn't see that.
Yeah. Are you assembling your team as you speak?
I am.
JP?
It's going to be a Nubs team.
Yeah.
Why? Who?
I just got the Wizards or the Bullets of the '80s,
Okay.
but I've already slid into center, so I can't go with. I wanted to put Elvin Hayes as my power forward.
who
It
are you
won't
gonna
let me do it.
Who are you going to take off that powerhouse Bullets team from the 80s? who are your options?
I might go Bernard King.
I kind of like that. I don't hate it.
They're not letting me slide him into the position that I'd like.
Yeah, it sounds like you're struggling to formulate your team over there. Doesn't sound like you're going to go 82-0 like Mike Marr. I don't think that's going to be the case.
And Drab.
Oh, and
Yeah, I'm at 82-0.
Oh, you had an 82-0 season?
Took me a while. You got to learn the game a little bit. You can't just pick all guys that score 28 points a game.
It's all about team building.
Yeah. There's a bunch of categories you got to fill out there.
Okay.
Can't forget steals and blocks.
Hey, you know what? I'm guessing you didn't go 82-0 in your first spin. I bet it took a while.
79-3.
79-3 your first go round?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Beginner's luck.
It's not bad. Let's hope JP doesn't go 79-3.
I don't know, Cakes. I think I might be handing you some cash.
Yeah, whole
I'm having to go with Jeff Malone.
A whole dollar I could get. All right, let's sneak in a call. It is Open Line Thursday, 800-636-1067. Feel like we've been disrespecting callers just a tad today. Let's go to Chris in Upper Marlboro. Chris, you're on with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I heard a crazy stat that confirmed that it was true. Have you heard this stat about Jaromir Jagr?
You'd have to tell us what the stat is. I'm pretty sure
Okay,
I haven't heard
all right.
it.
So he played for 24 seasons with like 6 or 7, 8 teams, whatever.
Yeah.
But there has been a person who has been in the Stanley Cup Finals that was on his team for the last 46 years. So in his rookie year, he played with Brian Trottier, who won 4 cups with the Islanders.
All right.
This year, Rasmus Anderson, I think, who played for Calgary with him, plays for the Vegas Golden Knights. So for the last 46 years, there has been somebody in the Stanley Cup Finals who ultimately was on or has since been on a team with Jaromir Jagr.
Okay, that's an interesting nugget, but here's the problem. I hate Jaromir Jagr with the burning intensity of 1,000 Suns. One, because he was a Pittsburgh Penguin for so long and tormented the Capitals. And then when he came to the Capitals, he was a dog and didn't do anything for the Washington Capitals. So I hate that guy's guts. I'll hate him forever, actually. So good nugget, but not a guy that I'm a big fan of or ever will be a fan of. 800-636-1067 is the number. It's an Open Line Thursday with the Junks. You could talk about whatever you want. You could talk about the Nats getting swept by the Marlins. You could talk about Commanders OTAs. You can talk NBA Finals. You can talk Stanley Cup
there's your
Final.
dollar.
JP did not go better than 70-12. What was your team's record?
57-25.
He's got the worst
I've seen.
worst squad of all time by JP.
I mean, luck of the draw. I went with Derrick Rose, Jeff Malone from the Bullets.
Yeah.
I did get Dominique.
Okay.
But then I had to go with a power forward from Portland.
Yeah.
I go with Mo Lucas. He was a good player. And with the Sixers, Joel Embiid.
Yeah. You know what?
Probably only plays in half the
You
games.
need to take another spin, try to improve that record. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? The Nationals got swept at home by the Miami Marlins after dropping the series finale 4-1. Miami had lost 5 straight entering this series, but for some reason, the Nats just can't beat them. They've now gone 1-5 against the Marlins over the last month. In this series, the Nats only scored 7 runs in 3 games. But they're heading out west for 2 series, and they get an off day today to reset. The New York Knicks have a 1-0 lead in the 2026 NBA Finals. Led by star guard Jalen Brunson, the Knicks used a late surge to upset the Spurs 105-95 for their 12th consecutive win in these playoffs. New York trailed by as many as 14 points in the third quarter and was down by 1 with 2 minutes left when Brunson hit a corner 3-pointer that gave the Knicks the lead for good. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. That's 22 years by my radio math. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So during the break, I saw this video.
By the way, the best I had done so far is 75-7.
I ran another sim, and my team, the second team, came in at 62-20. So I'm going backwards. I think I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop at 2 because it's just going to get worse.
What
and
was
worse.
your best? 62?
No, I might have had like 70-12. I lost 8 wins with my second team.
Oh, 78-4.
It's pretty good. You're actually pretty good at this.
We're addicted.
78-4. Gail Goodrich, James Harden, MJ, Truck Robinson. I had to go with Truck Robinson back in the day. And Hakeem.
Very nice. All right, so game 1 was last night of the NBA Finals. The Spurs fall to the Knicks. Knicks get a big road win in game 1. And I found this video. It looks real. This guy tweeted, Charles Barkley seen so much fat people in San Antonio, it motivated him to work out. So there's a video of Charles Barkley walking on the Riverwalk in San Antonio, which is so vastly overrated.
Yeah, you've been there.
It's every chain restaurant you've ever seen known to man.
Did you live in San Antonio or live in Houston?
I lived in Houston for a summer where I sold cotton candy.
Right.
Went to San Antonio for my daughter's gymnastics competition.
Ah, that's right.
The Riverwalk, massively overrated. The Alamo is terrible. San Antonio is...
Can you imagine living there?
And it's hot. It's as hot as the surface of the sun.
Correct.
So there's a quick video of Charles Barkley walking on the Riverwalk, and it's pretty empty. It must be early in the day. And he walks underneath a bridge overpass. And when he gets underneath the bridge overpass, he grabs I don't know if it's just like a chair that you would have like for an outdoor restaurant. And he takes the chair and lifts it over his head, and he bench presses it. He shoulder presses it like 5 times as part of his fitness routine, as part of his fitness walk in San Antonio. Just like it's a normal thing to do. It's just a weird video.
Very strange.
It's
how long does he do it? How long does he walk?
The video is only like 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So it's just him walking, and then it splices to him, shoulder pressing a chair over his head 4 or 5 times. Hey, you know what? He's using whatever's available to him to get his workout in.
That's funny.
So I guess we should be commending him instead of goofing on him. He's just trying to get in better shape. I just found it to be kind of funny. 800-636-1067 is the number. It is an open line Thursday. Let's go to, this is the guy calling in from the longest distance, maybe of all time. Let's go to Don calling from.
Hold on, don't tell me.
Okay. All right. Before I go to him, I want your guess. Do you want any hints?
I'm just going to say Japan.
I was going to give you the hint of Asia.
Yeah. So it's not Japan.
It's close. I don't know how
Korea?
technical.
Korea?
How about
South Korea?
You ever hear of Hong Kong?
Okay.
It's a pretty long way away. Let's go to Don calling from Hong Kong.
What's up?
Cakes. I was psyched to hear on the China talk earlier this week. Li Nings are silly. You guys don't understand.
Li Nings are silly?
Yeah, Li Nings are silly.
Really?
So I bought Li Nings a couple of years ago just because I want to be different. But then I started wearing the Li Ning shadows. They are silly. I only exclusively wear Li Nings to run now.
Really? So
Li Ning-
how much does a pair of Li Ning running shoes, how much does that set you back?
Hong Kong, you got to pay the Hong Kong tax. Hong Kong, one of the most expensive cities in the world. But fortunately, I go to mainland China several times a month for work. So Hong Kong, you're paying $100 US.
All right, I'm going to ask you a dumb. I'm going to interrupt you here. I should know this. I'm going to sound dumb when I ask this, but I don't care. Is Hong Kong on Taiwan?
Hong Kong is not
it's
at
China.
all on Taiwan.
It's
0%.
It's China.
Okay, that's why I said it was going to be dumb, and I
No,
did preface it.
It's a little island off the coast of southeast China. But you still need a passport to pass from Hong Kong to China. And people who live in China can't just roll up to Hong Kong. Americans don't need any kind of visa to come to Hong Kong. You're just in. Everything's English. Frankly, it's the silly version of China.
All right, let me ask you. I have to ask you another question. I have to ask another question now. How close is Macau to Hong Kong, if close at all? Macau's the big gambling capital of China.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent question. By helicopter, it's about 12, 15 minutes, but they built the world's longest bridge about 5 years ago. It's 60 miles long, or maybe 60 kilometers, who knows.
They got to get the gamblers
door to
out
door,
there. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 hour by van. If you're a degenerate, they'll send some luxury van.
I'm guessing right now in Hong Kong it is midnight.
It is 9:08 p.m., 12 hours. It's easy with this time.
It's only 12.
Daylight savings. Just flip it.
Oh, it's only 12. Okay.
Only 9. 9:08.
We're learning
9:08.
a lot about
But
Hong
hey,
Kong today.
JP was asking, how does China have billionaires? There's so many billionaires. It's the second most billionaires in the world. And it's so easy to have a private business. They have state-owned enterprises run by the government and all that. But the company that I work for was started by a guy, dirt poor, and then he swam to Hong Kong and then just started a business and grew it. There's so many billionaires over here. Everywhere you look.
I know. I admitted that I probably need to go to third grade level government explanation that it's a communist country, but you can have capitalism within communism.
Yeah, it's all words when it comes to that. These people like money just like any other people, so naturally it goes to capitalism. One last point. Eric was talking about the slave labor. Eric, you don't know how silly Chinese factories are. Because my company has factories in Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh. Those are the nubs factories. China is silly factories only. Really? They got cars lifting off the ground. If you only saw the cars that you can buy here for $25,000, all just silly.
Yeah, what's your response, EB? What's your response to that?
Right. What's the
EB's not here the last few days. That's
how long have you been? How long have you been in Hong Kong?
3 years.
3 years. So how often do you get back here?
4 times a year. Quarterly business trips, and I see family and stuff during the trips.
Were you the guy that sent us a picture after the Commanders beat the Lions?
No, I did call in after the Commanders beat. So this isn't Don from Hong Kong's first appearance on the show. I called in, but no picture.
Got you.
So how long do you envision yourself living in Hong Kong?
Oh, I pulled a Bickle, which is marrying a Cantonese woman. So now I have kids born in Hong Kong. I'm a long-time Hong Konger. They got to really.
Oh, you're a lifer there. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they got to make it tough.
All right.
Hong Kong.
Otherwise, I'm staying.
How tall are you?
Well, they say over here 193 centimeters, but that's 6'4".
Oh, you tower over everybody there.
Yeah.
190 centimeters.
You're a hoopster.
Yeah, baller.
I was playing pickup hoops last night, actually, over at the Hong Kong International School over here, and they had a guy from the Hong Kong Olympic team, this guy who played Division I for Rice University, Oliver Shu. He was destroying me. But he brought a Congolese guy who's on his Chinese pro team.
Yeah.
And the guy was, 6'8", 6'9".
Just
I'm
swatting
destroyed
shots
today.
everywhere.
Well, when you're 6'4" in Hong Kong, you got to be a big man.
Yeah.
And I'm being a big man against a giant 6'9" African guy who's just doing work on me for 2.5 hours. So I'm a little beat up.
Yeah,
today.
you're beat up today. Yeah. That's going to happen.
Yeah. All right. Congrats on the 30 years. Love listening to you guys. I listen forever.
Thank you, Don Kong. You're definitely
Don
listening
Kong.
on the Odyssey app.
Don
I'm
Kong.
listening on the Odyssey app. I won't say anything bad about the Odyssey app. We love the Odyssey app.
There you go. That's the way it's done. Thank you, Don.
Thanks
Don
for calling
Kong. I'm feeling Don Kong.
Thanks for calling, bro. That's fun.
I guess it was kind of dumb asking if Hong Kong was part of Taiwan. I just thought it was. Clearly, I'm wrong.
I assume he's fluent in speaking whatever language he speaks over there.
Cantonese.
Yeah, he's probably fluent.
I would assume so. All right, let's go to Keith in Gaithersburg. What's up, Keith? You're on with the Junks. Good morning. Gaithersburg, not as
Junks,
exotic
good
as
morning.
Hong Kong.
Yeah. What's up?
No. Fellow Stag here, class 2014. EB's brother is actually my band teacher back in the day too.
Gotcha.
Which is on, yeah.
Gotcha. One to Matha.
I heard you guys. Yeah, heard you guys talk
Let you
about
play out of
82
tune.
and
You might
0.
get straight A's.
Hey, man.
Does he brag about his near hole in one?
Heard you guys talk about 82 and 0 earlier. There's football one too, 20-0.
Oh, let's get on
20-0,
that.
yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to
I'm
do
getting,
that.
I'm getting aroused all of a sudden.
You got to do six offensive players first, and then 6 defensive players first. Same concept like teams over. I think this is a span of 5 years instead of a decade. But you get like the best stat from a player for a certain year over that span of 5 years. So, like Terry McLaurin, 2020, like his year, and then you got to go 20 and 0. I did it once, but it's harder than 82 and 0 in my opinion.
So it's 20-0.com.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
can
we'll
it be
check
that
out.
hard to do 82 and 0? We got 2 guys behind the class and did it in the last 10 minutes. It can't be that hard. No, I'm clearly jealous because I can't even get close to 82 and 0.
I've peaked at 75.
Peaked at 75.
My best is 78.
Yeah.
78 and 4.
All I can get is 70 dubs. Now I'm just getting worse and worse.
But I'm going to keep trying.
I'm deteriorating. All right, let's go to Pat. Wants to talk about Ayuk. 800-636-1067. It is an open line Thursday here on the Junks. What's up, Pat?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
What's
buddy?
up, Patrick?
What's up, bro?
Hey, man. Hey, I'd just like to move on from him, and I'd sign Diggs because I like to have, we don't need Ayuk, man. We don't need a receiver that goes is faster off the field than he is on the field. You know what I mean? And
But you would want Diggs.
yeah, I would definitely take a shot at Diggs because I think, man, he's from this area, and I think he would come out and ball out for the Commanders, man, being that he's a hometown kid. And
well, not even
hey,
the home. Thank you, Pat. Thanks for the call. Not even the hometown thing. He's hyper
He's
productive.
productive when he's out there.
Look what he did for the Patriots last year.
Yep.
Like
You're right.
I
I know
feel like
you
he-
want him. I would rather have him than Ayuk.
I feel like it would be a smart signing for the Commanders. I mean, if you had a McLaurin and Diggs 1-2 punch, and then you got the other guys to fill in spots 3 through 6, I love that.
Yeah.
And you can probably get Diggs. I don't know. You're probably going to pay north of $10 million a season for him at this point because he can still get it done. But Commanders, last time I checked, they have ample salary cap money.
I think
it's not like you have to sign him to a multiple year deal.
I think I saw on Kalshi that that the Commanders were the favorite for Diggs.
Okay. That would be
Did
great.
you see that, Matt? Did you see that with Diggs on Kalshi that he was the favorite to go there?
No, but I know he's up there. I mean,
Yeah.
the Raiders and a couple other teams have been mentioned.
I've heard Commanders, Raiders. I've heard Ravens are
Yeah,
all.
I saw Ravens too.
Are
yeah.
all in the mix.
I saw Debo
as one of the
possibly.
favorites.
I saw Debo possibly to the Ravens too.
I'm sure they could use him. I'm sure.
But look,
Lamar would love to have Debo to throw the ball to.
Yeah, it's early June. I
Yep.
mean, stuff's going to start happening here in the next few weeks.
Yep. Coming up at 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan when their tour comes to Nationals Park this summer. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets. It's coming up at 9:45 this morning.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts on the green. Need more ideas this Father's Day? They've also got gift cards in any amount, plus they have their online gift guide. You can check that out at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Believe this is Jimmy Eat World, Valdez. I'm 99% sure they're going to be at Warped Tour. So I will be seeing them live, not this weekend, next weekend.
Is Jimmy Eat World from Arizona?
Pretty sure you're right. I think they're from Phoenix. It's a good call.
They're pretty good.
You know your band origin sites.
Nah, not a lot. I just didn't know. I knew them.
I appreciate that about you, Jason. You know your music. You know your bands. You know where
sure
people
I'm
are from.
right. Can I make sure I'm correct?
Unlike Mike Marr, he thinks every band is from Great Britain and they're all from the United States or vice versa. He's all mixed up over there.
Jimmy Eat World from Mesa, AZ.
Very good. Excellent. We talked about this earlier. Darren Ravel has tweeted at Darren Ravel. He's been on the show many times. The get-in price, the cheapest seat in Madison Square Garden for Game 3, is now selling for more than $6,000.
Wow.
Lower level seats are $9K. Courtside seats start at $50,000. He says the only thing that would ever compare to this would be a Stanley Cup final game in Toronto.
Wow.
I mean, these seats are ridiculously priced, but people are clearly paying the price to get in to see the Knicks in an
it's must
NBA
see.
Finals game.
If you're a New Yorker, it's must see.
You have to be in the building.
You got to be there.
You have to be a part of it.
What is the most you've ever paid for a ticket? Concert, sporting event,
that's
anything.
easy. That's easy for me.
Most I've ever paid.
I think the most I've paid was for UFC, and it went way over what I told my boy. My budget was. It ended up being like $1,100 or $1,200.
I know what it is. I know it. Easy. It's what my wife and daughter paid to go see Taylor Swift in Philadelphia. And it wasn't, I don't think they paid aftermarket. They had somebody they knew, like at my wife's school, that was able to buy them face value tickets. I think they were $300 or $400 a piece, which is dirt cheap. Because
it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's actually relatively modest considering she was playing for like 3.5 hours at every tour stop. Like, that's pretty good value.
So what was the total?
I think the tickets were $300 or $400 a piece.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but for 3+ hours of entertainment, it's pretty good.
What about you, Bish?
I can't remember the amount, but I know it's the most I spent for a ticket because usually, thank the Lord, we always get hooked with free tickets. but I couldn't get hooked.
Lucky.
I couldn't get hooked for a free ticket to go see Game 1 of the 2004 World Series at Fenway.
Okay.
When the Red Sox beat the St. Louis Cardinals.
Right.
And I was there at night. And it was a night game, and
Definitely
it was awesome.
cold.
Oh, it was
Definitely
so cold.
cold.
I bought 3 jackets out on the street. I spent a bunch of money because I spent money on the flight.
Okay.
Obviously the ticket.
Yeah.
And then I went out and spent cash on jackets because it felt like 30 degrees.
So you bought the jackets from the street vendors?
Yes.
Not the actual inside Fenway Park.
I bought a jacket from a street vendor. It was just a World Series, a generic World Series jacket.
Yeah.
And
cheap souvenir jackets, cheaper on the outside, that whole bit.
And it was expensive, but that's the most I spent on a ticket was Game 1 of the World Series 04 at Fenway. And I sat right below the scoreboard, and there's a space between the scoreboard and the bleachers. So that wind, it was so windy, and the wind was coming in and just hitting me and my boy Larry. My boy Larry is a huge Boston fan too, and we went up there. But it was worth it, but it was freaking cold.
Did you see Ben Affleck dressed in a cop uniform walking through the bowels of the stadium?
No.
God, I love that movie.
Yeah.
My son watched it for the first time yesterday. Loved it. Gave it a 9 out of 10.
How could you not love it?
He might have given it a 10 out of 10. Loved it.
It's a pretty flawless movie.
It's a really damn good movie.
Grabs your attention early, keeps your attention throughout.
It's actually a great movie. It goes into the great movie pantheon. It deserves that sort of praise.
I concur. 1-800-636-1067. It is Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors. Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live.
Let's go to Chris. He's calling in from Clarksburg. What's up, Chris? You're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
What's up, bud?
So, I think it's time to officially put Adam Peters on the hot seat.
Ooh, I like this. This is spicy.
All right,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. After 2 years?
Let me hear the rationale.
All right.
All right, so after 2004, we knew the team's weakness was defense. But instead of going after defense, we traded draft capital on Tunsil and focused on protecting our franchise quarterback. Understandable. Bringing in Debo, things like that. But it didn't work. Did we protect him? No. And I would argue that Tunsil is good, but our offensive line was actually worse. Now we had the situation last year where we had the oldest roster in the league. So we've got to get younger. But we don't have that many draft picks because we traded them away.
Yeah.
So now we're stuck in a situation where we would have somewhere, I would think, between the 20th to 25th ranked receiver room, if we're being honest. We've got $43 million in cap space. There are former All-Pros. Yes, they're older. But what are we doing?
You make a couple good points. First of all, but I would say this: that they inherited just a bad company.
Yeah, there was no doubt about that.
The company sucked.
Yeah.
So they had to kind of rebuild that company. And I understand, the questions about trading some of those draft picks, but they went on a limb. They figured they needed a legit left tackle for their starting quarterback, their young quarterback. And they did trade. They went on a limb and traded draft picks for Marshawn Lattimore. They thought that was going to work out. That blew up in their face. So I understand your points about some of the draft picks that they traded for some of these names. But I think now you're starting to see what they were trying to do by getting younger with all of these additions, because they got considerably younger on the defensive side. But again, it's a big year. I wouldn't put him on the hot seat just yet. Maybe after this year, he would be on the hot seat in year 4. But let's just see how this goes.
I guess I don't understand the point of sitting on $43 million in cap space. Are we saving money for the stadium, or
no,
what are we doing here?
I mean, I think they just want financial flexibility going forward.
Maybe for
not
next year.
every team is spending all of their salary cap money. I'd like them to spend a little bit of it on a receiver too. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
If they want to bring somebody else in, if they feel like they need an upgrade.
Yeah.
They've got the money and flexibility to do it.
Yeah, I mean, 43, that's a lot. I would think that they would spend some of that maybe on a couple players here in the summer. But let's just see how this goes, all right? What questions do you have about the offense right now? The offensive line?
Well, I would say, especially with Biadasz leaving, that seemed to be, again, a questionable decision by a lot of people.
Yep, I've read that. Yep.
The offensive line, obviously keeping Jaden healthy. Again, like I said, we sacrificed where we really needed help on defense to try to protect them last year, and it blew up in our face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I understand you guys keep bringing up the tight ends and the running backs.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, when you focus on a receiver room, right, that's typically 6 53-man roster spots where you can improve your team. And I would say we're bottom third of the league if you look at that room as a whole. And $43 million with guys out there, I think there's no reason why we shouldn't bring in 2 guys.
Okay.
Whether Diggs and Debo or Diggs and Ayuk.
So you'd be okay
some sort of combination.
Okay, so you'd be okay if they brought in Diggs, you would feel much better about the wide receiver room.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because Antonio Williams is a rookie. Now, he's a third rounder, but he could be an upgrade over, some of the guys they had last year. Diami, I'm hoping he has a good year. I think he could be an upgrade over what they had last year.
I think they're going to lean into the young guys and give them every opportunity to kind of seize that number 2 role. And maybe it is Treylon Burks that emerges, that is able to catch 45 or 50 balls while Terry hopefully catches 100 balls. And then you have Chig chipping in. You got Rashad White, out of the backfield catching a bunch of balls.
But you don't need 3 or 4 big names.
I don't think so.
I understand that you would want another guy next to McLaurin, but with the guys that they have, and they might feel like they are fine in that room, guys can still get open. All right, you got to protect Jaden Daniels and give the receivers time to get open, and then Jaden Daniels, if he's on his game, is accurate, so he can get the ball to guys who aren't named Stephon Diggs.
Now, he brought up the offensive line a few times. Did you see the clips of Josh Connerly? He looked leaner.
Nice.
He said his weight was around the same, but he's got more lean muscle.
You'd expect him to improve, and I thought his rookie season was solid. Not great, but solid.
I mean, what if Tunsil and Connerly are just studs on the ends?
Yeah.
If you have 2 legit tackles on the ends, I mean, what if
Tunsil's definitely a stud,
right?
I mean, we
and
know
what if
that.
Connerly kind of takes another step and he's even better than last year?
Did you see? Maybe Valdez, can you find the clip of Myles Garrett talking about the one guy that gave him the most trouble was Laramie Tunsil? in a quick clip yesterday. I believe he was fishing. I don't know who he's fishing with, but he was asked like who gives you the most trouble in
He
the
said
league.
Tunsil. Wow.
He said Tunsil was that guy.
Wow.
So
there you go.
that's pretty high praise coming from Myles Garrett. 800
So I don't have a-
1067 is the number.
I don't have a problem trading the picks for a guy like Tunsil.
No, not at all.
It's hard to find those guys in the draft.
Right. Yeah, it's not easy. All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to
Lattimore was that blew up in their face.
This is either Sony or Sonny on line one calling in from Lorton.
I'm guessing it's Sonny.
I mean, it's spelled Sony.
It is Sony.
Sony.
What's up, Sony?
How you doing, man?
Sony, the one and only, was hung on me by an old roommate.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Got it.
I just want to tell JP thanks, man. I went to see him at Radley Mitsubishi a couple weeks ago down in Fredericksburg. Tell him about the Kansas guy, the guy that's all in on Peterson. And I also told him that they were going to flip the HOV at one. I apologize because I heard about that.
Yeah, it didn't flip.
But it
was a long ride home.
I was the grand prize winner, dude. They called me, and I won a $300 Yeti cooler. I was like totally blown away.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Hey, can you convince Cakes?
Yes.
This is your best chance. You're a
Okay.
Kansas guy. You're a Darren Peterson
Yeah,
guy. Convince Cakes why the Wizards should select Darren Peterson over AJ
Yeah,
DeBonsa.
stand on the table for your guy.
Okay, like I told JP, I'm all in on Kansas, lifetime Kansas fan. Family all went there. We're in school with Riggins, the whole 9 yards. I've been watching Peterson all year, dude. That guy can single-handedly win a game by himself. I've seen him win at least 6 or 7 games this year where Kansas was down by 20 points with 3 minutes left in the game, and he just took over. He reminds me of Coach Bryant.
Sony, I missed the Sony, I'm sorry. I was distracted. I missed the very first part of your description about Darren Peterson.
Why are you killing Sony?
Can you start from the top again?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just
Okay, you're not going to talk me off the Bonsa just because you and your family all
Are
went
from
to
Lawrence.
Kansas and you love Darren Peterson. I'm an AJD guy, okay?
There was some hyperbole there with being down 20 points in 6 games with 3 minutes left. It's a little hyperbole.
Thank you, Sony, for listening. I apologize for the gas face. It was a perfect setup, an opportunity. And
I came out to Radley Mitsubishi
Oh,
in
it's very
Fredericksburg.
That's great. I'm glad.
Listens, calls in on Open Line Thursday. You're going to do him like that, Cakes?
I'm glad he won his Yeti cooler. That was the $300 Yeti cooler is probably this big. Okay, good for you. I'm glad you have it. It can chill a 6-pack for you. Not a Darren Peterson guy. Get out of here with the Darren Peterson propaganda.
Until
I'm
they
not
draft
here
him.
for it.
Do you see Sam out there too? Sam Song.
It's a good joke. I do like the joke, Valdez. 800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 9:45, we're going to give you a
JP,
chance.
just hit JP.
No, I get it. It's just just appreciating it more.
Samsung joke.
I do understand that.
Coming up at 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. And when we come back, we'll do a little bit of Cakes' entertainment page next. Behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions for every budget, from one chair to a complete office setup. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation from start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you can see it all in person. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today. We will give away the tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan very shortly, so keep listening for your chance to win those. But right now, you can go vote on the Junkies poll brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories, 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. It's a very simple question. EB is not here to dress down JP for the phrasing of the question. Will the Spurs come back to win Game 2 of the NBA Finals? It's a very simple yes or no question.
Hey, quick
So go vote.
shout out / good luck to my wife. She's competing in a high rocks competition.
I don't even. You need to
in
explain
New York
to me
City.
what that is.
I saw that. It's in Hudson Yards. She's there now?
Yeah, she's competing with one of her coworkers and friends. It's a competition.
It's crazy.
I would say it's akin to cross training.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a mix of running, and then there's 9 different stations, like wall balls.
Okay.
Yeah, they do the medicine
lunges,
balls.
holding heavy bags.
I don't like
Sled
lunges.
pull.
You
run
sled
5
pull,
miles total.
A skier, like a skier thing that you're pulling.
Okay.
So when we were up in Hoboken, we took the ferry over to Hudson Yards because that's where
skiing with me.
where my daughter's office is, and the High Rocks area setup was right there in Hudson Yards. There
Okay.
were a billion people.
Everybody's just
Everybody
competing,
was
just getting ready.
Yeah,
Getting ready
they
for
were
the
competing.
games.
Yeah, and it's high energy. They're playing music. They're cheering everybody on. It was crazy. I mean, major talent too.
Oh, really?
Major.
Big turnout. All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour 2026. It's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. So 10th caller, you will win at 800-636-1067.
Here are your event cakes. You run 1K.
All right.
And then you've got to do 1,000 meters of skier.
Okay, got it.
So that's just a machine.
Yeah.
You run another K. Then you got a 50-meter sled push.
Okay.
Then there'll be a sled pull. Then there's burpee broad jumps. There's 1,000-meter rowing.
Burpee.
There's what they call the farmer's carry, where you're just walking with these big heavy bags.
Yeah, I don't like
sandbag
that.
lunges and wall balls.
Where's she staying?
At my brother's.
In Jersey.
I prefer pickleball instead of wall balls, whatever that is.
So good luck to my wife and Bridget. Bridget's her partner.
Very good.
And Bridget's doing the solo tomorrow as well. Bridget's run a marathon and finished 3rd in her age group. She's a stud.
That's pretty good. That's impressive. I ran 3 miles a couple days ago, and I thought I was going to die. That's 3 miles going pretty slow too.
So I'm not
setting any world speed records.
My orthopedist advised me never to run again.
Right.
And I've been disobeying a little bit because I've been training with my wife a little bit. She doesn't like running. So I started doing some running with her, and it's a slower pace. But then I've been running on my own.
Yeah.
And I don't have a tracker. It's maybe the best thing. I just ran 34 minutes. No idea the mileage.
Okay.
I could guess, but
yeah, I have no idea.
And it might actually deflate my ego to find out
Sure.
how much I'm running.
Yeah.
I could be running a 10-minute mile, could be a 9-minute mile.
Doesn't matter. All I want to do is finish. All I want to do is just get to the end. That's my entire goal.
All right, do you have an EP for us, Cakes?
I have mini EP. There's
Okay,
not
it's
a
fine.
ton. Garth Brooks is about I need to get the sponsor in first. I can't forget the
Off
sponsor.
your game.
I mean, yeah, I can't do that. The EP is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl, Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwfairfax.com. All right, a country icon is about to put up his music catalog for sale.
Who's that?
Garth Brooks.
Oh, he's.
What
gonna
do you
kill-
think Garth Brooks's music catalog could potentially go for, Jason Bishop?
Is this a terrible guess? Is this a horrible guess? 300 million.
JP, would you care to guess?
200 million.
The potential transaction would include both his songwriting and recorded music rights. Brooks has recently discussed valuations ranging from $1 billion to over $2 billion.
Yeah, it was a terrible guess.
With potential investors.
We had terrible
That's his
guess.
valuation.
That's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for all of these artists as they get older and
$2 billion.
If they just want to sign over the rights to all of their music, they have these investors and private equity companies that are willing to pay hundreds of millions,
if not a billion,
into the billions.
How do
of
they get their
dollars.
money back? So
How does who get the money back?
Whoever
if you
buys
buy it for $1 billion,
They license it out to whoever they want it to. They license it out to movies or
Could
I
they?
would guess the companies to use in ad campaigns. I mean,
You
they
got to license it out to make up. I mean, to make up $2 billion. If it gets $2 billion,
I would guess they get any further royalties as far as like Spotify streams or like.
I'm sure they've done the math.
Yeah, they've done the math.
Yeah,
but I mean, you got to do a lot of licensing. You got to do well on that.
Got to do a lot of hustling. I mean, $1 billion plus.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's not going to get $2 billion.
Now we
He'll probably
teased.
he might get $1 billion.
We teased Grant, but Grant also admitted he doesn't know music. I couldn't name one Garth Brooks song. There's no way.
I'm sure I've heard them plenty of times.
Is it Friends in Low Places? That's
That's
the
Garth
easy
Brooks.
one. That's Garth Brooks.
I know more about his Padres career. Didn't he play minor league baseball for the Padres?
Well, I'm sure it's just a goof. You know, he's a rich guy that has access to the Padres. What is this one, Valdez? What are we listening to?
Paul and Baton Rouge.
No, I got no.
But
file.
famous.
I'm sure it is for people that are into Garth Brooks and into country music. That's not this person,
right? It's like naming a popular opera
well,
song to me.
I know
Don't
that,
know him.
I know that he could go into any stadium tomorrow and sell it out. I
Sure.
understand the popularity of Garth Brooks. I know he's.
All right, I've heard this. I didn't know the name of it. I've heard of it.
This is Friends in Low Places, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I know this one.
Of course, everybody knows this one.
I wouldn't have known it was Garth Brooks.
Where did Garth Brooks go to college? What Big 12 school?
He actually
Kansas.
He actually went to college.
Yeah.
He's a Texas Longhorn.
They're in that.
Well, they're not. They're not in the Big 12 anymore.
Oh,
but,
they used to be. Current
he's
Big 12?
He's a Barry Sanders fan.
He
Oak
loves,
State?
He loves
Yep.
Oak State.
Yep, Okie State.
He loves Boone Pickens.
Maybe you can sell him your jersey.
I'm not selling him my jersey unless he wants to give me $1 billion for it. That he makes off his music.
Can you imagine he paid you $1 billion?
Price of the brick just went up.
Yeah.
Garth Brooks is the best-selling solo album artist in U.S. history,
So-
outselling the Beatles and Elvis Presley. I don't think
So-
it's comparable to an opera singer.
So then
You gotta know a couple of Garth Brooks songs.
I know
he's
him.
not niche.
No, I just don't know him by title.
I didn't say he was niche. I said I don't know it. I know that song.
I'm sure you've heard a
Well, you said you couldn't
bunch
name.
of the songs.
You said you couldn't name one.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know
I
the
couldn't
titles.
name that song.
I named
If
exactly one.
if I had a piece of paper and said name a Garth Brooks song, I wouldn't have come up with an answer.
I couldn't either.
Yeah, I heard you.
But I've heard the song.
Just like an opera
I
singer.
said you should know one.
We're
he's
saying
very-
you're in the minority.
That's okay.
I doubt
It's
it.
okay to be in the minority sometimes. Look, my life is going to go on even though I can only name one Garth Brooks song. It's okay.
Yes, it is.
I-
No,
It's
you
not-
can name one. JP said he couldn't name a single one.
Right.
And same as Jason, by the way.
I
couldn't-
know
I couldn't.
that you guys are aliens. You're
We're
wet
not.
beat.
We're not.
That's
If I
okay.
couldn't name a Beatles song, would you think that's weird?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
probably.
place the Beatles. I just personally, I place the Beatles in higher regard than I do Garth Brooks. I know that.
I know
he sold
country
than
is
them
more
somehow, but-
mainstream now, but I get if we went and found 100 people on the street did a Family Feud.
And you know what?
I don't think you'd get over 50.
I'm not even a big-
to name a Garth
I'm
Brooks
not
song.
even a big Beatles fan. I understand how popular they are and what a big influence they were. I saw a nerd driving by me yesterday. I think it was on the Beltway in a Tesla, and their
Was
license.
it drab?
Yeah.
It was not drab because he doesn't have a vanity plate. Thank God.
Yeah.
And the vanity plate spelled out Beatles.
Uh-huh.
And they not only had the vanity plate, they had the surrounding frame on the vanity plate that said My other car is a yellow submarine. And I saw that car go by me, and I said, that's a super dork that's driving by me. It's really into the Beatles.
Our guy T-Perk's big into the Beatles.
If they're a Junkies listener, I hope I'm not probably offending you. I'm definitely offending you. But I'm going to guess that those Venn diagram circles are not interwoven.
Yeah, I
don't think that they're going to be a Junks listener if they're that into the Beatles, but I could be wrong. I could be surprised.
I know there's 3 people here that are definitely not into the Beatles.
Yeah, you're looking
and
at
never
one
would
of them.
never would be.
I mean, they're fine.
They're okay.
They're fine, but
I know they're the most popular in the world at
Whatever.
one point, but
I mean,
it's not my kind of music.
not my favorite. They've got some good ditties.
Nah, they're all right.
You're just
I'd
all
rather
right.
listen to Oasis than the Beatles.
Oasis is great.
There's
They're
a
fantastic.
billion bands I'd rather listen to than the Beatles.
You can't come up with a billion.
I said a billion.
Yeah, I'd love for you to see the. I'd love to see the list.
Well, every band ever created,
Yeah.
if that adds up to a billion, I'd probably rather listen to
That's
them.
the move. Excellent. All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. Our friends B. Mitch and Finley, they are going to entertain you next right here on The Fan.
The Nationals were swept by the Marlins, dropping yesterday's series finale 4-1. They'll get an off day today to reset as they head over to the West Coast for a 3-game series with the Diamondbacks, then over to San Francisco to take on the Giants for 3 more. The Knicks are 3 wins away from the franchise's first championship since 1973 after a 105-95 win over the Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It marks New York's 12th straight playoff victory, dating back to their Game 4 win over the Hawks in the first round, meaning they haven't lost a game in almost 6 weeks, so they truly have momentum on their side. And 10-time Pro Bowl quarterback Russell Wilson confirmed in a video posted to social media that he is retiring from the NFL to take a job with CBS Sports. Wilson's announcement came 2 days after news broke that he was finalizing a deal to become an analyst on CBS's Sunday NFL pregame show. From the Grott Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And the New York Knicks have a 1-0 advantage in the NBA Finals. What a basketball game, B.
It was.
We were fired up for it. Did not disappoint. You ever seen the movie Stand and Deliver? It's like an 80s classic, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe I'm applying too much.
You asking me that question? Hell no.
It's about this teacher. I want to say it's L.A., and this teacher's like teaching in a poor area, and he tries to motivate these students, and he talks about ganas, which I don't know what it actually means in Spanish. Perhaps somebody can look that up. But
I mean what Sam Cassell talks about.
It's Sam Cassell, it's chutzpah, it's stones,
all that.
The guts. We'll go with guts for our purposes. The guts the Knicks showed last night, down 14 in the third quarter. They couldn't buy a bucket. It looked like the 5 of us playing against the Spurs for about 6 minutes of that third quarter.
Yeah.
And to turn it around, man.
But see, that's
Karl Anthony Towns deserves a boatload of credit.
Yeah.
I mean, just showed something I didn't think he had, man. And that arena, despite it's a cultural thing, so I'm not going to make fun of the T-shirts.
He's ultra talented, but like I tell you this, the T-shirts, all that. A lot of Knicks fans wearing them T-shirts too,
dude.
They had a lot of Knicks fans in that building.
I was listening to Russillo this morning. It's cheaper for Knicks fans to fly first class to San Antonio and buy a ticket down there than it is to buy a ticket at the Garden.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna be at every game.
Hell yeah!
You talked about Josh Hart when we walked in.
He has that,
Doug. He had 15 boards last night.
Yes.
15 boards. He was a plus 22.
He's a bad dude, bro. And the thing about it is this, man. When I'm watching a basketball game, I still watch basketball game. I tell you, I try to be a fan sometimes, but it's kind of hard not to watch it based off of my experiences with it. Because if you get 2 up and 2 down, you'd be exhausted after a basketball game.
So I had all ears last night, and the text thread's going. And Jeff at 8:45 said, "Man, the Spurs are just too dominant."
I almost commented, but I said no. Wait.
So,
and then at the end, when it changed, he said another one. He said Jalen Brunson wants it. I almost said, but you were way on the other side earlier. You got to learn to. I think if you watch a game and let the game go where it's going to go, like when you're listening to a movie, when you're watching a movie.
9:07 p.m. Jeff Walker. Spurs too dominant.
Yeah.
Did you see the game at that time?
No.
Yeah.
I replied at 9:36.
I saw it.
9:36. I said I just got to a TV and it's a 1-point game, and Jeff says Spurs too dominant.
Dude, Dylan Harper, Cass, they were making everything. The Knicks wasn't buying a bucket. They were getting bullied, and
But it went from 10 to 1 in a matter of seconds, a minute, 2. And
then it went to 14.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. If you watch basketball at all, there are runs in basketball.
Game of runs for sure.
What happens is you have the runs and then things
Like eating
settle
Taco
down.
Bell.
And then, yeah, big time. So, and I was just sitting there waiting because I'm like, okay, if you looking at the Knicks, they never seem desperate. They never seem to be worried. And they kept doing what they were doing. So I didn't expect the game to just flip and go all the way like they were, but I knew it wasn't going to be a blowout. You know what I'm saying? I knew they weren't going to run away with it.
But it's just they were playing bad basketball early.
They played bad basketball most of the game.
Yeah.
That's why I would ask this question.
Whatever happened to Brunson was clearly an issue. I feel like I'd never seen him shoot
He say
that poorly.
he hurt his leg or something early on.
Yeah, their knees bang.
If they played horrible for most of that game. They won by 10. So the question would start to come, if they played good basketball throughout a game, are we looking at the Knicks winning one?
Dude, how about you want some stats? I'm getting this stuff from ESPN, but that game, I want to open the phones on that game because it was just crazy. I'll do it off the break. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Josh Hart cannot shoot right now. He's shooting 29% from three.
Yep.
He had 15 boards, 6 assists, and 4 steals. Game high, plus 22 and plus minus. Young guys do not understand what Larry Bird was. I barely saw Bird, but I at least understand, right? Larry Bird is the only other player in NBA Finals history with at least 15 boards, 6 assists, and 4 steals in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what Josh Hart did in the first half when the Spurs kind of built that lead and then had the big lead in the third quarter, he only played 7 minutes because he got the 2 quick fouls. In the second half, when he played 20 minutes, listen, Cat was more important. Brunson was more important. The role Josh Hart, Silver Springs own, Sidwell Friends alum, the role Josh Hart plays for that team is just incredible.
Yeah. See, but when Jeff, when y'all were having an argument with Jeff, the discussion with Jeff the other day, and he was saying how people got to do certain things. Josh Hart didn't score points, but he affected the game. Because by getting 15 rebounds, you give Jalen Brunson or Cat 15 more times to try. By getting 6 steals and the blocks and all those different things, assists, you're giving your guys a chance, the guys that are hitting, a chance. Sometimes, scoring the points is fine and dandy. You want that all the time. But what if you're off? Do you disappear or do you show up like he did? What he did last night kept them as much into the game as the other guys scoring points. Because if he's not getting all those rebounds, they don't have that chance.
Absolutely. And then, listen, I don't think Brunson's their best player. He wasn't very good most of that game. But late in that game, when he had to be great, he was great. He hit the 3 and then came back and hit that little jumper. That was a ball game. And if we get, 5, 6, 7 of those, man, I'm here for it. Like, I want the Spurs to win, but I don't have beef with the Knicks. Like, if the Knicks win, I'm cool with it. And last night was just I don't know. Have you ever been in a game where you guys, I don't even know what the equivalent of a 14-point deficit in the third quarter would be in football? Because I feel like that is 10 points maybe. But like, the fortitude required in that situation.
Playing in my rookie season against the Eagles, we're down, I don't know how many points it was, and Coach Gibbs walked in there and said everything but a curse word and flipped over the oranges and all of the tables with the water and stuff. And in the second half, we destroyed them. I can look at that as a similarity to it. The game I mentioned to you in college where we were down 27-6, we ended up beating them 37-27. You had to find a way to make everything happen. And everybody go, man, y'all scored so many points. Guess what? The defense got the ball back for us. Hell, look at the game Washington against in the Super Bowl against the damn the Broncos.
Yeah, they were down early.
35 points in one quarter. That wasn't just an offensive output. That was a hell of a defensive explosion too. So you look at what happened in that game. Cat started doing his thing, but Josh Hart was also doing stuff on the defensive side and getting the balls back to them, giving them opportunities, man.
Karl Anthony Towns finished with 18 points and 12 boards. He was a plus 14, plus minus. The way he defended Wemby without
he's quicker than I thought.
Fouling all the time, and what is required when Wemby does guard him Like, Wemby's used to being able to kind of camp out by the basket, right? And
yeah.
then Cat didn't make his threes last night, but you have to respect his three-point shooting ability. And Cat can drive on Wemby. Like, not many people. Chet can't. Cat can.
Chet refused to even try.
It was really, really remarkable. About Josh Hart, this is a funny text. Joey just said, Josh Hart plays basketball like he was on the football team and they got eliminated in the playoffs, so then he joined the basketball team.
That's bad. He plays with a level of intensity and drive that you would think, listen, man, I don't care what your pro sport is. It's hard, it's tough, but you know what? You're still playing a damn game you were playing when you were a kid. You should be able to exert that type of effort. You know, every game I watch with him, that dude plays like that, man.
Wemby finished 26 and 12, was a -3 though. Like, Wemby was very good last night, but he wasn't dominant. Like what we saw in the Western Conference Finals, Game 1 and Game 7, he dominated. He took over. It wasn't that kind of night from Wemby, I didn't think. I love Steph Castle. I love his game, but he plays. Remember DeShazer Everett? I love Shays, right? Like, Shay's played right on the line of reckless. There's aggressive, and then there's reckless. And Shay's walked that line, right? Castle plays basketball like that.
Yeah.
But
he don't like when people play him like that.
Sure, and you can see.
See, that's the thing about him. If you're going to be that guy, it shouldn't affect you when people do it. You know what I'm saying? Like we talk about when we mess with each other, we joke on each other. If you want to joke on people and they joke back, you can't get mad when they joke back.
You got to handle it.
When he is the aggressor, he's a badass. But when it comes back on him, he gets a little emotional. And he's playing against a team full of dogs, bro. They're not going to back down from him.
What this Knicks team has, and
they won 12 straight games.
Well, dude,
think about that in the playoffs.
Now, another text I just got from Brett Sullivan. He said, not to make it about Villanova, but these guys played together and won titles.
Yes.
Like, this Knicks team, like, there's a famous BC Boys line, got heart like John Starks. Like, those old Knicks teams weren't the best, and they didn't win a title, but damn, they fought hard with Oakley and Starks and Ewing. Like, this Knicks team has that. I thought San Antonio's best guard last night was Dylan Harper.
Yeah.
Just under control. He's the only player on the Spurs team that shot 50% or better from the field.
Yeah.
Like, Wemby got buckets. He was 6 of 21 from the field.
Yeah, he was like 2 of 12 when Cat was on him. But this is the thing I'm saying
his field goal percentage has got to be higher. You're 7'5".
Normally when a team gets up on another team, they fold a tent. They pack their bags up. Knicks don't. So you just think about the mindset of a team that gets up on people and then they pack it up. You're up and you're like, damn, these people still coming. They make you think twice about how we gonna play this. They put them in a situation I don't think they were accustomed to. And listen, I'm not a Knicks fan by no stretch of the imagination, but I respect people that go out there and do not quit.
Dude, they were down 22 in Game 1 to Cleveland and came back and won.
Yeah.
So being down 14 midway through the third quarter, they never seemed to blink. And you got to OG Anunoby deserves a lot of credit. Yeah. I thought OG was really good. I'm not sure I agree with the plus minus there, but the plus minus is what it is. They had him as a -6. He had three threes for them. How about the kid Shamet? Like, especially early when Brunson couldn't get a bucket, that dude was vital. He's a weird looking fella. They zoomed in on him a few times.
He can shoot.
He can
shoot.
And Brunson did not have it until he needed to have it. And to me, that's what champs are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you can have a rough day, a rough game, and then you turn it on when you have to. And I just was so impressed by him, so impressed. I thought the Knicks coaches deserve credit. They were really able to kind of slow down. The Spurs were getting a lot of easy buckets in the first half.
Yeah.
And they slowed that way down.
And what was the Spurs coach thinking playing De'Aaron Fox over Dylan Harper down the stretch?
Dude,
they wanted the 3-point shooting because I think De'Aaron Fox is a better shooter than Harper is. Harper's a defensive juggernaut, though.
Fox is a veteran, and I get why he wants to lean that way.
But isn't he coming off that injury yet?
Yes.
That's not healed up yet.
No. For me, it'd be Harper starting.
Yeah, Harper, the way Harper was playing last night, it looked like he'd been here before. It looked like he was not a rookie in the NBA.
I also feel like Keldon Johnson generally gives them more off the bench than he did last night. I think he's 6th man of the year, right? Like, he had 3 points last night. They only played him 8 minutes. I don't know if that's a matchup thing. That Knicks team, dude, here's my question for the phones. The Knicks go in, steal game 1, and they're down 14 midway through the third. Like, I was watching at Papa's house, and it was kind of like, I might call it. You know what I mean? Like, I might go home at this thing. If it's 18 going into the fourth quarter, like, I might at least get home, brush my teeth.
Not when the Knicks on the court.
Dude, B-Mitch, my question to you and my question for these callers. The Knicks steal game 1. Does this change how you feel about this series?
No. Still don't change. I'd say it's Knicks in 7. And I think, listen, I just think that you got the two best teams teams that are playing the best at this point. If you look at it, the Knicks are playing better ball than the Spurs. If you look at the whole playoffs, they're playing better ball. And yes, the Spurs have Wemby. And the thing of it is,
the Knicks have bodies to throw.
Wemby looked exhausted.
But he also had that. It looked like he got hurt a little bit.
Will he? Hell, it's
so did Brunson.
It's NBA finals basketball. It's going to get a little rougher.
I thought
it's going to get rougher before it get easier for him.
I agree with that. I thought the game was refereed well.
Yeah,
like they called that travel on Wemby was the right call.
I need them to do that for the whole 7. I would love it. I don't want them going too far one way or the other on either side.
Jaden is in Pennsylvania. Jaden, the Knicks steal game 1 when they were down 14 midway through the third. Does this change how you view this series?
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
Yeah. Actually, going in, I had a ticket. It was Knicks to win and OG Anunoby Finals MVP.
Wow.
Wow. That's probably going to win it, but OG did play before. Why I was kind of confident in the Knicks. As great as Wemby is, he's not a go-to guy. Like, Brunson is pretty simple. You put the ball in his hands, you let him cook. Wemby's not that guy yet. I don't think you can just give him the ball and tell him to get you a bucket. That's the cool part. I know NFL is obviously king, but the cool part about basketball is you do play both ways, and people try to make the argument defense is half. But I always joke, I heard this, there's a defensive player of the year, but there's never an offensive player of the year. That's usually just the MVP. So as bad as Brunson is defensively, the power of giving someone the ball and getting you a bucket, I think that's always going to outweigh someone like Wemby, who's young at this stage, that doesn't really have a offensive bag yet.
He doesn't. Wemby doesn't have like a move. Thanks for the call, Jaden. Good luck with that ticket.
What Jaden said makes a lot of sense. Brunson gets the ball down the stretch. He has multiple moves to get a play. Wemby is just bigger than everybody. Somebody
had the one
somebody
nice
else
move.
mentioned to me, he don't have a go-to move like in tough situations, this is what I do.
He needs to go to the rim.
You know, Wemby is like the guy that when you were in elementary school that was 6'4", and everybody else was little bitty elementary, and he just won every time. All of a sudden, he got to junior high school, and then another guy that was probably 6'3" or 6'1", and that guy was tougher than him. Now he don't know what to do. Before he could just dunk over you. Now he got to figure it out, and I don't think he's there just yet.
The move he made at the top of the key, and I think it was Cat Gardner. It was probably Wemby's best offensive play of the night, where he did like a quick cross and then just drove to the bucket, and he's able to dunk from just
wherever.
inside the free throw line.
Wherever he can dunk.
Do that more, dude. I want to keep the phone lines open. Knicks steal game 1. You think the Knicks are going to win this series? If you steal game 1 on the road, man, you have completely flipped the way this is looked at.
Well, they said it's been a thing where the team that win game 1 hadn't won the finals.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Eventually, we got to talk Nats, too. They just got swept by the Marlins. That ain't great. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? And arrest warrant has been issued for San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk on a misdemeanor speeding charge. The warrant followed his December YouTube video showing him breaking the speed limit on a drive in his Cadillac near Levi's Stadium, according to ESPN. Ayuk has since deleted the video, and now when you go to the webpage, there's a message that explains the situation. He wrote, quote, "Sorry, y'all, my car content won't come with speeding anymore." Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you will find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in DC. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
You look like you got banged up once in the first quarter, then in the second quarter. How's your body feeling right now?
I'll be all right. Brunson on the drive, spins underneath, puts it up, puts it in. Jalen Brunson does it again. It's a 6-point lead with 37 seconds left.
I want to know. Jeff.
Jeff the hater, say what you just said.
Lovely day, Wemby lost.
When I look at you.
B, you just said something in the break that I thought was really important. You compared the equality that Wemby and Jaden kind of share.
Yeah. Like when you have people with extreme talent, if they see something that is not being done at a high level, they try to do it themselves. It's great. It's a great quality to have to try to help out, but it hurts what you can do. Like when I watch Wemby on the basketball court, if he sees somebody else doing something, he starts favoring over there. Well, if you're favoring towards your partner that's getting cooked, you're leaving your man free. You know, like when Jaden noticed people are not doing things, he takes it upon himself to go do it. But as you get older and get more matured in it and more experience, you learn. I'm just going to do what I can do. And I'll talk to that guy. I'll hope he gets better. We'll start making him do things to help him get better. But I can't do everybody's job. You got to do your job at a high level. And when you finally do that, you'll find out things will play better for you, because as he tries to do more people's jobs, that's going to take his energy out of him. And if he gets tired, they don't have a chance in hell.
Totally. I thought Wemby really looked tired down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his normal minutes are, but Wemby played 38 minutes last night, and at one point, second half, like Wemby kind of limped over to the bench. And the problem with really big dudes like that is, like, the more they fall, the more they get knocked around. They got more body to hurt. You know what I mean? Like, they showed him on the broadcast kind of like push away, like say no to the trainers or whatever. Like maybe it was just, he fell and it hurt. But I have a different Wembanyama question. Because there were two plays last night. One, he got called for on just a ridiculous offensive foul on a screen. And then the next, on that inbound play, did you see he kind of lowered his shoulder right in the dude's face?
Yeah.
And that one wasn't called?
Yeah.
I want to be fair because he's so large. Like the offensive foul, like, when offensive pass interference gets called in the NFL or in college, frankly, when a receiver's arms are fully extended to create separation, that's when the flag comes out.
Yeah.
It's like when you see that elbow lock, the flag's coming, right? Wemby's so big, so on the offensive foul they did call on the screen, like his arms were fully extended. They're going to call that every time.
Yeah.
But between that and then what was a legit cheap shot on the inbound play, combined with kind of what we saw and learned in the Western Conference Finals, is Wemby dirty?
Yes, he is.
He does some stuff.
He is.
But
He
listen,
does some stuff.
I saw a play last
But he's also
night.
so big that it kind of stands
If you're
out.
7'4", 7'5", and your shoulders go into somebody's chest, don't tell me about he wasn't set. There ain't no damn block. That's a charge. You got down low enough to run through him. You know, he does some things, and you know what? Let's be real. The ones that you consider the face of the great ones, they're going to get the call. But is it right all the time? I just believe when you're 7'6", if you running through somebody's chest, that wouldn't no basketball move. Up here, you get down here, it's something else to me.
There seems to be a little bit of a pattern with him doing some dirty stuff. And it reminds me just of like the NBA of the 80s and 90s where it's just way more physical.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised he has that type of game. And I do think some of it is accentuated by his extreme size against guys that are almost universally smaller than him. Some of it seems cheap.
But like the thing of it is, what happens though, you keep doing it, somebody going to get you back. It's like, listen, it's not us saying anything, but Charles Barkley said they got to knock his big ass down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what when he does the things he does and he's that big, people going to take shots at him. He's taking his shots, they're going to take their shots. And for those who, well, he going to have to defend himself. Well, the person that he defending himself, you so-called say against, they going to have to defend themselves too, right?
I just I have this theory. I don't know that you've seen it. Have you seen Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby?
B-Hawk said the French league is dirty as hell. I didn't use the word B-Hawk used.
I know. White Brian, how do you possibly know about the French league?
Brian watch all kind of stuff. I'm going to
He's
just tell
probably
you that.
betting on it.
I really like international basketball.
Listen, whenever we
The French
ask,
league is
when
known
we
to be
ask
dirty?
questions,
Yes.
we ask questions. Brian answered the question before you have time to Google. Dude watching a lot of stuff.
Tony Parker wasn't dirty. Bilal Coulibaly is not dirty. Wasn't he Wemby's teammate?
Wemby starts to get dirty when it's not working for him. Like shooting the ball off the side of the backboard in the clutch, laying the ball up off the side of the backboard, dribbling off his foot.
Jeff gonna say that.
Yeah, yeah. Cause look, I expect more from him. I want Wemby to I want to see that freak of nature average a triple double. I want to see that, but nah, you being dirty just because average humans are sizing you up. Yeah, nah, bruh.
So I think right now, by and large, outside of Jeff, people are Wemby fans. But have you guys have seen Ricky Bobby?
Are they Wemby fans, or did they just want to see the Thunder lose?
There was some of that, but I think there's a lot of Wemby fans too. But in Talladega Nights, the bad guy that emerges is Ali G, whatever that dude's name is. And he's this French race car driver that takes over NASCAR. And eventually all the Americans are like, yo, we hate this dude.
Uh-huh.
I feel like Wemby might be on a, whatever that race car driver's name is, trajectory in Talladega Nights.
One thing I've learned, bro, over time, people hate you for your play. Me, normally a badass.
Sure.
So, hey, Wemby, if they hate you, you're doing something good, bro. Keep going.
Crazy to see all the celebrities in San Antonio.
Yeah. But, hey, San Antonio's a fun town now. Hey, be honest with you.
Not according to Chuck Barkley.
Chuck said all the big girls is in San Antonio.
Jeff would
Chuck,
love it.
Chuck, go down. Chuck needs to go down
Love 'em
there.
all.
He need to go down the little river a little bit more. Get off at some of them bars. Some of the not fat girls are in San Antonio too now.
Sure.
I used to go to the Army All-American game down there. It's some lookers. San Antonio got some lookers, dog.
Shout out to San Antonio. W, what have the odds shifted?
And when Chuck was talking about the big girls in San Antonio, he was a big boy.
He was.
Remember he had to lose all that damn weight?
Have the odds shifted now that the Knicks have won game one? Are they even the favorites to win the series now?
The Knicks are minus 134. Spurs are plus 14. 114.
That's interesting. That's not juicy enough to me to.
What was asked last night is the guys were talking to Cat, and he said, "Are y'all won? I mean, y'all stole game one. You know, you can't get comfortable." He said, "No. we're trying to win game 2. So the mindset with them is not, we split. No, they try to leave there being up 2-0. If they leave up 2-0,
it's
it's
you're
gonna be a
going to the
problem.
Garden. You might get swept.
If you go to the Garden, the referees ain't gonna be able to do nothing in that game.
The Knicks have outscored their opponents by 272 points in the last 12 games. They've won 12 in a row. That's the best 12-game stretch from any team in NBA history.
Yeah.
Including the regular season.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Listen, man, they have played some damn good basketball, and that dude Anunoby, he has stepped up and played some ball,
They have
man.
dogs, dude.
Yeah.
My man Dio is in Suitland. Dio, do you think where are you at on the Spurs right now?
Man, the Knicks are 6. The Knicks are 6. But I'm rocking with Jeff because I rock with Wemby. I mean, he's talented. I love all his talent, but you can tell when the pressure get on, he started doing some street ball stuff. So a goon like me back in the day who played football, who just tried to play basketball, I'm gonna get at this cuz. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I'm gonna go.
I like it, man. Thank you for the call, dude. Wemby, late in that game, he had a stretch in the fourth quarter where he had a drive. He had a drive to the basket with Towns guarding him, and Towns is known as a fouler. Like he's one of the highest volume foulers in the NBA. Wemby's driving to the basket with Towns on him. He hits the side of the basket with the drive. Then he's able to get his own rebound and just can't score. If you're Victor Wembanyama and you get a rebound in the paint, that's got to be a bucket, like a loose ball bucket. And credit to Towns, he didn't even go up. At that point, they were down like 4 or 5. Like, it was still pretty tight. He didn't even go to the rim. He kicked it out for a 3. I do think there was something too late in that game. Wemby was rattled. I think he was also exhausted. And I don't know. It's game 1. There's a lot of football left. But, like, late in that game.
Basketball, bro.
I just say football. But late in that game, he was not the dude, and Jalen Brunson was. And Jalen Brunson was not good most of that game.
He's 6'2". He was a big boy down the stretch.
Dude, it's almost like, to their credit, Brunson knew how high the ball had to go up. You know what I mean? Like he was practicing against
down the stretch,
like a dude on stilts.
Down the stretch, Brunson was going to the hole. Wemby wasn't in the paint because Robinson was blocking him, boxing him out, and whoever he was on was getting out of the way. You know, they started to do some things to get him from just being able to sit there and just affect everything.
If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to seek it all in. Seth Walder from ESPN will join us at 11. We're talking where the Commanders are predicted to finish this season. How can they outperform or could they underperform? Nobody go anywhere. Steve Mitchell Finley. I'm just saying. Victor Wembanyama's a large man. Anywho, rough couple days for the Nats.
Yeah.
Coming off that Padres series, the Washington Nationals won 3 series in a row against playoff caliber teams.
Yeah.
They took the series in Atlanta, took the series in Cleveland, came home. Everybody's like, all right, Padres are coming to town. This is a legit team. How's this going to go? Bats were hot. They take the series against San Diego. Then you've got the Marlins coming to town for 3. You figure you take at least 2 out of 3. Going into the Marlins series, they're 2 games over 500.
Yep.
Against the Marlins, they collectively scored 7 runs in 3 games. And the Marlins scored 18.
Yeah.
Like,
but that's just the
is it the nature of baseball?
That's the
that's
percentages.
a marathon?
They won 3 series prior to that against playoff caliber teams. It takes a lot to do that. And just like we always say, oh man, they playing against this team here, they got to beat them. Well, you know who else thinks that? The Nats. Oh, this team here, we should beat them. So they lack something, or they are very lax in certain areas. All of a sudden, get in the game, you lost 3 games against that team. But then they come back against another team and they elevate it again, and they probably beat another damn playoff.
Yeah, I mean, they're
team.
going to Arizona. Diamondbacks are in the wild card conversation. Here's my question for you, B. I have 2. The Nats bats have been significantly outperforming their historic averages. A guy like Jacob Young, a guy we're big fans of, right? He has more home runs this season than he does combined in his previous career. Now, some of that is the new organization dug into the data and is trying to get him to get the ball in the air more, and that's working, right? Like less grounders, more air, more exit velocity on it. Get the ball out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he just got red hot and he cools off. I don't know. Like, some of these, it's still relatively early in baseball. We're a third of the way into the season. They went 1-17 with runners in scoring position over the last 2 games. 7 runs in 3 games for what is still, I imagine, the highest scoring offense in baseball. Do you think there's a regression afoot, or was this just a bad series?
I just think it's a bad series. They when they played against the better teams and they were locked in, they played much better. This is no different than if you were to go and you about to go play against, let's say you go and play against some guys at the elementary school, middle school, and you go up there. Oh man, I was the leading 3-point shooter in the whole nation. That's what you'd be thinking. And then you go play, and one of these kids in the 7th grade happens to be about 5'11" and could absolutely shoot threes, and he cooks you. You walked in thinking you was better than him. If you go in there saying, "Nah, this kid might be able to play," and you start to get a little physical with him, his little punk ass about to quit. See what I'm saying? But you go in there with the wrong mindset, and all of a sudden, now you're down. So you start jacking up everything and trying to do too much too late, and then your old ass sprain your ankle. That's what happens in games like that. They were overconfident.
It's also something about the Marlins. Like, historically, this organization struggles against that organization.
Why? Because historically, this organization, although they won the World Series and they haven't gotten to that point yet, they still look at the Marlins like, we could beat them.
Even though the Marlins have won 2.
Yeah.
There's one real thing that I have a question about, but I'll let Locked On Stallion here.
Boy, that's a lot that statement you just said.
Do you think that this is a start of a regression or just one series? I am firmly in one bad series to a team they always, for whatever reason, the universe has decided they struggle against. That's the camp I'm in.
I think this series against the Diamondbacks will determine that, because I do think the Nats will eventually regress. Like, I just don't think the pitching is talented enough. But to see how poor the offense was against the Marlins pitching staff, that was kind of concerning. And again, it's 162 games. I'm sure you will have.
But like the bullpen was bad, and the bullpen's been good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, and it's
the bullpen's been good because they had great run support.
Yeah,
they didn't have great run support in this series.
They didn't. And I don't expect the Nationals to have the number one offense by game 162.
Agreed.
So I do think they will regress eventually. I don't think they're going to be a bad offense. I just think they're not going to be the number one offense in baseball.
Agreed.
I think that's what we saw.
They now have 6 games on the road. They've got a 6-game West Coast roadie, 3 in Phoenix, 3 in San Fran. This is weird to me. They are significantly better on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Through this point of the season, they're 19-12 on the road and 12-20 at home. Now that's a tough record for me to say because you guys make fun of the way I say 12-20. 12-20 at home. What the hell is that? The flukiness of baseball?
Yeah.
Or is there something there that they're better on the road?
I think it kind of matches what I just stated. On the road, they seem like they're against the world, so they got to come out their best. At home, they get relaxed. That team is a young baseball team right now.
Yeah. They
just haven't figured it out completely.
They've also weirdly had road trips against good teams already, and maybe there is something to, playing their best baseball against the best teams. I don't know, but the home road splits are very odd. To Stallion's point, I don't think we're gonna get to the end of September and the Nats have the highest scoring offense in baseball.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Do you think they stay top 10?
Possibly. They can end up being great as far as being offensive players, but the defense can still be bad.
I just wonder if they go through, let's not even call it a prolonged slump, but let's say they lose the next 2 series on the road against 2 good. The Giants suck, actually, but the Diamondbacks are pretty good. If they go 2-4 over the next 6 here on the road, then you get to that they'd be like 4 games under 500, right? You get to like 32-36, or maybe 33-37, something like that. At what point, if we're thinking about the long arc of this season and where the offense ranks over the long arc of this season, like at what point does the trade discussion around CJ go from simmer to boil? You know what I mean? Like if we get if we're a month from now and it's the 4th of July and they're 6 games under 500, you know what I mean? Like it just the tenor. They are a feisty bunch with good bats, and they're fun to watch. And this has been a very encouraging start to the Nats season.
Yeah.
But, like, Paul Taboni still has a very big picture view of this organization. And I just a lot of, like, projecting, like Stallion says on the show sheet, are you selling your stock that the Nats have the best offense in baseball? I think that question is so hard to determine because you don't know what's going to happen with their second best player.
Mm-hmm.
Wood's their best player. He's not going anywhere. But CJ's future is very much up in the air.
True.
When we return, Seth Walder from ESPN will join us talking Commanders football and what should expectations be.
The Nationals were swept at home by the Marlins after dropping the series finale yesterday 4-1. Miami had lost 5 straight entering the series, but it didn't matter because the Nats, for some reason, just can't beat them this year. They have now gone 1-5 against the Marlins over this last month. Speaking of Miami, one of the biggest non-conference games of the 2026-2027 college basketball season is moving more than 1,000 miles and into a baseball stadium. In a surprising twist, the Duke-Michigan game that was previously announced for December 21st at Madison Square Garden is now expected to be played at Lone Depot Park, home of the Miami Marlins, per CBS Sports. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fulham Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fulham Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The B. Mitch and Finley program is brought to you by Ruud. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. B. Mitch, what do they say? If it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
Damn right. Joining us now on the Ruud guest hotline is Seth Walder, ESPN NFL analyst. Seth, thanks for making some time for us, dude. How you doing?
Sure. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're doing good, dude. I follow you on social, and I saw earlier this week you rolled out the first football power index of the season. Obviously, the Rams trading for Myles Garrett probably made a pretty big impact. You have the Rams number 1 on your list.
They should be.
Where were they prior to the Garrett trade, and how much did that bounce them up?
Yeah, so they were already number 1. You're right. We had, we'd already run it. I'd already written the story, and then the Garrett trade happened. So we had to rerun. They were already number 1. They were already the Super Bowl favorite. The addition of Garrett increased their advantage over the rest of the league, and it increased their Super Bowl probability by between 1 and 2 percentage points. I think that probably sounds small to most people. But what I would say about that is 2 things. One, there's not many non-quarterbacks that can even move the needle in terms of Super Bowl probability by that much. And then 2, I do think that what is a little bit lost about that trade is it's not the addition of Myles Garrett. It's Myles Garrett over Jared Verse. And Jared Verse is probably a top 10 edge rusher. So they are adding the best defensive player in the league, arguably, but they are also replacing a very good edge rusher, and so that's why they moved up, just a bit. But that's where they're at. They're up to 15% chance to win the Super Bowl. That makes them a sizable favorite.
There have been some weak rumors of Aaron Donald possibly coming out of retirement. If that happens, do they get an extra push?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think Aaron Donald comes out of retirement. And that will move the needle again. I mean, that would be. Oh, I mean, please, come on. We all want to see it, right?
Yeah, I do.
How crazy would that be? Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh man, that would be so crazy. And what's so funny is I think it's wild because you look at them and you look at that team and it looks totally loaded. And I just said they're the favorite and all that, but I also said they're a 15% chance to win Super Bowl, which means, it just shows how much variance there is in football, right? There's we're just saying this team is stacked, and there's an 85% chance that they don't win the Super Bowl. Of course, it'll be lower than 85% if Aaron Donald decides to step on the field.
So another team that's high, you have the Ravens as your 3rd team in the Football Power Index. Mm-hmm. Is there any concern with what we saw from Baltimore last year, just kind of being ineffective? Now you've got a rookie head coach in there. It seems like with the Ravens and the Chiefs, people are expecting the Ravens to bounce all the way back. And I understand the Chiefs obviously have the injury questions with Mahomes, but why are you still so high on Baltimore?
Well, I think, firstly, Jackson wasn't fully healthy throughout last season, and he's one of the very best quarterbacks in the league. So when we think about them, our baseline should be expecting that offense to be really, really good. You're right that there is more uncertainty with a new head coach, but there could also be upside with that. I think that you look at that defense, and I think they could do better. You know, they were sort of just a middle-of-the-road defense last year. You add Jesse Minter, you bring in Trey Hendrickson. I think you look at this team, it's Wiggins and Humphrey on the outside, and I think, Humphrey sometimes on the outside, and then, of course, Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith. And you say, hey, that's a unit that could be pretty great. It could be a lot better than average. And so I think that defense gives them a lot of upside, and you just can't ever really count out a Lamar Jackson team.
I agree with that. Switching things to the NFC East for us here in Washington, obviously. You've got the Eagles and the Cowboys right there at 10 and 11. How much did the A.J. Brown trade maybe bump down Philly, and what are your expectations for them going into the season?
Well, I don't have a number exactly to tell you for that, and the reason is the way FPI works in the preseason. It's largely based on betting market information, and then there's some other stuff around the edges. But because we've known that A.J. Brown was not going to be on the Eagles for months now, that has been fully baked into the price. So the first time we ran FPI, it was assuming A.J. Brown was not on the Eagles. I think absolutely it makes an impact, but the Eagles have been spending their offseason preparing for that, right? Like they didn't just sit idly by. Yeah, sure, Devontae Smith is going to elevate to that top spot, but they draft Mekhi Lemon in the first round, and Dontavian Wicks they trade for, and so I think they're just fine at receiver, even though I do think losing Brown is a loss, of course.
Then what about Dallas? I think there's a little buzz around this Cowboys team that have added a lot on the defensive side of the ball where they were god-awful. They could just be marginally better. I mean, that could be a playoff team.
You said it, okay, and that's exactly right. I mean, not to boost your ego, but like that's the whole reason. One thing we know about football is that year to year we have a lot more consistency on the offensive side of the ball than on the defensive side of the ball. So a team like Dallas is really perfectly positioned to take a step up because their offense was really effective. I mean, Dak Prescott last year, it went under the radar just how good of a season he had. I do a project every year where I do a hypothetical 100-player MVP ballot, and I had Prescott at 2. And I just think that because they didn't make the playoffs, it was lost on everyone. But he was so good last year, and not a lot's changing on that side of the ball. What does change is defense, I think, and you just kind of naturally, even if you don't do a whole lot, you're naturally going to expect to have regression on that side of the ball. And then they bring in some other players. I didn't think the Rashawn Gary trade was a good move, but they did add some other players. I think that the turnover, they should be not as bad. I think that's a generally a pretty good bet, and that's all they need. It's like you said, they don't need to be a great defense. They just need to be not an awful defense.
But the thing about Dallas, they're good. We have this type of thought about them every year, and they don't seem to ever reach it. Does history ever come into effect?
I know what you mean because I've picked Dallas to make the Super Bowl so many years based on the logic that I just laid out for you. And how many times has that fallen short? No, there's not any sort of factor in there that's like, the Cowboys can't get over the hump curse. I mean, most teams don't make the Super Bowl, and it just takes 1 year to change that. So, no, there's no specific Dallas thing. And obviously, there was a lot of McCarthy years in there, and he's gone now. But I don't know. I'm a Dallas believer here this year, like lightly. I don't think I'm taking them to go to the Super Bowl, but I think they'll be in the playoffs.
Dude, I think Schottenheimer's a good coach, and I think he might have kind of the wherewithal and the navigational skills to manage up with Jerry, but Jerry could blow anything up at any time. So, we'll see, because Mike McCarthy's a pretty good coach. You look at his winning percentage, and, that dude wins 10, 11 games everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
But we're also in D.C., so we're rooting against all of that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
We're talking with Seth Walder here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Seth is a NFL analyst for ESPN. Check out his the new Football Power Index got posted this week. Some really cool information in there. I read the article earlier in the week. You can follow him at Seth Walder, Walder. Let's turn the page to the Commanders, shall we? They understandably, especially, you kind of told us that this is largely based on Vegas expectations at this point because we don't have data of the actual games or anything. Commanders clock in at 21st in the Football Power Index. What do you think of where they landed, and kind of how do they outperform it? How do they underperform it?
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Here's what I said when I was doing with this time last year, when I was doing all these interviews about FPI, and sometimes people would ask me or who's a team that you think is going to underperform? And not to pat myself on the back, because most of the time I'm wrong like everybody else. But I said Washington because Jaden Daniels had just performed at a level on third and fourth down that was completely different than what he performed on first and second down. And first and second down was a much larger sample, but all the leverage is on third and fourth down. Well, last year, one, he was hurt, but two, when he played, that flipped. He was worse on third and fourth down than he was on first and second down. His performance on first and second down last year was actually at the same level as what it was as a rookie. And so that's a little bit, it was okay. And that's a little worrying to me in terms of thinking about their upside, but I think they should be better than what they were a year ago. Healthy Daniels, another year of experience, and he shouldn't be as bad on late downs as he was last season. The other thing that worries me about Washington is, despite what I just said, offense was not really the issue for them last year, and yet it was Cliff Kingsbury who got shown the door, and the defense, which struggled mightily, and it's still run by Dan Quinn, and that's the unit that has maybe a little more concerns. Now, I think the same thing that we just said about Dallas should be true for Washington, too. You would expect that their defense will be better. They have made a lot of additions. I think Odafe Owe was an expensive signing, but he's an underrated player. He's a guy who has a strong pass rush win rate. He even had a strong pass rush win rate in Baltimore before he got all the sacks with the Chargers. Chase Young's a sort of solid fill-in, and of course, you bring in Sonny Styles in the first round. I think Nick Cross is a guy that can make it, kind of fly around in the secondary and come downhill and make some hits. So I do think that they are a candidate for some nice positive regression on the defensive side of the ball, even though Dan Quinn is still there. That being said, I think their chances of making the playoffs are rightfully long. We have them at 23% chance to make the playoffs, which sounds harsh until I look at all the other teams in the NFC above them, and I think, well, yeah, I like them better too.
Well, you haven't talked about the Giants. We have a Giant fan that works with this show. What do you think about them? I know John Harbaugh is going up there, but they have a running back and a quarterback who don't think that they have to avoid contact. They rather lower their head and just run straight into it.
Yeah, certainly. I think that would probably be a lesson learned on the risk there with Dar. I think that the Giants are an interesting team, and I think there is upside with bringing in Harbaugh, and I think Jackson Dart showed something last year. And you can squint at this team and you can see it because the pass rush could be awesome, and you look at the offensive line, you say, okay, that could work. That could be, that could protect Dart. And then, the thing that worries me is Malik Neighbors. Is he going to be healthy right away? Because they really need him. You take Neighbors off that depth chart, and we are talking about Darnell Mooney, Calvin Austin, Darius Slayton, Malachi Fields, who they drafted in the third round. I know Odell Beckham Jr., who just signed. I mean, it's pretty rough, and they're going to need that group. So that, to me, is the concern. And I think it's the same issue in the sense, I look and say, okay, yeah, you could kind of imagine it, but then you think about, well, there's three awesome teams in the NFC West. There's a pretty good chance that they get three playoff teams out of that division. you got 3 teams, maybe even 4 teams in the North that you feel like could be pretty great with the Detroit and Green Bay and Minnesota and Chicago. And it's like, okay. So even if you leapfrog one of Dallas or Philly, and let alone the Commanders, that's not even necessarily enough. And so that's, I think, a really tough spot that both Washington and the Giants find themselves in. It's just the depth of the NFC.
All right. With the Commanders, like, for them to get back into the playoff conversation, say it's a wild card spot, what do you think? Mm-hmm. What do you think the offensive conceptual change of Cliff being out and David Blau putting in a more traditional pro style offense can bring?
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Like, what if it's gonna work? What's it gonna look like? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I don't have a great answer for that. I think that I mean, they had so much success in Cliff's offense and the Kingsbury's offense in his rookie year. And I somewhat hesitate to prescribe changing that much off of it. I do think Daniels is maybe has to put a little more on his shoulders. Maybe, and maybe it comes down to something like a breakout from like a Antonio Williams right away, something like that, an impact player that we're not expecting.
Yeah,
it's going to be a lot. It's going to need a lot though. I think for Washington to get there.
The other thing I wanted to follow up with you on is you have the Bears regressing.
Yeah,
and a lot of it is the turnover dependency on that defense. I tend to agree with you. They pulled, like, in a lot of ways, I feel like the 2025 Bears were the 2024 Commanders. And in a lot of ways, both teams' seasons swung on a devastating late loss to the other. In 24, the Bears fell apart after the Hail Mary. In 25, Commanders fell apart after Jaden fumbled late in that game. Where do you see Chicago going? Also, Caleb Williams now on the cover of Madden, which may or may not be a good thing either.
Okay, I really like that parallel. I haven't put it together quite the way you did, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think, so with Chicago, there's turnover dependency. If you look at non-turnover plays, that defense ranks 30th in EPA per play on non-turnover plays. They were one of the worst units in the league. They just took the ball away. And if you want to know how fluky turnovers are, well, Nahshon Wright had a ton of picks. And he signed for nothing with the Jets. So Chicago did not feel like, oh, wow, this guy is the key to our defense. So on that side of the ball, I think there's problems. The other side of the ball, and this is another sort of parallel, it's a different issue than what I described with Daniels earlier, but Caleb Williams only ranked 16th in QBR. And check this out. He ranked last among QBR qualifying quarterbacks in off-target rate and completion percentage over expectation. That is an accuracy issue. And I know that people say, a lot of people believe that that's going to improve, and maybe it will, but serious accuracy issue, and until we see improvement in that, I'm not going to assume that improvement is going to happen. And I think that's the thing that ought to be really concerning for Bears fans. You mentioned that we have them regressing, just 47% chance to make the playoffs. The one feather in their cap that I think makes it different from Washington a year ago is Ben Johnson. I think that he gives them I think that Kingsbury was a solid OC for the Commanders, but it's pretty clear that Washington is giving, or that Johnson, is giving Chicago his offense, same when he was in Detroit, and a schematic advantage. And I think that is a potential lifeline that could keep Chicago in the mix. But yeah, there are a lot of parallels. There are a lot of reasons to think about regression for that team.
Last one, Kevin O'Connell's a coach I know pretty well. He's had so much success in Minnesota. Now he's got this Kyler J.J. McCarthy quarterback competition. You expect that defense to remain really good with Flo running it. But what do you make of the Vikings?
Oh, I think that they're always gotta think they're dangerous. I mean, I don't really think McCarthy. Oh, well, famous last words. I'm not reporting anything. This is just my view. I cannot imagine McCarthy really has a chance. I think that
feels that
when
way.
You take Kyler Murray I've always been a little higher on Kyler Murray than consensus. I think that he's got that upside in there, and I think that we've seen O'Connell make it work with less. And I think that it fell apart when McCarthy was that quarterback, but Murray is a total different level of competence. I know he's frustrated to watch at times, but he can make plays and he can raise that floor by a lot. And you look at that team, and I think that there is definitely potential there. Now, it's a really tough division to break through, but there is no way that I am going to rule out those two coaches now with competency at quarterback, the receivers they have. I mean, Flores every year just delivering on defense. It's really hard for me to say, oh, no, Minnesota can't do it. I think they could definitely be the next.
There you have it. Hey, Seth, thank you for making
Seth,
time
appreciate
for us,
you.
dude. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Everybody give him a follow at Seth Walder, Walder. Let's open these phone lines up, man. Let's have a real conversation about where the Commanders are and perhaps.
Seth said competency at quarterback, and he talking about Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to leave it at that.
He's going to leave it at that. We are going to talk to you. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders have questions, undoubtedly. They're coming off a 5-12 season. They blew out both coordinators. 21st out of 32 teams. Is the NFL, is the national media sleeping on the burgundy and gold? Your turn next.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. An arrest warrant has reportedly been issued for San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk in California's Santa Clara County. The warrant is for a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speed per the California Post. The charge stems from a video Ayuk actually posted himself to his YouTube channel back in December 2025. The video shows him speeding past Levi Stadium at more than 100 miles an hour. And MLB All-Star voting is open, and CBS Sports is making their picks of who could get the starting nod. They have both shortstop C.J. Abrams and outfielder James Wood representing the Nationals in the starting 9 for the National League squad. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finlay, 1067 The Fan. We just had Seth Walder, ESPN NFL analytics expert, join the program in his first football power index of the season. He has the Commanders 21st, bottom third of the league. Kind of consistent with the 5-12 season last year, but I think there's a lot more optimism locally. Phones are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Question is simple. Is the rest of the NFL, the rest of the national media, are folks sleeping on this Commanders team? Let's start with my man Juan in Fairfax. What's up, Juan?
What's going on, fellas?
Chilling, brother. What's happening?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, just working up. And look, check it out here. They sleeping. They sleeping hard, and they snoring. But that's okay. That's fine. They can sleep all they want. But when we hit the field and we there putting up these wins, I don't talk about it. It's like Mike Jones. Oh, bad game, you didn't want me. Oh, now I'm hot, you all over me. No, we don't want you to be on us. Don't talk about us. Because we're going to go ahead and do our job. We're going to go ahead and put the product on the field, and we're going to go ahead and sign. So then when we go ahead and sign, don't be like, oh, yeah, I did say this. No, you didn't. Stop lying. But I'm going to put it out. I've already, like I said, I called last week, and I said the record's going to be about 11-7, and that's a playoff record right there. 11-7 is a playoff record, and we're going to do our thing this year. And then next year, or when a couple years we get in our stadium, oh, it's going to be on. It's going to be on like popcorn.
I'm with you, baby.
I'll let y'all.
Appreciate you, Juan.
Hell yeah.
I think that's one
Ryan
vote.
believes,
that's
baby.
one vote they're sleeping.
Yeah, I was sleeping on us.
I tweeted it out also at JP Finley NBCS. Seth said, I think their chances of making the playoffs are rightfully long, which seems harsh, but I look at the other NFC teams and just like them more. The NFC is pretty stacked.
Yeah, it is.
Defending Super Bowl champs. The Rams just added Myles freaking Garrett.
We see it all the time, though, Jay. People go
Totally.
Worst first.
Of the NFC teams that made the playoffs last year, this won't be popular. I just wonder when it kind of runs out for San Francisco. You got so many players that consistently get injured.
Yeah.
But Kyle's an excellent coach, and I get that. I think you and I agree. I don't know what that Vikings team is. I think KOC's a great coach, but I do not share the.
I mean, I don't share his excitement with Kyler Murray. I don't get that.
I'm with you. I think the Bears are due for a regression. I do think the Lions will be better. 7 playoff spots, man. Like you just got to be the 7th best team.
Yeah.
You don't have to be. I'm not saying they win the division necessarily, but 21 seems low. One thing Walter kept saying was that Dan Quinn's still running the defense. I think, yes, he's a defensive head coach, but like Durante
Jones doing something totally different.
It's going to be a different system.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jilly in Gaithersburg. What's up, Jilly?
Hey, B. Mitch Finley, what's going on, man? Good morning.
What up, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good. So my comment is during the offseason, I feel like we made a lot of C-level signings, re-signings, nothing quite significant to take us over that hump. I think we had there was a lot of empty spaces that we needed to get filled last year. I don't think we quite did it to we didn't maximize the off season. So I think this his analysis of being 21st, unfortunately, seems kind of accurate.
Yeah,
That's just my take on it.
I don't think that's crazy, especially if you're just judging based on what we saw last year and the moves that have been made thus far. RVA Chico responded to me on Twitter. He said, "We have too many questions. 2 new first-time coordinators. Jaden's health. Can he bounce back and play 90% of games? Lots of new players on both sides of the ball need to mesh, build cohesive units. It's understandable for folks to have doubts."
I mean, but it can happen. People talk as if it never happened before, that teams don't come together. I don't know.
It certainly can.
Yeah.
It absolutely can work. You wish they got that Arizona-Tennessee game a little earlier, where the opening stretch is going to be very difficult. Will is in Brandywine. What's up, Will?
What's going on, B. Mitch? And I call my man the ears. What's going on, gentlemen? Hey, hey, B. Mitch, I'm calling from the K9 unit. You know who the K9 unit roll with? Doc Walker.
All right,
man.
Gotcha.
We're not the flavor of the month, all right? Who cares? If they're sleeping on us, that's great. I mean, at the end of the day, B. Mitch and Mr. Ears, that's going to be his new nickname, Mr. B. We look good on paper. No question we look good on paper, but it's on paper. We only can go off of what our past performances were last year. You know, all this, we need help here, we need help there. Look, man, roll the ball out. Let's play the schedule. You know, everyone said the top of the schedule is tough. We don't know until these boys start playing. So is the national media sleeping on us? No. Do I think we're going to be better than what they think? Yes. Only because of 5. And I believe in Dan Quinn. I think Dan Quinn will help his young coaches right now. I think he's prepared to do that because he's a teacher. I do like what we have on paper. If we can stay healthy, big thing, top 10 in the defense, top 15 offense, that's a playoff team to beat, gentlemen. Hey, thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
Appreciate the call, man.
Let's check in with the number one optimist, my man Jeff Walker.
Jeffrey.
Jeff, are people sleeping on this Commanders team?
You know, you can't really say sleep because we went 5-12, but I think we're going to shock a lot of people, just like the Commanders shocked a lot of people when they said they wouldn't make the playoffs the first year with Jaden Daniels. I just think we have, if we stay healthy, we competing with the best of the best teams. That's how I feel.
How much you on that, Jeff?
B, what do you? I saw Chris Sims, NBC football analyst, played in the NFL. He does his annual quarterback rankings, and he had Jaden in the top 10. He had Jaden 9th, which I think is pretty accurate, right? There's a lot of good quarterbacks. I think. Yeah. He talked about all the good things Jaden can do, all the versatility. I mean, the young man is an absolute baller.
Yeah.
And I think he's looked great so far in May and June. But Sims said, you know, his frame is concerning. During the draft process, the frame was a part of the conversation. The rookie season, he had to gut out a couple games with the rib injury, but by and large, he stayed healthy and was excellent. Last year, obviously, there were injuries, different parts of the body, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Where do you land on the Jaden health questions?
I look at 2024, I look at 2025. I think Jaden's going to have to, as I was discussing the stuff with about Wimby this morning earlier, he's going to have to learn some different things. Like when you take off running, you don't have to run over people. Try to take less hits because he's not going to get much bigger. His frame is what it is. But in 2024, what he showed me is the dude can play and gut out stuff when he's aching and hurt a little bit. Most guys bigger than him can't do that. So he has that ability. So right now, the team around him, make it to where he doesn't feel he has to go out and make the play. Then he don't put himself in harm's way. Because let's be real, he's going to get hit in football.
Yeah.
You don't want to add additional hits onto the amount he's going to get hit anyway.
My only coaching point from the injuries last year that I hope is being driven home, if you throw a pick, don't try to make the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get that you're a competitor, but as guys advance in their career. Now, if it's a playoff game or you know what I mean, like there are times when you sell out for everything.
Yeah.
But regular season, by and large, Tom Brady wasn't chasing down tackles.
Tom Brady ain't chasing down nobody.
Right. But I'm saying, like, your value to this team is far more important than making the tackle on a pick. And that was where we saw them shut him down, whether he probably could have come back late in the year. But that's my only coaching point with the injuries.
Yeah.
Let's take Ed in Waldorf. What's up, Ed? Are folks sleeping on the Commanders?
Yeah, JP. First and foremost, man, be Miss JP. Look at y'all at Monumental every morning.
Appreciate it, bro.
My thing is this: we're not the only team in the NFC East that has had new pieces and parts. Also, brand new defensive, offensive, and head coaches. So for them to take and put the evaluation that, oh well, Dan Quinn, this and that, we don't know what we're gonna get. What the Giants going to get out of Harbaugh. We don't know what the offensive coordinator going to be in Philadelphia. So for them to put us 21st, as one caller mentioned earlier, when these critics come back and we 12-5, 11-6, and so forth, and then the playoffs, I don't want to hear it, bro. I really don't.
Thank you, man.
I'm with you, baby.
Good call, Ed. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to get through this. We're going to take everybody's calls. Are folks sleeping on this Commanders team? 800-636-1067. You're listening, you're watching, you're streaming. B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Taking your calls on the Commanders. Are people sleeping on what Washington has done this offseason? Listen, they spent a lot of money to try to address their defense. They brought in an explosive young tight end in Chigakonkwo. I think, personally, Rashad White's going to make a big impact. You need Jaden to stay healthy, but one thing, I got this tweet that I thought was pretty interesting. This is from Josh. We're having this conversation because the ESPN Football Power Index came out, first one for the 26th season, and they had Washington rated 21st out of 32 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Josh on Twitter responded to me, it seems like a lot of what he said about Baltimore could be applied to Washington. The QB was hurt last year. The defense needs to be better. They brought in new coaching.
True.
It's true.
See, this is the thing.
Like, yes, they need Jaden to be healthy, but so does Baltimore, so does Cincinnati.
Yeah, but they have a whole new staff in Baltimore. So things are changing up. Why do you give them so much credit and you don't give the people here credit? Because you had a new coordinator, 2 new coordinators come in, and I believe that a lot of the coaches that were here last year are still here. I don't think it's as much of an overhaul here as it is there. So why is Baltimore being given the benefit of the doubt?
Let's check with Kenny in Largo. What's up, Kenny? You think they're sleeping?
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
Of course, I'm good. They've been sleeping on us my whole life. I'm 28 years old. My whole life, they always been playing with us. So, just like in 2024, what they had us projected, 6 wins?
Yeah.
Or something like that? Yeah, so they always been playing with us my whole life. So, of course they are. They probably think we back to just being the old Washington team with like before, but nah, we here. So they better stop playing with us. Seriously. For real.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate the call, Kenny.
Wow.
Stallion, where are you at?
Washington got paid.
You sleeping on them?
Not sleeping on them yet, but I do think there are some question marks surrounding this roster still. I think they have improved some, but I still think that there are a lot of questions that haven't been answered yet until we see them on the field. And right now, I'm a little low on the wide receiver group right now. I think if Terry is healthy, that changes a lot of things. If Jaden is healthy, that changes a lot of things. But these are all things that we're just going to have to kind of wait and see on.
But it's question marks on every roster. I mean, I don't think there's a roster out here we don't have a question mark on. The Rams just signed Myles Garrett, but they're not loaded at every position. They got 2 guys that are playing cornerback for their team that I know are not very good. Let's be real. So, I mean, it's amazing when we discuss Washington, the questions have to be answered or we don't know. We don't know on no damn team. No team is perfect.
Let's go to our guy Jupe representing the DMWV. Jupe, are they sleeping on the Commanders?
Hell yeah, JP, they sleeping on us. Like my man said before, they always sleeping on us. And you know what? Let them sleep. Let them sleep. That's fine. What the problem is, D-Miss, I got the answer to your question. It's because, and this goes to that one call that agrees with it. We didn't make the big, fancy, big-name signings. You don't always need to go get the number one guy out there. You just need the right player in the right place with the right coaching, and it all gel together, and you got something cooking. But the number one thing that they keep sleeping on, number one, is that man, Timothy Daniels. I'm telling you, must-watch TV this year, scorched earth all throughout the league. We coming. All right, fellas.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Jupe. Good call, bud.
Jupe, go for it, bro.
White Brian, as a Giants fan, do you feel like the Commanders belong at about 21, or should they be higher, lower? What do you think?
I think it's about right. They're the best team out of the non-direct playoff contenders.
For me, if I'm looking at Walter's list, Washington's at 21.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the teams immediately ahead and immediately behind, I feel like the Commanders probably deserve to land somewhere around 16. I don't think the Vikings are going to be very good. The Bucks completely
he
coughed
basically
all over
told you
themselves.
he put the Vikings up there because he thinks more highly of Kyler Murray than everybody else does. Why? Because he thought because Kyler Murray has not really lived up to the hype.
That's another dude that doesn't stay healthy.
Yeah. I mean, Green Bay just signed Christian Watson.
They benched Kyler Murray because they wanted to keep Jacoby Brissett playing.
Yes. Christian Watson just signed with Green Bay. He's always hurt. So is that an answer? Did you answer all the questions for them right there? No. He gets hurt every damn year.
Like, for me, getting the Commanders up to 16, which is just outside of wild card territory, ahead of them, Colts, Vikings, Bucks, Jags aren't in their conference, so like that's a different discussion. And the Bears, I do think the Bears regress. I think they had the Golden Horseshoe last year, and you can put the Golden Horseshoe wherever you want, but it's hard to maintain that, as we saw with Washington in 24. I think the Bucks completely coughed all over themselves late last season.
Mm-hmm.
And Baker, when he's good, is really good. And when he's not, he's not.
Yeah, you're right about that.
They barely kept Todd Bowles around. They've had so much change in the offensive coordinator position. Like, that's two NFC teams that I think Washington is better than. And then you've got the Bears question mark. So, like, for me, it's less about identifying where they are in a football power ranking and more about, can you be one of 7 playoff teams? And I think if I had to count 7 in the NFC, Rams and Seahawks are in. I think I kind of think the Cowboys are going to win the NFC East. I could be wrong on that, but it's hard to discount Philly or Dallas. So that gets you to 4, and that's 2 of your wild card spots. Somebody's going to win the NFC North, but I don't think the NFC North is going to send 2 or 3 playoff teams this year.
Yeah, only 3.
Yeah, like I agree with you. And maybe the Packers are kind of the determining factor between the Lions. I don't know. Let's hit Mark in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
What up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, D? What's happening, JP?
Not much, brother.
As far as them sleeping on us, guys, man, I know you got a lot of callers, man. They always sleep on us. Like Brian said, you guys, everybody listen to Brian. He's spot on again. They are going to sleep on us because of what he said, and nobody can predict the future. It's always up for grabs, and we all love to talk about it, and that's cool and everything. But we have improved our roster, and they need to improve the basics. If they improve the basics on that team, they certainly can do as JP is talking about and be in the playoffs at 7 or 6 or somewhere around there, or maybe even better, like Brian said, because we're back to music, and I'll get off here, guys, because when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So that schedule doesn't mean jack. Let's play it and see what happens when the hands are in the dirt.
Appreciate
Have a
you, Mark.
good day, guys.
All right, man.
Great show.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate
Take care. Good conversation there. I think a lot of fans are optimistic, but there's plenty that seem pretty realistic about this. And I think Louis Riddick said this the other day. I think Jaden Daniels is going to come back and remind the NFL he's one of the best 5 quarterbacks.
I'm with that.
If that happens and Jaden plays 15, 16 games, I think this is a playoff team.
Hell yeah.
There's some ifs involved there, but
Yeah. I mean,
should that happen?
The thing of it, though, Jay, there are ifs about every team. So when I hear people like overly do it when it's Washington, it just rubs me the wrong way.
What happens if Matt Stafford goes down in LA? You know what I mean?
A lot.
I think that was a good, thoughtful discussion. I fear the next one might not be, but we got to discuss this Brandon Ayuk situation. Obviously, a lot of things happened yesterday. We'll run through them, let everybody reflect, react, and then talk about one of the coldest realities in pro sports. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by PBI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PBI. Wide receiver Christian Watson and the Green Bay Packers reached an agreement on a 4-year, $110 million contract extension that includes a $31 million signing bonus per Adam Schefter. This is the second major extension given to a Packers receiver this offseason, following the 3-year, $50 million extension given to Jaden Reed in April. And following the Knicks' 105-96 win over the Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Finals, the league is looking into two fans who directed vulgar and profane flopping taunts in Jalen Brunson's direction as the game was coming to a close. Strong teams need spaces that can keep up. PBI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to pvi.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop MedCap ViStar Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the eastern seaboard. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. Always wild in the chat on the YouTube stream. Appreciate everybody that listens to us via podcast, Spotify, Apple Pods. Appreciate everybody on the apps, Odyssey, iHeart, or just the good old-fashioned listening to the radio. We appreciate you, too. Before we get into this Brandon Ayuk discussion, I do want to remind the world Ruud is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com. If it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
And shout out to Jimbo with the new addition to the family. Hope everybody's happy, healthy, and sleeping over there, Jimbo.
Nah, Jimbo needs to be getting up every time the baby whines. Yeah, that's what we want to see.
Babies be whining. All right, Brian. Let's have a discussion with real context and nuance, because I think there's some derision that's probably gone too far. I think there's some sympathy that's probably gone too far. I think the reality, like most things, is somewhere in the middle. Brandon Ayuk has long been associated with the Commanders. He and Jaden Daniels are close friends. I thought Jaden did a tremendous job earlier this offseason, asked about Brandon Ayuk, and he said, listen, man, that's my brother. We're always going to be friends, but his football situation is his football situation. And as much as he could, I think he kind of diffused that thing, right?
Yep. People not going to let him diffuse it, though.
Sure. Last December, Brandon Ayuk posted a video of him driving by the 49ers practice facility as he was ensnarled in a nasty contract medical playing fight with the organization that employed him. He posted a video, what appeared to be driving, going 100 on a road that probably seems like it's a 65 at the most.
Okay.
Obviously, that is dangerous behavior from a actual driving standpoint. That becomes illegal behavior. Like, I'm not somebody that judges a lot of speeding, but going 40 over the speed limit, that's when you start to pay attention, right? Like, if he's going 80 in a 65, I think most people do that, right?
Yeah.
I will add, in California and in Texas, people drive insanely fast. I've noticed that, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
The actual act of going 100 in that area is dangerous.
Yeah.
Period. The act of posting the video doing it is stupid.
Fair, because they wouldn't know if they weren't there to catch him.
Right.
So now you just gave them the actual information they need to say you were doing it. But the thing about, I'm wondering why it took so long. If they were going to do this, why it takes so long?
So the news, the news and then the subsequent response are where we need to dig in.
Mhm.
So that happened back in December. It was obviously a dumb move.
Totally.
It was dangerous to do it, and it was dumb to post it. Yesterday, Adam Schefter reported the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office issued a warrant for the arrest of San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speeding. The warrant is in reference to a video Ayuk posted to YouTube in December in which he appears to tape himself from the driver's seat going well. Oh, wow. They're saying that's a 40 mile an hour speed limit. Going well over the posted 40 mile an hour speed limit on a road that runs past Levi's Stadium. The DA's office confirmed to ESPN on Wednesday. Why are you doing this now? And
that's the question. Why now? And is it that damn important? Then again, you could look. So many things can be done today. What if he come out now and say, "I wasn't really doing that speed. That's just the way I had it looking,"
or "I wasn't driving. That was my cousin sent me the video."
You know, it's like it's all kind of things that can happen from that.
I think seeing this come out now to me is one of two things. One, I don't know much about the Santa Clara County District Attorney. Okay, White Brian, look that up and see if that's an elected position. Generally, what happens, maybe not generally, I'll back off that. At times, public legal officials are looking to build their career.
Totally.
And often they do that by going after high-profile situations. So I think it's entirely possible, I'm not going to say probable, but I think it's entirely possible that whoever the Santa Clara County District Attorney is like, wait. We're going to get all the NFL people paying attention to this. And then when I run for state district attorney or if I want to be a state Supreme Court justice or something, all of a sudden my name is that much more out there.
Yeah.
I think that scenario is entirely possible for this to come out
today.
6 months later, 5 months later, whatever that is.
So it looks like the election is ongoing right now.
Shocker.
Oh.
And the guy that's currently ahead is going for his 5th consecutive term.
And is he so that's the person who's currently Santa Clara County District Attorney?
Yes, Jeff Rosen.
Jeff Rosen.
Hold on. I understand today, like, and you hate them, the traffic cameras.
Yeah.
They don't have a traffic camera. So you taking his information. What if he comes in to the court and say, that was all, I made it look like that because that's what I wanted to do? What could they say about that? Now you got to take a lie detector test?
I don't think those are admissible.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, this is they're grabbing now.
So, one, now apparently this arrest warrant was issued back in February.
And it just hit the news?
That might be on the journalists then for not noticing it. That stuff gets publicly disclosed. But regardless,
he's posted a lot since. He's been out in the public since. If they had a warrant out for his arrest since February, why hadn't he been arrested?
It's a fair question. Anytime you have elected officials that are currently up for re-election and they make what appears to be, at least you could possibly perceive something as a grandstanding gesture, that catches my eye. Perhaps I'm a skeptic.
This seemed like it's grandstanding to me.
Now, him posting that video
That's stupid too.
is dumb enough that it warrants, like, if the DA isn't grandstanding and isn't in an election and he decides, we cannot stand for that, I think that's warranted too, because the video was dumb and dangerous.
Okay. But my whole thing is still, you got that proof to do.
Sure, I'm not saying he's getting guilty or just goes to court or any of that.
That's why my thing is, why waste taxpayer dollars with this one at this point?
I have another thought on that. What do you and I both know? You more intimately than I. NFL teams have very strong relationships with local law enforcement all over the country.
Yeah.
Dallas, Kansas City, Green Bay, Washington, San Francisco. How did this get out? Maybe somebody with the Niners wants to continue to just bury this dude. I think that is entirely possible. I think that's entirely logical.
Yeah.
So, like, the arrest warrant, the video, posting that video is so incredibly dumb. Driving like that is so incredibly dumb. But the arrest warrant, getting out at this stage, I look at that with a raised eyebrow. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, we all happen to be back at OTAs.
It seemed like some BS to me. But Greg said this, okay? Greg say, it'll never never hold up in court. All you got to do is say it was AI. Greg, they'll know if it was AI or not.
I don't care about the legal proceedings.
I don't either. I'm just saying it's when I first heard the story, it really made me go, okay, more stuff. Now I'm hearing everything. This is trash right here.
What else is trash, though, is the news breaks that there is an arrest warrant out for Aiyuk for speeding. And then he goes and posts a video of himself racing cars. Like, speeding on the racetrack in his car, entirely legal. Enjoy yourself how you choose to. I am confident that's a violation of his contract.
He's antagonizing him now.
He's antagonizing him.
It may not be. Most NFL contracts don't put a lot of stuff in them, to be honest with you.
Okay, maybe it's not. He's absolutely antagonizing law enforcement and the 49ers by posting that video.
At this point, though, his contract has been nullified. He can do what the hell he wants to do right now.
And he's doing it.
Yeah.
This situation is so toxic between Aiyuk and the Niners. And I don't at all for a minute suggest the Niners aren't part of it. Like, we know key people involved there. They're part of the antagonistic behavior.
Oh, yeah.
But so is he. Mm-hmm. And there's a consistent act of antagonism that gives real pause to anybody considering his football talents.
I'm with you.
Add in the fact this dude hasn't made a catch since Joe Biden was president.
He hasn't made a catch, and all the posting he's doing, I haven't seen one post of him working out.
His boys were in L.A. working out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where he lives. He might have multiple homes. He might be bi-coastal. But should he be in California? L.A. ain't that far. Those are all your boys working out. Yeah. Best I can tell.
Yeah, the way he drives, he could have got down there in a few hours. I mean, let's be real.
Now, there are those that will say, get this guy out of here. I'm done with this. I'm done with all the stuff. And with all of the new parts in Ashburn, they are juggling so much stuff that maybe they don't need to add this. Because you could say whatever you want. Brandon Aiyuk walks in that locker room, it immediately becomes a massive story. And it's not just local, it's national. All that said, you know what pro sports does? You know what the NFL does?
What?
They make exceptions if you can ball out.
Hell yeah.
They will figure it out.
If you can play, you can be a damn psychopath. Okay. They give you a chance.
Bill Parcells, bona fide hard ass.
Mm-hmm.
Two-time Super Bowl winning coach. Different rules for Lawrence Taylor than for everybody else.
Hell yeah.
Like, this has been going on since the dawn of time. I believe Ty Cobb is one
Jimmy
of the
Johnson
biggest jerks
felt the
of
same
all
way.
time. Right. Like, if there was a workout and it's Aiyuk and he looks fantastic, they might still roll the dice on him.
Yeah.
All that said, I don't know that the distraction is worth, like, you got to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze here. And I don't know that it is, especially considering the health questions. B, you and I have circled back to this a million times. You played in the NFL. I've covered it up close over a decade. You talk to football players, and some people may think football players are smart. Some people may think football players aren't. You know what I can tell you football players know?
What?
Contracts.
Oh, hell yeah.
Every dude in every locker room knows the deal every other dude in that locker room has. They know where the incentives are. They know what the clauses are. They know what the workout bonuses are. They know all of it.
Yeah.
And for a dude to walk away from the money, that is,
I guarantee
even though he
you,
drove 100 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, my biggest red flag is he walked away from the money.
I wouldn't be surprised if that conversation right there is not being held in every locker room out there. Man, can you believe he didn't even try to get his money back? I guarantee you people are questioning that.
That is my biggest question.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for people to assume that they would never, now that he's posted this video and there's an arrest warrant by the Santa Clara County District Attorney or whatever's going on, to assume that it's over, that's an assumption too far.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the dude can play, there's spots.
Oh, he's going to get a chance if he can play.
He also has to want to play.
Yeah.
What possible evidence do we have that he wants to play?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Stallion points out Brandon Ayuk only follows 5 people on Instagram. And Jaden Daniels and the Commanders are 2 of them.
Okay.
Whoop-de frickin' do.
Yeah. I understand there's new age people that do. What does that mean? Does that mean, wow, he follows those 2 people? That's weird to me.
I think this dude is weird. I think this dude, whether or not he's getting a fair shake from the Niners.
He's not getting a fair shake from them, but then again, when you do the things he's done, they're not going to give him a fair shake.
And they gave him a fair shake when they gave him the $130 million contract.
Yeah.
It is very weird, and I can't say it's something that I think they should do. I just don't think people should assume the door is closed either.
Yeah. Oh, no. You can't. It's been too much smoke around that.
Let's go to these phones. We haven't even asked for it yet, but we're going to have a Brandon Ayuk discussion. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Are you out on Ayuk? Let's start with Zeke in Southeast. Zeke, what up, man?
Hey, what up, guys? Love the show.
All right,
thanks, buddy.
man.
Hey, I think that San Francisco put that stuff out there, man, because, wasn't it like almost time for him to be free from them? So, yeah, I think they're running another game, trying to discredit him so that nobody would pick him up. But, if we can still get him on the cheap, I say why not on a 1-year deal? Why not? What do you got to lose? And if he actually doesn't act right, then don't bring him back. That's what I feel.
I keep hearing if we can get him. My thing is if we can see if he can still play. We can see he can still run routes, still run the same speed he used to run. That's what I want to see before I start talking about trying to what I'm signing him to. I like to see him go through a workout right now.
And then work out 2 days later and make sure it's all there.
I would love to see something like that. But just to say, just give him a 1-year deal. Somebody else could get that 1-year deal that's been playing all this time.
Steph Diggs.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I don't get the vociferous Ayuk.
Nice word there, Jay.
Defenders or supporters. I'm not closing the door on it. I don't get the that's my guy.
The friendship thing makes everybody forget everything. Because he said he wanted to play here. People just assumed, cool. You know what? I had a lot of friends I played with. And when I got away from them, I was happy as hell I got away from them. They couldn't help me. They couldn't help us win. So who cares?
Maybe he can help them win. But there is zero evidence of that for 2 years now. Phone lines are packed. We're going to have this Brandon Ayuk discussion. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You in? You out? You just want to see him work out? Give us a clue if you're ready to rock. You care about his Instagram followers? It's B. Mitchell Finley.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get an instant alert if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax. Just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. A fan who ran out onto the court during the fourth quarter of last night's NBA Finals and attempted to take a selfie with San Antonio Spurs star Victor Wembanyama was arrested and given a lifetime ban from all NBA games, according to a league spokesman. The incident, which halted play before the Knicks' 105-95 game victory, occurred with just over 6 minutes remaining in the game. The fan ran onto the court with a cell phone in his hand, stopped in front of Wemby and Knicks center Mitchell Robinson near the three-point line, and then he was quickly pushed away by 2 security guards as he attempted to take a picture. Hope it was worth it. Don't leave money on the table. It's not too late to fill out your FAFSA and get money for college. Complete your FAFSA today, then register for spring classes at PGCC. Visit pgcc.edu/payingforcollege/financial aid. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
God, I love this song. Shout out to the Dipset. We're having a Brandon Ayuk conversation. The recent warrant for his arrest that got reported by Schefter. He was driving way too fast. It was incredibly stupid. I also think trying to take this to court is not worth the paper it's written on.
Mm-hmm.
Him posting the rebuttal video, if you will, of driving a race car at high speeds on a racetrack, which is completely legal, is just silly and antagonistic. I just think people that think the Ayuk thing is over, I wouldn't say that, because all he has to do is work out and look really good. We have no reason to believe he's going to work out and look really good. He has to want to play. I want to let people weigh in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's start with Manny in Southeast. Been on hold a while. What's up, Manny?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm making it, man. Look here, man. I don't see the difference between him and Diggs, man. Diggs just went through a whole lot of stuff. I'm like I told y'all last time, man. I want a player that wants to be here that's gonna help our team. It's about winning. I don't care about him speeding. He ain't hit nobody. He ain't kill nobody. That's his car. But just like Diggs, everybody wants Diggs, but they don't want Ayuk all of a sudden. It don't make sense.
Well,
So
I can tell you one thing that's massively different.
What?
Steph Diggs played last year and had 1,000 yards on a team that went to the Super Bowl. That's a huge difference.
I understand that. I understand that part. That sounds good.
That's a huge difference.
I understand what you're saying, that he played. That's cool. But we don't know if we saying this guy can't play until we see he can't play. I'm not worried about a speeding ticket or nothing like that, because we already know they did the same thing to Deshaun to get him out when he wanted to leave Houston. We ain't had no problems out of Deshaun until he wanted to leave Houston. People.
I wouldn't compare this. I wouldn't compare this situation to Deshaun Watson's situation whatsoever.
No, I'm not talking about the gravity of it. I'm talking about the fact that it didn't even come out until he wanted to leave.
I understand what you're saying, but this
He
is
posted this
what
video
I'm trying
himself.
to say is he hadn't played in 2 years, bro. And if I'm going to take my chance on one or the other, I'll take my chance with the guy that played last year. Point blank.
Thank you for the call. I'm here for all viewpoints, but that sounded like he wanted Ayuk more than Diggs. That's asinine to me. Diggs had 1,000 yards last year on a team that went to the Super Bowl, and everyone I've checked with in New England said he was great in the locker room.
But the thing that makes the
Ayuk hasn't
fans
had a catch since October of 24.
the thing that makes fans of the caliber that the guy that just called is the fact that he said he wanted to play here. That's what they're banking it on.
Steph Diggs was asked today by TMZ. Yesterday. I'm open to everything. Steph wants to get paid, and he deserves that. The only hold up with Diggs coming here is money. And how does Peters handle bringing in a 32-year-old receiver when he went very hard last year and not paying a 30-year-old receiver?
Yeah.
Like those are some complicating factors.
Mm-hmm.
The who's more ready to play football right now, to me, is zero discussion. Justin is in Huntington. Justin, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys?
Not much, bro.
Sure, man.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say, B. Mitch, big fan. Always been a Commanders fan, Redskins fan.
Thank you, man.
So, carrying on with the family. But I'm out 100%.
All right.
Mentally wise, we don't need that. I feel it's going to bring the team down. I'd much rather go for Diggs. At least he's proven himself. Or even bring back Debo.
All right.
Fair enough, man. Appreciate the call, Justin.
That's another angle right there.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the Debo thing is happening, but it's a fair point.
Another angle, though.
Debo was here last year and went for, I think, 800 yards.
Yeah.
Like, even if we remove all the nonsense, and there is a giant pile of nonsense, like, those dudes played. I get that Ayuk's a little younger, but, like, we don't even know where he is. Who did we hear? Somebody said they won't be back till mid-October.
As Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons, right? Like, at least there's an idea of what he's going to do. When I talk to people I know from San Fran, they're like, nobody knows what's up with this dude.
Mm-hmm.
No one's heard from him. Let's go to Jack in North Bethesda. Jack, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. Big fan.
Thanks, man.
Me personally, I think Ayuk would be a good thing. He's younger than Stephon. He may have only had 300 yards, but that means once he recovers, he'll be able to come back. He'll be able to do what he used to be able to do. And we need a receiver, too, right now. Luke McCaffrey and whoever else we have, I'm sorry, those guys are good, but we need someone who's solid, who may not be good in the locker room, but we need somebody, you know?
You say he had 300 yards. When did he have 300 yards?
24.
No,
Last time he
I'm
played.
saying. 2 years ago, right? 3 years ago? 3 years ago? Yeah.
I think 2 years now.
Okay. And you automatically assume he's just going to be able to get back to it, right?
Oh, no, not at all. It takes time. I've been through injuries like that. I know what it's like. I play. You know, it's not an easy thing, but you got to understand, if he wants that big bucks, he's going to come back as hard as he can, you know?
All right.
Dude, honestly, I appreciate the call, Jack. What possible evidence do we have that he's going to work as hard as he can to come back? What possible evidence exists?
I played football before and I got over that injury.
He didn't even work with the union to file a grievance about losing $25 million. They don't care about the Santa Clara County District Attorney.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Shout out
crazy.
to them.
What did he say, Jeff? He what?
He said he survived those injuries before. He played before.
So I let
not
that,
at the highest level.
I didn't want to say.
that.
I didn't want to say. Oh, I didn't play.
Jeff, you're the young man here. Do you have a different perspective than I do?
My only thing that I'm not like would I want him to come and get a trial here? Yeah, but I'm just not feeling how he's responding, like, and how he's acting. We've all done stuff, you know, illegally. Whether it's you rode without a seatbelt, whether you went over the speed limit, but you're not posting it.
I've never rode without seatbelt or speed. No, I'm joking.
You were driving a car when you were 12.
Right. But yeah,
that's legal in Louisiana in the backwoods.
It's just rubbing me wrong how he's carrying it, especially posting the video, because
Antagonistic behavior.
I'm quite sure he knew it was out. But you post that video,
confident.
It's like, what are you going to do if some controversy hit in Washington where you're not getting your way? Are you going to do the same thing?
Vic
That's
is
my
in
only problem.
Accokeek. Vic,
what's up, brother?
Where you at on BA?
I just told the call screener that I've been out on IU since the information came out, and I'm going to stay out. And I'm going to be very plain about this. I do not have an issue, or I'm not against giving people second chances. I have a second chance, and that's why I do the work I do today. What I'm not going to give you is a third, fourth, and fifth chance. And that includes when your patterns have shown that your thinking and your decision-making does not lead you towards the highest peak of your success in the profession that you say you love and get millions of dollars to do, and it is still a child's game. Children still play this game. And as a Commander fan, ex-Redskins fan, I don't want anybody complicating what we're trying to do, which is to win. I don't want anybody destroying the locker room.
I'm with that.
Being a distraction. We have lost for a long time for other stupid things that have nothing to do with football. The last thing we need, and B-Mitch, you know this because you played in Washington and you know this area. The last thing we need in the DMV in D.C. for somebody to make stupid decisions that are illegal to come here and make the potential of more stupid decisions, and it distracts our team from winning and puts a magnifying glass on us that now complicates things even worse.
Yep. Good call, Vic.
Amen.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you. Let's go to Will is in Clinton. Bill Clinton, where you at on Brandon Ayuk?
How you gentlemen doing?
We're good, bud.
Good, man.
Okay, my thing is, man, because I'm comfortable. Me personally, I'm comfortable with the wide receiver room. I'm gonna bring in the guy that Jay's most comfortable with, and that's Brandon. That's Ayuk. Mm-hmm. I mean, who knows? We keep talking about money. Who knows the situation in San Francisco? It may have been so bad on him. He wasn't concerned about the money. He had enough money. He no amount of money would have made him stay in San Francisco because of that environment. We just don't know. I mean, just sign him to a one-year deal. If it doesn't work out, then fine. But Jay's comfortable, would possibly be more comfortable with him because he's played with him. I mean, that's normally the case. You normally go with the receiver you try to benefit your quarterback, whatever benefits your quarterback. He's played with this guy. So why not give him an opportunity?
All right. How many years he played in Arizona State?
I believe a year.
With him.
One
year.
I believe it was a season.
Okay. And he's played with Terry 2 seasons now, right?
Yeah.
He has more familiarity with Terry than he does with Ayuk. I understand what people are trying to say, but just because you were a friend with somebody at one point in your life don't mean that everything's going to just click at another point. I would ask the question, was he the person he's acting like he is today back then?
They played the 2019 season together in Phoenix.
Okay, so it's 26 right now. You know what I mean?
Shane is in Fairfax. Shane, where you at on Brandon Ayuk?
Hells to the no. Look, this man ain't played in 2 years, and we're acting like, I can understand if this man was a top 5 receiver in the league, if he was like a Calvin Johnson. Yeah, but he's not even a top 10 receiver in the damn NFL right now. Let's call it what it is. And plus, my biggest issue is you do not walk away from $25 million. I didn't make my money by walking away from a damn dime. That just shows you right there this man is unstable. And why would you want something in this locker room when we're trying to build nothing but positive? And what's it going to take? By week 4, he's going to be out of here and pouting? No. There's better options out there. Hell, I'll take a kid from DeMatha High School right now over him. It's ridiculous. The conversation's hells to the no.
Thanks for the call, Shane. Good stuff right there. I'm going to sneak in our guy Drew down in Tampa, living a good life. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. How are y'all? Thank you for taking my call. I'm completely out on Ayuk. And my bigger issue has been with Peters for the last 2 years. And the perfect example of a GM that knows what to do when you almost make or win a Super Bowl is the Patriots organization. They made a Super Bowl last year, and what did they do this year? They go out and they get 2 top-end wide receivers for their rookie QB. We need another 2, but we don't need Ayuk. We need somebody like Diggs or somebody else. I don't know who, but I just get frustrated with Peters when I see another organization almost make it, and then they go out and they get A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs, and here we are with Terry McLaurin and a bunch of, probably call them top, a 3 wide receiver at best, if not special teams guys. So very frustrated, but no Ayuk. We don't need that headache, but we need somebody else. And to me, Diggs is sitting right there, and I just don't understand why we don't get him and give Jaden a little more offense.
Appreciate the call, brother.
Appreciate it,
Drew. All right, if you're on hold, stay there. We're going to keep the calls going. I can understand frustration at giving Jaden more weapons. To me, that doesn't necessarily equate with Brandon Ayuk. Folks have a lot of opinions. We're here for it. Contextual conversation on B. Mitch and Finley. Shout out to the Beasties. Trying to have a real conversation about Brandon Ayuk and whether he's still in play for Washington, which I would caution people to assume that the ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Ships rarely sail in the NFL if you got talent. But is it worth it? Is any of this worth it? I think it'd be a significant distraction, and I just don't think it's worth it at this point.
With all this stuff going on, you would hope that they've already know that, but the fact that he's still on the contract, that probably couldn't happen. You know what I mean? So it scares you.
Agreed. I want to let the folks weigh in, though. People have been on hold a long time. Alton is in Richmond. What's up, Alton? Where you at on Brandon Ayuk?
What's up, JP and Brian? I'm on the same ropes that y'all on with Brandon Ayuk because of the simple fact he haven't played, and we really don't need him. But what we do need, we need to either make a trade, or either we need to get either Debo back or Diggs. Just like the caller from Tampa said, I'm frustrated with Peters because he be knowing this stuff. The fans like us be knowing this stuff, and he sit there and don't make no moves when free agency came. He made a move the second day, had everybody in frenzy like nothing happened. You got the money. Stop waiting and go get these people around, Jaden, because if you don't, this situation going to turn out to end up being another RG3 saga. And you don't want that because you already got the mom that looks after Jaden right now. You don't want her anymore if her son keep getting hurt or something keep happening because he don't have the protection and the people around him to help him win.
Appreciate the call, Alton. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Don is in Ashburn. What's up, Don?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
For me, I think, when you look at Terry McLaurin, you've got a true leader, a guy that sets a great example for the rest of that room. And to bring somebody in that's the exact opposite, I think that's not going to be a good look, a good thing. And then the other thing, and, B-Mitch, you've got kids, you understand, too, the difference. When a 21-year-old posts a picture after something like that, it's one thing. When you're 28, it's a real show of your lack of maturity and just being very petty. And I just don't want that around my team. I mean, it's just it's bad when you're that immature at that age. It just doesn't work, man.
Yep. Appreciate you, man. That is a fair point. If this was all
I think what he's
happening-
getting it's a lot of people who make these phone calls who probably as immature as he is. That call was good.
Yeah.
And I agree with him totally. Like, sometimes you got to look past the football and understand the other aspects of what goes on.
Follow the money, man. Just follow the money. Alan is in Reston. What's up, Alan?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm 100% out on Ayuk, and I think, since these rumors started, there's no way of convincing me that it's a good idea. Guys have mentioned all the locker room distractions, but the biggest issue to me is I don't want our quarterback, who's coming back from an injury, to have to focus on his boy. Text him, are you coming to the meeting? Are you here? Are you working hard enough? He should only have to focus on his business.
That's fair. Yeah. I like that, Alan. I think
remember I said that before?
Yeah.
He got enough on his own plate. Man, I don't need at 20-something years old, you don't need to be worried about nobody else. Take care of you.
You know what Jaden's doing right now? Learning a new offense, learning to go under center at a significant rate for the first time in his career.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, do we need to throw something else on that? Round out these calls. Jay is in D.C. What's up, Jay?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
We good, bro. What's happening?
Yeah. Man, it's pretty simple. I'm out on IU, first of all. And it's pretty simple for me. I don't trust the dude, man. You just can't trust. I don't trust the decision making. First of all, with the contract, he won. He asked for the money. He got his $30 million plus a year season. That's what he asked for. So he won. And what did he do? He backed out on that. Now, it could be some other stuff that ain't come out yet we don't know about, but I'm only going off the information that's available. Then the speed ticket. The speed. You did the speed wherever you was at. You won, son. You ain't get the ticket. Oh, but we love the speed. You don't get tickets. But what you do? You post the video snitching yourself, man. Just bad decision. It's just stupid. And that was just a small thing. That's just a small thing. But it just shows the level of thought he had to me. I don't trust the dude, man. And real quick, be Mr. Hit on the point you made about people want him to come because he says he wants to be here. Man, guess what? Now I want to be there too. I'm pretty sure more than he wanted to be there. But should they sign me just that I want to be there?
Yeah, I'm with you on that, baby. Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah, have a good one, man.
Appreciate you
Take
too,
care.
bro. Thanks, man. All right, we're going to finish this out. Gary is in Fairfax. Gary, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long time no hear from.
What's up, man?
I mean, we're here. Is you not
We
calling?
here. You hadn't called us. What's going on with you, man?
Yeah, hey, how's it going, B. Mitch?
Chilling.
Hey, look, it came right from the 49ers' very own. Maybe they don't have those words posted up in their locker room. Don't need them. Can't use them. Can't win with them. So
Mike Singletary.
we don't need that. we don't need that. So and you know what? This guy, maybe somebody should give BA the phone number of AB to learn that this league don't need you. You know what I mean? And so what does that say? That he's trying to, he's going to drink poison? Riding by the facility or the stadium of the 49ers, he's going to drink poison and kill the 49ers? I don't think that's going to happen. And on the serious tip, where's this young brother ever going to earn $30 million in his life doing anything else, probably? It's sad. It really is. But, the 49ers have been here. The NFL has been here for many years and will continue to be long after Brandon Ayuk is nothing more than a pimple on the ass of the NFL. So that's all I've got to say. We don't need
That's plenty. You said plenty, Gary. Yo, we appreciate you, man. Good to hear from you.
All right, Gary.
Yeah, brothers.
All right. It is Thursday. That was by and large
That was a good one.
I feel like a quality IU discussion. Like we did. Like I don't want to soapbox or grandstand and pearl clutch and be like, oh my gosh, how can you possibly? There's more to it than all of that. But they don't need the distraction. Learn the new offense. Learn the new defense. Like play football. Now it is a Thursday, so if you're upset about anything, whatever that may be, this is your opportunity. Phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday. It's time we join together and get mad at the small stuff in life that drives us all crazy. It's your turn next.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Carolina Hurricanes remain confident in goaltender Frederik Andersen despite his numbers declining dramatically over the past 6 games. Andersen gave up 5 goals on 23 shots in Carolina's Game 1 loss to the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Final on Tuesday. But that's been a continuation of a statistical decline that began back in the Eastern Conference Finals. But the Hurricanes coaching staff came out this morning and said they have no concerns going with Andersen. Game 2 is tonight. That'll be 8 p.m. played in Raleigh. Donate your unrented vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, you know what time it is. Whatever you're mad about, you get to get it off your chest. It is Bleep You Thursday. I'm going to let my man Wildcard Scotty kick us off. You know he's got a list of things. Maybe he's mad at you, B. Let's find out. Scotty, who you mad at? What's up, man?
What's happening, fellas? I'm mad at your neck of the woods, man. Driving through the traffic up in Tacoma Park. That stuff's for the birds.
Yeah, traffic sucks.
And I want to drop one off for your boy B, too. He's a ridiculous competitor on the golf course, but I'm going to catch him pretty quickly.
Scotty, you're not catching nothing quickly.
Bleep you to Brian Mitchell? Is that how we're leading this off?
We're gonna leave it with a bleep you to Brian Mitchell to start off.
When you going to catch me? Give me a date.
You want to go again today?
And when is the date?
You let me know.
No, when is the date you're going to catch me?
What does catch him mean, by the way?
Like, be able to shoot shot for shot with him.
I don't think that. I don't think that's happening. No time. I don't think that's happening. How old are you right now?
45.
Okay, you won't do that by the time you're 50.
No, you won't.
And I'll probably be 60 something and still whooping your ass.
See you, Scotty. Thank you, buddy. 800-636.
Messing with the wrong person here.
800-636-1067. Eric is in Los Angeles. Eric, what's up,
E?
dude?
Hey, what's up, B Mitch? What's up, JP?
How you doing, man?
Good. So I have a big bleep you to my doctor for canceling my vasectomy scheduled for next Wednesday. I had that thing on the book for the last month and a half. They're going to send me a text message yesterday saying that, the doctor's going out of town, so we're going to have to cancel your vasectomy for next week. I had everything planned for my recovery, and then the time later I have to spend with my wife to clean out my pipes, and it just put everything on hold for me.
Dude, I tell you what.
Be careful, dog.
This sounds like one of those stories.
I would say be careful, dog.
You might need to strap up for the.
Be careful because 9 months later you be calling me, yo, man, y'all won't believe this.
Eric, this sounds like one of those stories where it's like, man, I had a vasectomy plan. It got canceled. Now we got twins on the way. You got to chill, dude. I know it's hard. Listen, some things in this world are undefeated, but you need to take a vow. You need to go chill with the monks for a couple weeks, man. Be careful.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of you, Eric.
It's cool. It's cool. I got to reschedule for another 2 weeks later, but
that's a dangerous 2 weeks.
2 weeks, boy.
Take a business trip.
Hey, man. 2 weeks.
See you, man. Good luck.
Be careful.
Good luck, dude. That's funny, man.
That is funny as hell.
Chad's in Alexandria. Chad.
What up, Chad?
What's the word? Who you mad at?
Hey, what's going on? I was going to say bleep you to everybody because everybody needs to be bleeped on something, but also everybody needs a little bit of forgiveness, so don't bleep anybody.
Huh?
I was going to say bleep everybody because everybody needs something to be bleeped on, but also give a little bit of grace and forgiveness towards everybody as well.
Bleep you.
All right.
I didn't know we had this is a monk show today, right? Hey, be nice to everybody. No, we're not.
This segment is specifically not to be nice to everybody. Every once in a while, we'll do the Say Something Nice
Yes.
segment. This ain't
Yes,
it.
hell no, not today.
CC's in Martinsville. What's up, CC?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good to hear from y'all again.
You too, bro.
Hey, listen, my bleep you goes out to all the fans that hated on Terry last year and said he need to sign the contract. Just get in here. He's not worth $30 million. All of that, and these are the same fans that are saying that we need to scrap everything and bring in Brandon Ayuk because he's Jaden's best friend. So bleep you to all them fans. Keep it there.
There you go, bro.
Thank you, man.
Let them know.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
All right.
I'm with you. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jeff, it looks like you got something to get off your chest.
Yes, I want to bleep all of my little cousins.
Damn, Jeff, you've been bleeping all the young people in your family. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yo, so my little brother's graduation cookout was last week, and I'm playing basketball with all of them and everything. And every time I shot the ball, they was like, "Yeah, Unc, and I'm like, y'all know what? Y'all uncle's over there, and they like, you old too. You was born during slavery. And I said, what? They said, yeah, that's why your hair not there. I just walked away.
Jeff,
I wasn't going to get into an argument with little kids about my
what I'm
age.
finding out is these kids take after you.
Yeah, but I'm not even that old
Jeff,
yet.
too funny. No, you are that old. Look at your hairline, dog. You're that old.
That don't mean nothing.
Yes, it does.
It was a high school basketball player who was bald. That didn't make him old.
Yeah, but Jeff, you look like you like.
But see, the thing is,
Jeff's hair looks better than Vic's hair.
Look like you was hanging out with Harriet over there at Cambridge, bro.
But the thing is, I was running more than they were. So how am I old?
I'm just saying, Jeff.
I ain't gonna lie, B. When they were saying it, I was like, this must how B feel when I be saying that to him. Because I'm like,
No, I don't even hear you, Jeff.
You know what my daughters say to me all the time?
What?
Daddy, tell us about the olden days. and Ainsley, I don't think realizes it's an insult. Shelby does and loves saying it.
I think Ainsley knows too.
Yeah, she probably does.
She probably pushes it more.
Dude, I have a very funny story about my youngest daughter last night that it's not a bleep you. She tried to frame your boy. I go on air for all ears at 8:30. Bedtime's kind of 8 to 8:30 at our house. I get a text from my beautiful wife about 8:28. Ainsley says you clogged the toilet. I said, I haven't been home for 4 hours. How on earth? I was like, Lauren, you ever think she might have done it?
Yeah. Hey, who's not here?
That's
Daddy.
That's a setup right there.
Oh, she got you, dog.
Let's go to
You gotta be careful with that, dog.
Jock in Woodbridge. What's up, Jock?
Mitch.
What's up, bro?
JP, what's going on, man?
We're
Chilling,
good,
man.
buddy. We're good.
Oh man, I gotta bleep you for Turo and for the owner not for the owner, but the guy that rented the car. I was supposed to rent a Corvette for my birthday so I can ride around, like B Mitch style. And I was all hype, right? Like this weekend is coming up. I'm all hype. And got a text message like, yeah, for safety concerns, the rental has been canceled. So I called the owner. He's like, oh man, the person that rented before you, they crashed and it's in the shop. It's not going to be able to get out by the time you need it. Blah, blah, blah. But they're going to give you a full refund. So I'm saying bleep you to Turo and the guy that drove the car before I was supposed to drive the car. All you have to do is keep it in the lane, bruh.
Appreciate you, Jock.
Yeah.
Take care, dude.
man.
Good luck with the car.
I tell you, bro, renting your own car. Whew.
That's tricky,
That could
man.
that could be something there,
tricky.
bro.
Scott is in Tyson's. Scott, who you mad
guys,
at, brother?
Thanks for taking my call.
What up, Scott?
Man, I'm mad at the guy off Facebook Marketplace that told me he was going to come to my house to meet me to look at my shed I'm selling. And now just call me and say, hey, man, I can't make it. Can we reschedule? Believe that, man. Come on.
And you've been waiting all day, haven't you?
Yeah, man. I left work early, set everything up, and then just for someone to text you, hey, can't make it. Like, man, come on, man.
Bleep you.
I hate that, man.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Thank you for the call, Scott. Appreciate you. I'll let the boys in the aquarium get their bleeps off should they need to. I'm going to go to my man Eddie in Seat Pleasant right now. What's up, Ed?
JP, what's going on? I talked to you before hating a Dallas fan to do all the hating.
My first time talking to D-Mitch, one of the immortal Redskins of all time. I have a couple of bleep views. My first one off the Bucks is Boomer Esiason. Bleep you to that dude. Football is the ultimate team sport that you learn about people from your other religious backgrounds, financial backgrounds. So for you to open up your mouth and try to slam Abdul Carter, even though he's a giant, which I really don't care about, but you was dead for that. Also, bleep you for all the Jaden haters that you put all that crap about him last year. He's going to do his thing and bring us back to the playoffs. And JP, I definitely feel you about your daughter. My daughter always likes to hit me how old I am. So she came home from school one day and asked me, Daddy, have you ever been a slave before? When she was learning about that, I was like, you're going too far, little girl. You're doing too much. But thank you guys for taking my call. And I'll get you back next week.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate you, man.
Oh, boy. They think you, they put you way old, dog. God.
800-636-1067.
I never had my kids. None of them ever asked me that. Damn.
What, Jeffrey?
Oh, yeah. I'm embracing the hater on this one. Bleep you, Victor Wembanyama. Everybody's, I'm not through. I'm still off that layup off the side of the backboard, 3-point off the side of the backboard. You know, I was expecting Wemby to go up, dunk on somebody and one, and the game was going to be even crazier. But you're sold. You're sold, Wemby. So bleep you. And bleep you to everybody else who called me a Wemby hater. I just want to see greatness.
Bleep Jeff for being a Wemby hater.
You know what? I'm going to second that. Bleep Jeff for being a Wemby hater also.
Bleep Stallion for being a LeBroniac.
Yeah.
LeBron sexual.
He likes the dude that established all the fakeness on the court.
He really did usher in the flopping era.
I'm sure he did.
Okay, then. So you a damn flopper.
I'm not anti-LeBron, but like
I'm anti-flopper.
Sure. I got to bleep you. Charles Oakley is an absolute legendary New York Knick.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Oakley was here for a minute with MJ. Charles Oakley had a distinguished NBA career, tough nose, hard ass. I like Charles Oakley.
Mm-hmm.
He and James Dolan have beef.
Yeah.
Right? The owner of the Knicks. Apparently, Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, tried to step in because all the old great Knicks are showing up for these games. And it's just cool to see them, right? Patrick Ewing showing up like a farmer with that cap on, right?
Yeah.
Charles Oakley's been going to all the Knicks road games during this playoff run.
Because Dolan won't let him in.
Adam Silver tried to step in and mend the relationship between Dolan and Oakley so Oakley could go to MSG, where the fans would go absolutely ballistic. Dolan kept him banned. Bleep you, Dolan. You finally have gotten out of the way for your team to be good because you ruined so many teams for so long.
Oh, yeah.
Let Oak in.
Mm-hmm. He tried to step to Oak one time, and Oak stepped back to him, and then he got his security guards to get him out the place. See, I tell people a lot of times, don't let your money or the place you think you're in get your ass kicked. Because that happened to a lot of people.
Like a pizza parlor bartender, Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Jason is in Woodbridge. Jason, who you mad at, dude?
I'm mad at the gas companies. Bleep you to bleep you to all of them because I'm sick of paying these high prices for diesel. They can. I would like to kick all their asses because bleep all of them.
B's over here in that electric world. I had to fill up this morning. Thank you, Jason. You're right.
I filled up yesterday, man. $21.22.
I filled up this morning. I took a photo of it. So I have a 20-gallon tank. How
much? Where were you at?
I needed 19.3 gallons.
Damn, you were almost out.
I was almost out. $87.
Damn.
And I went to the cheap gas station. Like, you know the one that has a line when there's two others that don't have a line?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was driving by there, saw there was no line, and I went for it. $90 fill up my gas tank. Ronald is in College Park.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks. I can tell it's sincere. What's up, Ron?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, brother?
Bleep the National. They finally got 2 stars with C.J. Abrams and James Wood. They're going to trade Abrams. Wood's probably going to be traded in a couple of years. The beer's expensive. You got to pay to watch him on TV. I mean, someone's got to figure this out. This is getting out of hand.
Hey, man. Maybe they'll sell. I think that's kind of where we are.
People been asking for that for a long time.
We're about to sell. Nobody matched their price. Now you've got this pending baseball lockout issue, whatever it is. Maybe once they figure this out. Preemptive, and you know what? I try not to get pre-mad. Bleep you to the players and the owners if they miss games next year.
Huh?
Like, I couldn't be more out on them missing games next year. White Bryan and Stallion are convinced they're going to miss the whole season.
It's gonna be. They're gonna miss some. But I tell you, don't get mad at the players. The owners control this.
Let's go, Brian in Arlington, closing us out. What's up, Brian?
What's up, fellas? Love your show.
Appreciate you, brother.
I want to say, bleep you with an exclamation point to the voters in the NHL for not giving Chychrun one vote for the Norris. Led the league in scoring by a defenseman. What gives?
That's a good call right there. Bleep you. NHL media, whoever votes for those awards. At least put them on the
Appreciate
podium.
you, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
Good call right there. Lot of excitement.
Lot of little bleeps.
Real quick, bleep you to Bugs. It's bug season. The Bugs. I went to the park last night to play lacrosse with my daughter. They were so bad in the field that we ended up going to the tennis court, which isn't really conducive to practicing grounders and lacrosse. But the Bugs were so awful that we just bailed on it. And we still practiced, but it was on a tennis court. I hate Bugs. I don't think they have any value. Like everything in the food chain, shout out to the Lion King, like everything has a purpose. The Bugs don't. Get out of here.
Something eating them.
Not me.
Lizards eat them.
Well, bleep you to the lizards then. I don't know. I'm done with Bugs. Out on Bugs.
Snakes eat them.
Up with hope, down with dope. When we come back, we're talking Washington Wizards #1 draft pick. Keith Smith, host of the Front Office Show, will join us. You've heard us talk about Collars & Co. a lot. I was wearing all Collars & Co. gear last night on television, on all ears. You can wear it to the golf course. You can do whatever you want. But if you want a real testimonial to how fresh Collars & Co. gear is, Brian Mitchell famously does not wear T-shirts. Today, I noticed you're wearing that Collars & Co. T-shirt, B.
Yep.
Kind of silky smooth, baby. Man. It's comfortable, but it looks sharp. All of their gear looks sharp. Whether it's blazers that I wear all the time, I love their blazers. Their pants are so comfortable, but look sharp for television, look sharp for date night. Say you're playing golf, wear the Collars & Co. dress collar. It is the best collared shirt out there. The collar stays nice and crisp. Looks good whether you're playing golf, going out to dinner, or you got to do some television work. Whatever it is, you never have to dry clean them. You just take them off the hanger, and you are good to go. Collars & Co. from head to toe makes a perfect Father's Day gift. Don't sleep on it. You can check out the store at Congressional Plaza or online, collarsandco.com. Make it easy this year. Go with Collars & Co.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds of Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. First, Jaden Reed, now Christian Watson. Within a matter of weeks, the Green Bay Packers have extended their top 2 receivers on long-term contracts. Watson agreed to a 4-year, $110 million extension that includes a $31 million signing bonus per Adam Schefter. This comes after Reed signed a 3-year, $50 million extension in April. And Russell Wilson has a new NFL home, CBS Sports. He joins the NFL Today pregame show, replacing Matt Ryan after he departed to rejoin the Falcons as their president of football operations. And tonight, 8 p.m., the Carolina Hurricanes look to bounce back in Game 2 after dropping the Stanley Cup final opener to the Vegas Golden Knights. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Jeff going all BCs. I'm here for it. Great news, folks. Right now, caller number 10, you win a 4-pack of tickets to the 34th Annual Giant Barbecue Battle. Giant Barbecue Battle is June 27th and June 28th on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get to enjoy incredible barbecue, live music, celebrity chefs, free food, samples, contests, and more. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. Joining us right now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Mr. Keith Smith, host of the Front Office Show. You see his work on Spot Trek all the time. Keith, what's up, dude?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. If you're going to bring me in the Beastie Boys, I'll come on anytime you guys ask, all day long.
My guy.
All right.
Dude, I want to talk Wiz, but I got to start by asking you about last night.
Yeah.
Just the guts the
Were
Knicks
you
showed
shocked?
coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't shocked. The Knicks, they've been doing this kind of all year long. Like, they are, this team that just is starting to feel a little bit like they're a team of destiny, where it's like this team is just, they're going to be something special. And the way they have just managed these comebacks, they had the big one against the Cavs. They were able to get back into some of the Hawks games in the first round. Then other games were blowouts. They just feel like it's, we're kind of down to the point where it's like, all right, it's just their year, and maybe everybody else is just going to be playing catch up for the rest of this season. But that said, awesome game and incredible performance. And boy, Jalen Brunson, what a late game killer that guy is.
Yes, he is.
Absolutely. He wasn't great till he had to be, and then he was great. I can't wait for this series. Friday night we'll be locked in. But while we have you, especially with your expertise in contracts and the front office side of the NBA, I want to switch it to the Wizards. We're only a couple weeks out from the NBA draft. Obviously, they hold the number 1 pick. Let's start with who you would take at number 1.
I would take A.J. DeBonta. He's been my number 1 guy on the board throughout this entire draft process. He's somebody, I grew up just south of Boston in the same, literally a town over from where he did. So I had people back home when he was 12 years old telling me, hey, this kid's going to be in the NBA. And usually that goes in one ear and out the other for me, because I'm like, yeah, every 12-year-old is going to be in the NBA. We have, 9 million players a year in the league. But, he's special. And I think for Washington, with what they've built and kind of put together, I think he is an ideal fit, with that roster, with the young guys that they have, with the veterans that they've added in Davis and Young. I think he steps right in and is, can be that kind of franchise cornerstone that they orient and build everything around moving forward.
Hey, when you look at Davis and Young has seemed to, he brought into what they're doing. He's played. Davis seems to be a little hesitant. If they had to move him, what do you think they can get for him?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because we haven't seen him in a while. Like you said, he hasn't played. He was already hurt when he got traded by Dallas. He never played for Washington, or at least hasn't to this point. So, yeah, it's tough. But there's a long track record of success there. So I think, if you got one of these contender teams that feels like, all right, what we need is one more big man away, they could probably get a pretty good return from him. But my question would be is, what are you looking for? Are you looking for more draft assets, more young talent, or is this really what it looks like it is we're trying to push forward and win now? And if we're trying to push forward and win now, then I absolutely would be looking for better players, and that's generally we don't see a lot of veteran for veteran type trades where it's like that, especially not in the off season. So I think if I'm Washington, unless somebody bowls me over, I'm going to be like, hey, you're under contract, show up here, be ready to play. And if it's not working out, we'll work with you and figure it out as the year goes along. But otherwise, hey, let's go try to win some games.
I'm with that.
So I am of the mindset, I'll be thrilled if they take DeMonta at 1, right? What I want to happen, however, is them to trade back into the top 10 of this draft. And I don't know if Davis wants to be here or not, but I wonder, one, if Davis would command a top 10 pick in this draft, maybe even like 10 to 14. I'm still pretty darn interested. I'd love to get one of those Michigan big guys. Does Davis command that? And then because of Davis's contract size, like, how do you make something like that work? And at what point does his contract with the expiring money on it become an asset for Washington?
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. I think, if you're trying to get back in this draft using using him as a way to do that, you got to kind of look at, all right, well, who's sitting in that range of where you want to get to. And then you're looking at, all right, Atlanta. Yeah, he could definitely make sense for the Hawks. They could use another big. They're trying to win. It's not going to be Dallas. That just happened. Then you're talking Milwaukee. Probably not. They're probably moving on from Giannis. And then you start looking Golden State, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, they're dealing with apron issues. That big contract's going to be hard for them to handle. Golden State, similar challenge unless it's Jimmy Butler's involved. Then you get into Miami. Miami missed out on Giannis Antetokounmpo. Could they be kind of interested? Charlotte would be really interesting. So there's definitely trade partners in that range on the back part of the lottery that could make a lot of sense. So you're covered there. It's going to be the question is, all right, who's going to be the team that you can get something done? And that's where the big contract can be prohibitive because teams like Golden State and Oklahoma City, those teams are, they're expensive already. They can't just be taking on money in trades. They're going to have to send some money out to make something like that happen. So where do you go, with something like that? And if you're Washington, are you looking just at the expense of adding another pick? Do you want to sacrifice financial flexibility, by taking on more money? It feels like they've kind of entered the next phase of we're trying to build the team up versus rebuild it. So that becomes the questions that the front office needs to answer. And then as far as the expiring money part of it goes, there's two things at play here. It's one is, sure, yeah, that can be tremendously valuable. Expiring contracts always have value because teams are trying to reset their books, or they're trying to get to cap space themselves, or they're trying to avoid the apron, something like that down the line that could be there. But the one kind of sticker is he's got that player option. And if that turns into, well, I'm just going to pick that up if I go somewhere I don't want to be and then force them to trade me or whatever it is because I can't get to where else I want to be otherwise, that could be a little bit of a tricky part to work around.
What do you think happens with Davis in Washington?
I think he probably stays. I don't think we're going to get right into an extension with him because I think there's some complications that come with that from the Wizards side as far as, hey, you haven't played a minute for us yet. We would like to see what it looks like with you and Alex Sarr and in my world, DeBonta as our front court. And, what is it like with Trae Young? Where are we going with that? So I think that's, a big part of it. And then the next big thing becomes, all right, well, we're going to have our own stuff coming on because it's great to have all this young talent, but as this young talent pops and they become good players, they then need paid. And we're already we're up against that a little bit with Bilal Coulibaly and what happens with him this offseason. He's eligible for a new contract. Then it'll be Sarr's turn and George and the list will just kind of go on as they have to figure that out. Not to mention Trae Young is going to need a new contract either this summer or maybe a year from now if he picks up his option. So we're in a spot where there's just a lot of unanswered questions, and I think for both sides it's probably going to be, hey, you know what, we can always do an extension later. Let's just get on the floor. Let's get together and see what this looks like first.
Keith, a guy who's starting to get some a lot of talk around him is Boozer. What type of player you think he can be at the next level?
And he probably has the highest floor of any of those top four guys out of him, DeBonta, Peterson, and Wilson, just because he's just going to be a really good NBA player for a long time. Now, I don't know that he has as high of a ceiling as those other guys do, because I think he's a little bit more of a finished product in terms of, I don't know that there's a lot more physical development coming. Skill development will continue, but I don't know that it's going to be like, hey, he doesn't shoot it consistently now, but if he adds that, this is where it goes. But there's something to be said for the known quantity. And I think what happens every year in the draft process is we hit about this point. We're about 3 weeks out. It's all been it was picked apart. Then we got to the combine, got some new information. We picked that apart. Then people start getting bored with all right, well, this is the same kind of names. And it starts turning into, well, shouldn't Carlos? Cam Boozer be considered
I've done that
the
too.
top pick? Why not him? And it's almost like you start kind of talking yourself into things. And I think that's where teams do that sometimes too. They can get themselves in trouble. I would trust with the Wizards, with their draft process over the last few years, that they have their things kind of lined up. If they go with Cam Boozer, for me, that would say they believe he is the best player in this draft, and they believe he's going to ultimately be the best player in this draft. I still don't think that's how it'll play out, but I mean, he's going to be really, really good. But that's the question of really, really good versus potentially franchise level building block, top 5 level guy in the NBA.
Have you noticed the analytics folks are kind of really pushing Boozer over the last few weeks?
Yeah, there's just a lot more certainty with him, and he does a lot of stuff. He's a very solid defensive player. He rebounds. He can handle the ball. His advanced stats are all pretty good because he shot it well. We're with DeBonta. There's some stuff in there, and I would also say DeBonta played with less help and spacing around him than Boozer did. And then Peterson, it's kind of all over the board. I know teams that love him, and I know teams that are like, it's not that he's off their draft board, but they're like, yeah, I might even have him down in the range of 5-6 because they're just worried about, where does it go with him with the injury stuff. I know there are teams that are like, this whole creatine story, not sure they're really buying it. What happened with that? What is the real deal there? And then there are teams that are also like, is he going to be a guy who's going to come in and like, I need the ball right away because I've always had the ball, and if I don't have it, I don't know how I'm going to play, and how does that fit in with what you may already have on your roster? So like, there's more kind of questions, but then it gets back into, again, the upside is really much higher with DeBonta and Peterson because if they answer those questions, they're going to probably be better players than Boozer, but Boozer is very safe right now.
He certainly seems safe. So when we get to draft night, are you expecting any fireworks from Washington, or do you think this will be, Adam Silver gets up there and a couple minutes later, A.J. DeBonta's wearing a Wizards hat?
I think it'll probably go that way. I know, outside of a Wembanyama type of draft, everybody's like, hey, we're open for business, right? Talk to us, because if some other team wants to get really dumb, like, why not take advantage of them, right? If somebody's like, we have to have A.J. DeBonta and we're willing to move up to number 1 to get him, and we're going to give you draft picks and players and all that, yeah, let them do it then. Let them overpay, because he's a very good prospect. They just don't know that he is like oh my gosh, this is not a Wemby level guy. So I get that, you say you're open for business, but I think at the end of the day, most teams, especially in the top 5, tend to stick where they are and make the pick. And I think it's, in my conversation with teams around the league, it's really settling into it's DeBonta or Peterson, number 1. The other guy goes number 2. Then it's Boozer or Wilson, number 3, and the other guy goes number 4. It's almost like we're starting to get into almost a 2 tiers there before then we get into a whole bunch of really good players the rest of the way through about the top 14, 15, maybe even 20.
The talk was that the owner of the Utah Jazz, is it not the Jazz? The Jazz really liked DeBonta. Have you heard anything about that? And if he likes him a lot and he wants to get him, how much is he willing to offer?
Yeah, well, he basically paid for him to go to BYU. So I do think he likes him quite a bit. I think the question there is that's where you got to trust your front office. And Ryan Smith, who is the owner of the Jazz, has come out and said, hey, this is Austin Ainge's pick. Like I like AJ DeBonta, but I'm not going to put any pressure on my front office to make a trade or do anything. They're going to do what they need to do, to build out the roster. And so far, he's been pretty hands off in that respect. Where it is, I hired the people to do the job, so I don't know that he's going to put pressure on him. But yeah, there are connections there. He went to school right in the area, and Ryan Smith is a big BYU backer, so there are connections there. But sometimes we get ourselves in a little bit of trouble if we start connecting too many dots. Because sometimes it's like, hey, that's not a 1, 2, 3 connected dots. That's more like a 1, 17, 85 connected dots. Like, we went a little crazy on that.
All right.
Hey, Keith, we really appreciate you making time for us, man. We can't wait for this draft, and maybe we follow up with you afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to, especially if you're going to bring me into with the Beastie Boys. I'll have it.
We got you,
Jeff. Make a note.
Make sure
We're
you
playing
put that
Beasties
note
for Keith every time
Keith comes in. Yep.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
All right, take care.
Take care. Keith Smith, at Keith Smith NBA, host of the Front Office Show. Eventually, we're going to have a conversation about salary caps and aprons and NBA complications. I think that's the man for the job. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. We've accomplished things, folks. That's right. Closets by Design came out to my house, redid my wife's bedroom closet and our coat closet in the living room. They've made a tremendous impact. My wife has so much more storage space. Listen, I live in an old, small house. We don't have the cash for a major renovation addition, whatever that is. It costs you $500,000, $800,000. Get your closets redone and maximize your space. They really did an excellent job with what my wife wanted. We had the designer come out, talk with my wife. They looked over everything. She got to pick out specifically what worked for her, and it has made a huge difference. They do more than just closets, though. They can do your office, your laundry room, mudroom. They can redo your garage. Everybody's garage is a mess. Call Closets by Design. They will take care of you. Trust me on this one. ClosetsByDesign.com, or you can give them a shout, 800-BY-DESIGN, to schedule your free in-home consultation today. They really helped things at my home. They can do the same for you. And they will, with approved credit, offer some deferred interest financing. Trust me, Closets by Design is a good idea.
It ain't his fault yet.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We didn't get the Brandon Ayuk conversation just went, so we didn't get to do this earlier. Russell Wilson has announced his retirement from football, Brian. 10-time Pro Bowler, won a Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, Walter Payton Man of the Year. Honestly, might have had another Super Bowl if he didn't throw an interception from the 1-yard line. Is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer to you?
His accomplishments match up with some guys that are there. I think it'd be borderline, but yes.
Quarterbacks
third round draft pick, right?
Yeah. Quarterbacks tend to get in. He's got real bona fides that I think are.
How many yards?
I can pull it. I mean, passing yards, you got to figure like 25,000.
He might have more than that.
Career passing yards, I was off.
Yeah.
47,000.
Come on, dog.
47,000 career passing yards, 353 touchdowns, 114 picks. And I mean, on the ground, he's got another almost 4,000 rush yards. Listen, I think Russ, I could be wrong on this because I'm sure there are Russell Wilson like super fans out there. I think he started to just kind of wear people out. I think people just got a little bit tired of it. In his career running the football, 5,568 yards and 31 touchdowns on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even playoff totals. That's just regular season. I think Russ Wilson is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I think if he doesn't get in, it's because he annoys people.
But
and it's funny.
That shouldn't be a reason he don't get in.
I agree.
His football accolades say yes, and that's all should matter. So all these people that are voting, get over your damn self. You ain't that special anyway.
Does anybody disagree that Russ Wilson's a Hall of Famer?
If Eli Manning can't get in, Russell Wilson can't get in.
Eli's going to get in. Eli's not a first ballot. Eli's going to get in for the 2 Super Bowl rings and his last name and for doing it in New York.
Yeah.
You don't think Eli's going to get in eventually?
I think he will, but there's people that don't believe they will.
I recognize Eli has.
They must not pay attention to life.
I recognize Eli has a second Super Bowl. Russ Wilson body of work was better than Eli. Eli threw a lot of picks.
He's got more passing yards.
By how many?
I think Eli's 10th all time and Russ is 16th.
What is Russ over a multi-year career is almost 3-1 touchdown to picks. What is Eli? I'm pulling it right now. I also think Eli's going to get in. Eli's 366 to 244. That's what somebody help me with the math. 1.6 to 1? Something like that?
Something like that.
Russ was a far more accurate passer. And when things were good in Russland, the way he threw the deep ball with that high loft on it was one of the prettiest things in football. Can't forget that either. Let's make some bets. Feel like we haven't put the hot dog hat on in a while, and I feel like it might be my turn to wear it.
Bring it out.
Yeah, it's either me or you. We both bet on the Spurs.
Yep, hot dog hat.
I'll wear it. I had the streak going for so long. I can wear the hot dog hat. I ain't
that
scared.
streak was broken a while ago.
It was broken. It retired. I retired the streak. It didn't
because you lost.
No, because when we get into the only betting on baseball zone,
you can't just make that up.
Whatever. I'm putting the
You
hat on.
lost.
Nobody listen. That streak is like Joe DiMaggio's hit streak. Nobody's ever touching it.
Please.
Let me know. Wait, I can't even get this damn thing on my head.
Ooh, now we talk about the head size, huh?
Wake me up when somebody gets to 10, because I got to 14. All right? How do I look in the hot dog hat? Incredibly stupid?
Damn fool.
Hot dog glizzy day. All right.
I'm taking the Dodgers tonight.
The Dodgers for Jeffrey. We got Puck tonight, right? I think it's Canes Knights game 2. I'll be watching that. Nats are off. O's are playing right now. They're up 5-0 on the Sox. All right, Jeff's taking the Dodgers. What about you boys?
I'm going to take the Golden Knights plus 1.5. That minus 194. Barely squeaked
Yeah,
it
you
in.
can barely squeak that
Barely
in.
squeak it in.
I actually like that, though.
Hurricanes.
Rock you like a hurricane. This is an uncomfortable place for me. 1, wearing the hot dog hat, but 2, I'm taking the same thing as Stallion. Give me the Knights plus 1.5. What you
Give me the
got,
Astros.
Stros. Cheating Astros. Thank you to Seth Walter. Thank you to Keith Smith. Thanks for all the calls today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a hot dog.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Knicks are 3 wins away from the franchise's first championship since 1973 after a 105-95 win over the Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Nationals were swept by the Marlins after a 4-1 loss in the series finale. They'll have an off day tonight before heading west. The Green Bay Packers are locking in an important piece of their core. They're signing wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year, $110.5 million contract extension that includes a $31 million signing bonus. And what's on tonight? 8 p.m. is Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Hurricanes look to even the series after dropping Game 1 to the Vegas Golden Knights. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, June 4th, 2026. You're listening to The Fan. We are with you for the full 4.5 hours today, taking you all the way up to 6:30 with the Nats getting a rare off day. But I thought that was the right thing, Danny, for Major League Baseball, to let the boys have the day off after flying cross-country last night.
And it's nice of them. Usually they're not so kind in terms of the schedule. It's like getting in at 4 a.m., batting practice starts at 9:45 or something crazy. Let's just say, hey, we got 3 games to play. But yeah, they've had a couple of these stretches where I think that a 17 straight day with a game sequence, and then a 16 straight days with a game sequence. So they're due for an off day or 3.
If you are watching the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel, we appreciate that. However you listen, all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7 or the Odyssey app, you're awesome too. But you will notice if you are streaming the video that we are not in the same room for the second time in as many days. Yesterday, Danny was at home. Today, it's me who's at the house, fighting a little bit of a chest thing. I think I'm fine. I think I'm like 85, 90%. But I noticed some real trepidation in Danny's voice the second I mentioned coming into work. He's like, why don't you just call the boss? You should just call the boss.
I think maybe stay home. My voice went up. It did.
So I did call the boss, and I just wanted to make sure that you were comfortable. So I'm here, but I'm going to blame you.
I think that's totally fair. I'll wear that blame. My oldest is sick, and whatever it is, I don't know what it is exactly, but there's like something happening that's going around. I'm all set on people being sick around me and being sick and the sickness and going through stuff. I want nothing to do with it, respectfully. So you hang out at the confines of the Paulson estate, and we can banter virtually.
Lots going on the show today, including we are giving away those tickets as we continue this week with the exclusive opportunity for people to win some hot tickets in town to go to a show. So if you want your opportunity to win tickets at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock today to Hardy, the country tour over at Merriweather, you got to be listening ahead of the Blitz at 4, and then when we have Brian Geltzeiler on at 5 to break down NBA Finals Game 1 and the matchup moving forward between the Knicks and the Spurs. Well, why don't we start right there, by the way? It's New York up 1-0 after a road win against the favorites, the San Antonio Spurs, and they have now not only ripped home court away from the Spurs, but when you win a game and you've got home floor advantage the rest of the way, they're now the betting favorites. And I've been saying this for a few days. I'm not patting myself on the back. I think this was pretty obvious. But the Knicks were being slept on. Because everyone has just made up their mind that the West is better than the East. And before the conference final series, we looked at the Final Four and we said, doesn't matter who comes out of this thing. Thunder or Spurs, they're better than whoever comes out of the East. But that is not acknowledging or giving credit to the fact that the Knicks just outscored opponents over an 11-game span by a greater margin than any team ever has in the history of the NBA at any point. And those were playoff teams. Some of them you can use, I guess, air quotes on how good they are. But the point is, man, they're peaking. So this is not just a Knicks team that's good. It's a Knicks team that's good playing its best at the perfect time. And last night they're down 8 after 1. They're down 7 at the half. They were still down 4 going into the fourth quarter. And then it was Jalen Brunson time, bro. Who else do you want in that sport right now in a big spot more than that guy? He just seems to always deliver in crunch time.
This was the DNA of a Knicks win. Like, this is how you draw it up, right? Where you are within striking distance. You go on that run where some of their, the defense, they push the pace early, knowing that they might lose in the short term, right? Where San Antonio could get out and run, and the Castles and the Vassels and Julian Champagny was unconscious at one point. You might get hit in the mouth a little bit, but you wear the other team down. It counts on Karl Anthony Towns being incredible, and he was incredible last night. 18, 12, and 4 does not tell the story of how dominant he was defensively. He was the 7-footer impacting both sides of the basketball in that one last night. And then it's Jalen Brunson closing time. That's what he does. I mean, despite leaving the game a couple times, being banged up, clearly wasn't himself for a little while, and overall in the night shoots 12 for 31. Not where you'd like him to be, but when it's fourth quarter, when it's winning time, that guy just put dagger after dagger after dagger, put the team on his back, though. What an unbelievable stealing of game one, road win for the Knicks. And you said it, GP. You and I both hammered this. So I'm going to pat ourselves on the back a little bit. I don't know if I get total credit for being 100% right, because I still picked the Spurs to win this series. I still think they will, but it ain't some walk in the park. This is not the Knicks are, we're fortunate to be there. They are legit. You said it right. They are slept on. That is a really well-built team that complements each other incredibly well. They're good on defense. They've got their formula down on offense. That is a tough out right there.
The Spurs are better.
I think so.
I'm leaning toward the Knicks winning the series, and it just feels like this is terrible analysis, so feel free to cringe while I say it. They have Team of Destiny vibes for me. And that's one of those like hacky things that people say. There's a better way to put it, which is when everything comes together and goes your way and you're playing at the peak of your powers and you're getting some of the breaks along the way, it's happening. We've seen it in 2018 with the Caps, in 2019 with the Nationals. It's very rare that a team wins a title and it didn't feel like a magical carpet ride. Now, not all magical carpet rides end in titles either. Like, there are teams that are on their way to championships that get eliminated in a conference final, or if the Vegas Golden Knights lose to the Carolina Hurricanes tonight and it's a 1-1 Stanley Cup, and it ends up being that the Hurricanes, the better team probably all year, win the Cup, all of a sudden you're going to look back at Vegas after going to Torts late in the season and feeling like a buzzsaw for a few rounds and going, well, that felt like they were about to win, and then they didn't. So you don't always get to win, but you have to be playing this way at the peak of your powers to win it. The other thing, just specific to Game 1 and breaking down that game, I would not have thought that the Knicks could beat the Spurs in the paint. And I didn't even think it was particularly close. I mean, they dominated them in the paint. The scoring ended up being 50-42, which is tighter than it felt like to me. Knicks +8 in the block. But with Wembanyama defending the rim as the best defender in the sport, and Brunson able to slash and kick and do some of the things he did, it makes you think maybe they are a good matchup for San Antonio. I think about the guards that have to deal with Brunson. This was not a great Jalen Brunson shooting game, by the way. He was 12 of 31 from the floor. He missed 7 of 9 three-pointers. What happens if he has a game, Danny, where he hits 5 out of 8 from deep and he shoots, 51% or something? Like, he was off most of the night. And then, as you said, when it was time to win the basketball game, he went into the phone booth, and he came out with his little cape on, and he scored 19 of his game-high 30 points in the second half, and he just kind of willed them to the victory. But if you're Stephon Castle or De'Aaron Fox or Dylan Harper, I mean, they did not have an answer for him, and they got to get back to the drawing board quick.
Yeah, they were a disaster from three, San Antonio was. And, you can hear somebody scream, "Then how do you shoot 43 threes?" Those are good looks. I would take Stephon Castle. Every one of those 5 threes that he jacked up were all good shots. It wasn't some sort of ISO ball, James Harden traveling step back nonsense. These were real, in rhythm looks. He goes 1 for 5. Vassell goes 1 for 6. De'Aaron Fox goes 0 for 4. That's the game right there. Because what it ended up being down the stretch, and you saw this, and we're all texting back and forth on our thread, going, what is this offense? This doesn't look like the Spurs. It was 4 guys kind of standing around, and you get it to Wembanyama with 7 seconds left on the shot clock and go, okay, good luck. Like he's Giannis coming downhill. Turned it over a few times, missed a couple looks in his own right, and that wasn't what got the Spurs here. It's just not. That's not who they are. They play the way, not exactly the same way that those Duncan Spurs teams did, but close to it, with ball movement, with quick rotations, with being unselfish and that extra pass to set up the open look, getting downhill to the rim, whether it's Fox or Castle, they just weren't. And part of that, I think, again, the Knicks deserve a ton of credit for how locked in defensively they were. They're willing to give up a contested three. Now, if San Antonio knocks a few of those down, it's a different ball game. The Spurs probably win it, and I think they'll hit some of those. I don't think they're going 11 for 43 4 times in this series. I think they'll go 14 for 43, and that's the difference of the ball game right there. They win it if they do that last night. So I still like the Spurs an awful lot. I think they'll go back to the drawing board and come up with some better things, especially down the stretch when the Knicks start running their stuff and basically saying, okay, Wemby, go ISO, and allowing that to happen. But again, you have to give all the credit to the Knicks last night. I thought they were, what a game plan, what execution. They were willing to live with some of that stuff early, it felt like, knowing they'd be able to punch back. And that's a lot of confidence to do on the road in a game one.
All they had to do was get one out of the two.
And they did it, yeah.
And now you're coming back to MSG for the highest ticket-priced games in NBA history in what is going to be absolute bedlam with that fan base. It's going to be one of the great home floor advantages we've seen in the playoffs in recent history, presumably. I think it is an overreaction to say that the Knicks are now the definitive favorites in this series. I know that according to the sports books, my point is I'm trying to talk myself out of now thinking Knicks in 6 or 7 or something. But we've known all along this series was going 6 games. I think if you had paid any attention to New York's postseason run, this was not going to be a quick series at all. And getting one out of the two in San Antonio is probably not a death sentence for the Spurs either, as long as they take game 2, and they'll come out with their backs against the wall, and I think that they will. But it was the formula that if you're a Knicks fan, you kind of dreamt up, which is you get Karl Anthony Towns going early, you finish with Jalen Brunson playing closer, and that was enough. I just stopped short of saying, let's take a breath on the Spurs are in trouble. They led that game for the vast majority of the night. I think the Knicks, I saw a stat somewhere today, it was like 18 minutes and 31 seconds of basketball where the Knicks led the game, and that counts anything that's happening in the very early trading baskets of a basketball game. So there's going to be an overreaction after a game 1 result, clearly. But where are you on that? If we're deciding the Knicks are now the favorites, accurate or overreaction, what are you saying?
I suppose it's accurate just because of the math. You know what I mean? Like the winner of game 1 has won this number of series, or I don't have it in front of me, whatever.
And
percentage.
You won game 1 on the road, so
Yeah.
it's only even more exacerbated, probably.
Yeah, so I understand that, but it's the same thing coming into the series that we were talking about, where everybody's just not paying attention to the Knicks for some reason. This was a Spurs story. They beat the mighty Oklahoma City Thunder. They dethroned the champs, etc. It's a Wembanyama coming out party. Yada yada yada. I now think that's happening with the Spurs. Ironically, after game 1. They're very capable. They're really, really good. They will have an adjustment. They'll bounce back. If I had to bet on it, I would say they blow the Knicks out in game 2. I think you might see one of those weird lopsided games where they end up winning by 20 points, and you go, "Oh, that's right, we're great. We actually belong here. We got punched in the mouth a little bit. We weren't quite ready for it. Now we are. Now we'll be kind of on even footing going back to New York, and then it's anybody's series." But again, I think it's a reaction to how unbelievable that Knicks run there in the third quarter to end up taking, to close that lead, to close the gap. And then down the stretch, how it was Knicks bucket, either Spurs, turnover, bad shot and a miss, and a Knicks bucket. And that's all you saw for the final however many minutes of the game. When it was crunch time, it was Knicks time. And that was, again, just the slow clap there, movie style. Like you guys earned it. They were awesome. That was their formula. The Spurs are going to have something to say about it, too. We don't just get to run your stuff for the next 6 games.
The Knicks have now won 7 road games by double digits this postseason. This is one of the all-time runs that we've seen. It's the most by any team in a single postseason in NBA history. It surpassed the previous record, which was the 2013 Miami Heat. This was the Knicks' 7th double-digit comeback in the second half over the past 2 postseasons. That's a Brunson stat as far as I'm concerned, but it's certainly a Knicks stat as well. And speaking of Jalen Brunson, one of the most underrated, underappreciated players in all of sports, I don't know how to describe him other than with the phrase, I don't know when we started doing this, but now everyone's a dog. You know what I mean? If they're a gritty competitor. If you only put one player's picture in the dictionary next to DAWG, like a sports term, Brunson's in the running for me. Kind of undersized, They built this thing in his image after that trade. He started to come into his own with the Mavericks. I loved his game in the Big East. As a Georgetown season ticket holder, I watched him a bunch. Like, he's a fun watch. How about 38 25-point playoff games now with New York? Second most in franchise history behind Patrick Ewing, who's got 43. And if this series goes deep enough, if the Knicks are lucky enough, he might break that record this year. But they're 6-0 this postseason when he scores 30 or more. What was the tweet I read on the show a couple weeks back that I thought was great? Somebody said, like, Jalen Brunson is never one of the best players in the world until you play him, and now you've got to decide who else you'd rather have on the floor, and it's everybody, or something like that. Like, he just delivers, man. He's such a good player.
He's a throwback. And the days of the, obviously, you can roll your eyes at this name, but the John Morant, high-flying, super athletic Russell Westbrook school of point guarding, that's not what Jalen Brunson is. He's, again, from my era, from growing up, where it's like more John Stockton than it is Kyrie Irving at this stage. I mean, his footwork's Irving-esque, but just great ball handling, vision, patience, change of pace, that kind of herky-jerky, get you caught in between, I'm willing to lean and be slightly off balance as long as I'm under control type shot selection that he's got, the getting his feet set, he can catch and shoot. It's from a different time, the way that he plays, and it's now befuddling everybody. I don't think there's a good recent historical comp for how he plays and how he does it, but that's what's so cool about it. That's one of my favorite things about basketball is every once in a while you get Shaq comes along and they go, we never seen this. We've never seen anybody this big, this strong, this dominant, and they got to change the rules. Then Steph Curry comes along, looks like a dude you might bump into at the supermarket, and now the whole league shoots threes. This is kind of another one of these type dudes. I'm not saying it's a paradigm shifter, but it's somebody that doesn't look like everybody else at the position, and here he is dominating games. That's what's happening. This dude that's barely taller than the person interviewing him post-game is dominating basketball games without being a high flyer, without being a wing. The whole league is wings now. We want 5 wings on the court at the same time. He's not that. And here he is dropping another 30-plus game for the Knicks in the finals. Amazing.
One more nugget from ESPN's stats department last night that I enjoyed because you love Josh Hart. He's one of your guys.
I'm a Josh Hart guy.
Second player with Larry Bird back in the 86 finals to do what he did last night, which was 15 boards, 5 assists, 4 steals in a finals game. That's him to me. It's like, what do you need me to do tonight, coach?
Yep.
Here you go. 15 rebounds, the most in a finals game by a player 6'5" or shorter since Elgin Baylor with the Lakers grabbed 20 in Game 1 back in 1970.
What a team player he is.
If that's not the Knicks, though, like your sub 6'5" dude going and getting your 15 boards, Brunson filling it out up, down the stretch to win the basketball game, you wonder, like, well, how did this happen? How did we not see this coming? Well, when you stack them up, when they get off the bus, this is not the team that's supposed to do this. I'm old enough to remember when they got bounced last year in the playoffs. You remember when everyone said they should blow it up? Towns isn't a great fit. Then the coaching search was a debacle. I don't know how many of you guys checked in on WFAN during that coaching search after they moved on from Tibbs. They ended up with Mike Brown, and everyone was acting like it was, the worst coaching search in the history of the world.
Uh-huh.
Now they're up 1-0 in the NBA Finals a year later.
Yeah, funny to think about it, right? I mean, there's a level of sacrifice for each of these guys. Think about their starting lineup. Cat was a top-of-the-board pick, a high 20s, even 30-point-per-game scorer at one point. Now basically has to defend, rebound, and get a couple chippies with the occasional floor stretch. You think of Hart, who probably could be a 16-point-per-game scorer somewhere. 3 points last night, doesn't care. Just defense, rebounding, steals, hustle stuff. Look at Mikal Bridges. That's a guy that averaged 20 a game a couple different times in his career. Does not care about that anymore. Now he's, as I said, 3-and-D, switchable, running on offense, not even the third or fourth option at times. Each one of these guys is buying into the team cores type philosophy, and it's refreshing. It's kind of the anti what else is going on in the NBA, where you don't have to run it through certain people. It's really, really cool, man. And the fact that they found that gem in Brunson out of nowhere, who was backup point guard in Dallas, incredible. Just what a fun team that is to watch.
More on the finals throughout the show, including when we talk to one of our favorite hoops heads, Brian Geltzeiler of SiriusXM NBA Radio, coming up at 5 o'clock, a little over 2.5 hours from right now. Russell Wilson's officially retiring. Trent Williams says this could be his last season. Let's talk about those two greats next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. NBA Finals Game 1 last night. The Knicks winning by 10, 105-95. The Knicks finishing on an 11-0 run led by Jalen Brunson, who had 30 points of the night. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Hockey, Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight. Golden Knights and Hurricanes. Vegas took Game 1 of the series. Game 2 tonight at 8 o'clock. And in baseball, the Nationals have the day off today after they were swept by the Marlins. They begin a 6-game West Coast road trip starting tomorrow night against the Diamondbacks. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're with you until 6:30, 4 hours from now today. No Nats baseball will be live and local on The Fan deep into the evening. Russell Wilson made it official yesterday. We found out a couple days ago that he would be joining CBS at the desk as one of their new lead NFL analysts, and that paved the way pretty clearly to a retirement, but he formalized it with his own announcement and it went out on his own terms yesterday. So the automatic question that everybody started debating, Danny, is he a Hall of Famer? And I just don't know how debatable it really is. It seems to me like this is an opening shut case. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, the way the modern version goes of the Hall of Fame, right? So we could do I know yours would be even tinier than mine. We could deal with what should be or what is. And here's what is. That's a Hall of Famer. 12th all-time in passing touchdowns. 12th. Ahead of Elway, ahead of Warren Moon, ahead of a whole bunch of stars and names that you've heard of. Now I understand the eras are different, but still, this is a 13-year career. I would say 10 of those were Hall of Fame caliber or close to it, really good. Either in charge of a machine that was awesome in Seattle, then an MVP candidate for a really good program in Seattle before bouncing around to a couple of spots here at the end of his career. But yeah, that's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm with you. It's pretty open and shut to me.
I've said many, many times that my Hall of Fame is tiny. I'm allowed to say it. You saying mine is tiny bothers me a little bit more, if I could say that.
We're talking about your Hall of Fame. That's all I was talking about.
No, I understand.
Right.
But you're saying you have a small one too.
I think it'd be smaller than the realistic one, or the one that the way it is. But all I'm doing is giving with what is. So here's what is. Forget about my Utopia Hall of Fame. The real Hall of Fame includes Eli Manning. So as soon as that happened, anybody that's ever thrown a forward pass should be eligible for me.
It doesn't yet, though, does it? Didn't he not get in last year? He's not in yet.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought he did get in where he headlined the class. That was when he didn't get in. I thought he got in. Maybe he hasn't yet. But
no, I think he's waiting.
He might still be waiting.
Last year was his first year, and ESPN said that you were very upset, if I remember correctly, that he headlines the class.
He headlined the class.
But I think the right thing happened.
That he didn't.
Which was that he's got to wait a little while. So, two things. One, you're right. I would have a Hall of Fame that is a microscopic number of players compared to what actually is there. It's almost like you need a VIP area of the Hall of Fame. It's like you're in the Hall of Fame, and then we have the best of the best, the elites in the Hall of Fame. The other thing is, if you're a quarterback and you play in this era for 10-plus years, you're going to rank very high in a lot of passing categories because it's never been easier to throw the ball, essentially, than it's been over the last 10 to 15 years in the league, and nobody's ever thrown it as much as we do now. So those counting stats with a Super Bowl title, and that's the caveat, I wouldn't do it this way, but they do. When you're Eli Manning and you win the 2 championships, you're in. It's inevitable. It's a matter of time. When you're Phil Rivers and you never got over the hump and you didn't win a title, not that that was always your fault or ever your fault necessarily, you're on the outside looking in. Well, Russell Wilson's best of both worlds here, Danny. Russell Wilson's got a ring. Russell Wilson, at a time where the Pro Bowl still meant something, and it doesn't anymore, but he had 10 Pro Bowl appearances. He was also a Walter Payton Man of the Year winner back in 2020, which is one of the most important and celebrated awards you can win in the National Football League. Is basically like the Good Guy of the Year award winner. And there's a little bit of bold ink, not a lot, but a little bit on his PFR page, meaning he was the best in the league at something while he played. He led the league in touchdowns in 2017. He led the league in quarterback rating in 2015. I think he was routinely top 10. The problem I have with big Hall of Fames is my goal would always be like, were you the best at what you did during your era for an extended period of time? And I know that that's not fair to a lot of guys, but you've got to be in that conversation. Top 3, top 5. There were years where he was, but by and large over his career, you would say he was probably a top 10 quarterback from 2012 to 2025. Was he top 5? That's probably debatable.
In a few of those years, I think you could comfortably say yes. But
I just mean over the longevity of the duration.
Totally right. Yeah, and then you also add in some of the rushing stuff. I know it trailed off at the end of his career here, but this is a guy that ran for 850 yards and 6 touchdowns in a season. He would routinely top 500 rushing yards over the course of a year, where you're kind of supplementing that part of the offense, an element of his game, and there's enough big plays in there for an excellent team, right? So for
winning plays, championship level. I wanted to hit on the running thing too. You were talking earlier when we were breaking down the finals game last night about Steph Curry and what the Warriors did to change the whole NBA. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Russ Wilson was an OG or there weren't guys that came before him. But in an era where we started to have the dual threats, he was drafted the same year as Robert Griffin and Colin Kaepernick and Kirk Cousins. And there were a lot of guys that could run and pass in that draft class. He had the most success doing both. If you look at it all time, among the 60 quarterbacks qualified with 150 career starts, there's only 60 of them. He is first in rushing yards.
Is that right?
Yeah. Now, Lamar and Vic are better rushers, and eventually Lamar may get to 150 to qualify, and then that would push Wilson down to 2. But he's number 1 in rushing yards. He's number 9 in rushing touchdowns. He's number 2 in rushing attempts. So there's certainly something to be said for, there was debate and a lot of people saying, as a dual threat or a playmaker with his feet or a small guy where you had to move the pocket to get him time to set up and plant and use his whole body on the throw and move the base around and all this stuff. You can't win this way. They won a lot, man. And he won a championship.
Yeah, 66% of his starts. And again, I loathe the idea of doing QB wins, so I'm not doing that. I'm simply saying when you are in charge of a machine, like people hold it against quarterbacks sometimes if they're just at the helm. Like think of early Ben Roethlisberger, right, in Pittsburgh. Hand it off, check it down, make 2 throws that are kind of nice throw, Ben, per game early on when he's going to a Super Bowl in his first couple of years. Then Moore's put on his plate. That was the exact same deal, his career arc for Russell Wilson. He was in charge of a really, really good Seattle team for a couple of years. He threw less than 400 times his rookie year, barely over 400 the second year. Guys, just to put that in perspective, routinely quarterbacks throw for over 600 times. They were limiting what he was asked to do, and that's all part of it. But obviously, Legion of Boom, great defense. You got Marshawn Lynch, the whole 9 yards. You're doing that. And then more and more is expected of him, and he delivered. A lot of times when Moore's put on your plate, guys kind of wilt from that, and you miss that surrounding cast. As Moore was asked to him, he delivered. 34 touchdowns, 8 picks, another 34 a couple years later when some of the TD's numbers were watered down, and he led the league in that way. The 850 yards and 6 touchdowns on the ground that I mentioned. Put together some really excellent seasons. The overall numbers, despite the hiccups of really 3 of the last 4 years, one in Denver, one in Pittsburgh, and there, whatever this was with the Giants, still some pretty damn good career numbers for a guy that won an awful lot for the first decade of his career.
Yeah, that team was best. That offense was best when he wasn't the guy that had to make all the throws, by the way. Like when Seattle was really cooking 12, 13, 14, when they're winning 13 and 14 games a year, he's handing the ball off, to your point, being a game manager, barely throwing for 3,000 yards in a season over 16 games. And he's making big plays in the red zone, 26 touchdowns, 10 picks or whatever. But that's very different than when he was flirting with the MVP conversation. As you said, when they really started to ask him to do more. And you could see every year they did. If you look at passing attempts, on a 5-year sliding scale, every single season at the beginning of his career for 5 years, his attempts went up, up, up like a staircase until they kind of peaked at around 550 attempts. And then they said, all right, this is getting unwieldy. That year they were 10-5-1, snuck in, but they're like, well, let's do this a different way. And Pete Carroll always wanted to run the ball as it was. But think about it this way, too. The last Commanders quarterback to throw for 30 touchdowns was Sonny Jurgensen. Cousins got close a couple times in the upper 20s. But I think Sonny at 30 is the last one. Wilson threw in a stretch with Seattle from 15 on for 34, 34, 35, 31, a 40-touchdown season. So while people like me dinged early like how good he had it as a caretaker, he certainly eventually became the sun in the solar system there.
Without a doubt. And that's kind of the plan here, right? There to me, the great example of how I'd love to build if I'm just starting a franchise, just as kind of a model and a blueprint where you surround the rookie quarterback, whatever round you draft him in, with so much excellence where, you let him kind of hang out on the parade float. Then eventually, when he's going to make all the money, which he did, Wilson signed some top-of-the-market type deals, you got to make some tougher decisions, and more is asked of you. And lo and behold, if the guy's legit, you've carried him along for a while, he will morph into that role and be a star for you, and that's certainly what happened. Again, he fell out of favor after a year there that was pretty good by a lot of numbers. He was banged up, but threw for 25 touchdowns, 6 picks, over 3,000 yards in 14 games, similar to his previous couple of year paces. And I couldn't believe it. I remember at the time, I don't remember how strongly you felt about it, so forgive me, but I remember being stunned that they were going to move on from him, and our resident Seahawks expert, Drab Tiberius Shirt, was going, no, you guys don't understand. It's time. This is actually the smart thing to keep the 810-year-old coach in Pete Carroll and move on from Russell Wilson. And I thought they were ludicrous, and sure enough, they knew before everyone else did.
Yeah, his last season in Seattle was not good. We saw one of those games here where he really, really struggled. It felt like he was kind of done. They brought him in Denver. He had a quick falling out with Sean Payton, and ultimately, wouldn't end up being a full-time starter in that second season. But they ate close to $100 million, I think it was, to get rid of him, and then he bounced around Steelers and Giants over the last couple of seasons and kind of hung out. He could have gone back to New York. There are other teams, I'm sure, that would bring him in, but he wants to go out without being a backup and standing there holding the clipboard for another season. He's also one of the most fascinating guys in terms of personalities in a locker room that I can remember during my time around the league, because I view him very much as a pro, says all the right things, like he's the CEO of the Fortune 500 company that I talk about wanting at quarterback all the time. As I mentioned, he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year. But damn if he didn't have a lot of teammates and coaches that butted heads with him along the way. Think about like some of the real vitriolic, legitimately seemingly angry things Richard Sherman has said about him on television. And there are other players as well. But him and Sean Payton have a really hostile, bad relationship. For a guy that had his level of play at that position, there's normally just a respect and a reverence that comes with that. I don't know what it is. I mean, he definitely has some of the Bryce Harper to him, where he's like a human hashtag, and it seems like not everything he does is authentic, if you know what I mean, where he's like kind of a robot who's like, this is how I'm supposed to put something on social media to get engagement. This is how I will get fans to laugh today. There's a little bit of that with him, and maybe that's what it is guys just see through it. But for a player as good as he was, he did have some guys come at him a lot over the years.
Yeah, and that was kind of Drab's main point as to why it was time to move on. It was this inauthentic personality. I think it was kind of the accusation. I've never met him, never spoken to him. I have no idea what he's like, in the huddle, off the field, etc. But that was kind of the viewpoint. Was just it's more eye roll, where it's like, hey, what's up, fellows? Have you seen the latest hashtag discussion on social media? How are you guys? Grand. Hashtag blessed. Like, oh my God, dude, you're so cheesy. That's kind of the viewpoint, right? Or that was sort of the perception that was out there and kind of wore out his welcome a couple different times, where maybe the work didn't match it. You can be earnest and that enthusiastic, or, kind of come across that way if you're there doing everything with everybody all the time. But I got the sense that he kind of put himself separate and then wanted to be able to walk in both lanes.
Yeah,
right?
Guys have to know that you're being real. I don't think they care if that's who you are. Like, you think about Fernando Mendoza at Indiana, who's different. Kirk Cousins is a good example, who's, shopping at Kohl's and tucking in his shirts and has made a lot of money now as kind of the dad quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's saying frick, and he doesn't curse. And I don't think guys get upset about that if that's really who you are all the time. But, yeah, it was strange at times in Seattle and then thereafter in Denver and some other places for him. But I just think it's an easy no-brainer. 15th in completions all time, tied for 9th in completion percentage, 12th in passing touchdowns, 7th fewest interceptions among guys that played as much as him, 3rd in touchdown rate and interception rate, 2nd in passer rating. He's going to get into the Hall of Fame, and deservedly so. What a career. I remember interviewing him at the Senior Bowl because that was the year Washington was going to be taking a QB. Little did I know that as I sat there, they were going to take 2. But we kind of thought Robert Griffin was the guy, and so we went to the Senior Bowl and did a bunch of work on some other players. But I interviewed him, and he's a little bit taller than me, maybe 5'10"-ish, but he had these gigantic calves that were the size of like a football helmet. And I'm like, there's just no way this guy's going to play quarterback at a high level in the league. And I remember some of the coaches there that I was talking to saying, I don't see it. This is not a long-term answer. He proved a lot of people wrong, man.
Yeah, 100%.
Had a great career.
And remember, I think you alluded to this, he was not Seattle's plan. He was not the plan.
Yeah, Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn was the plan because he threw for 500 yards in a Week 17 game that meant nothing, or whatever the hell the number was. That's what's so funny about it is, and they realized, whatever it was, in OTAs or training camp or mini camp or something like that, this third rounder's the guy. This former baseball player is the guy. That just such a cool career. What an unbelievable football career that guy had, man.
I always forget, too, he's a Richmond guy.
Yeah, collegiate high school in Virginia.
Yeah, I always he's not one of those guys I claim as like, oh, he's a UV, Virginia area or DMV type guy. I don't know that Richmond is that, but I never really think about that. Started at NC State before he went to Wisconsin with the Badgers. A whole pack of Badgers. Grant and Danny on the Fan. There's another player who's headed to the Hall of Fame who might be saying goodbye, and there are major ties to D.C. with that player. That's next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan with you until 6:30 this evening. Then overtime with the Nats off. They'll be back in action out in Phoenix, Arizona tomorrow for some Friday night baseball. Trent Williams announced at organized team activities for San Francisco yesterday that he is expecting this could be his final NFL season. Now, nothing official. He's not going to make the announcement now a year ahead of time, but he's leaning in that direction, thinks this could very well be it. 16th year for a guy who was the number 4 overall pick in the 2010 draft out of Oklahoma. So to just date this, he was the first pick of the Mike Shanahan regime here in D.C. when Shanahan was brought in to run that up back in 2010, now 17 football seasons ago, which is crazy to think about. He spent 9 years with Washington, made Pro Bowls and all but the first couple of those seasons, and I think he probably could have if not for, remember early in his career he was getting in trouble, had a couple suspensions.
That's right, yeah.
Some things where he just couldn't stay on the field. But as soon as he put those behind him, didn't get in trouble anymore, 16 or more games just about every season and in the Pro Bowl every year, including one time where he was a second-team All-Pro. Had the falling out with the organization via Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen, didn't play in 19, refused to ever play for them again. They had to trade him after a cancer scare and thinking he was going to lose his life that was misdiagnosed, according to him. Well, then he goes to San Francisco for peanuts, and since then has played now in what is going to be his 7th season for the 49ers as a 3-time All-Pro, cementing himself as a Hall of Famer. But Trent Williams, Danny, says this could be his last ride.
Well, do you remember around that draft when it was pretty clear that Washington was going to need a tackle, kind of as Chris Samuels was winding down, there was, I think, a lot of debate that Russell Okung was the guy who ended up going to Seattle, had a nice career in his own right, not what Trent Williams certainly did, but he was there, and I think, tell me if I'm wrong about this, not basketball Anthony Davis, who does a lot of podcasts and talks about maybe playing for the Wizards at some point or not, I don't know. But there was an Anthony Davis that went to San Francisco, I think, if memory serves, who was a pretty good tackle as well. And it was the Shanahans know best in this case when they went with Trent Williams because it was sort of more their type, the more athletic type maybe than kind of the big mauler that some of the other guys were. And he turned in one of the great tackle careers in history. He wasn't mentioned first or second most of the time in his career. Probably should have been, to be honest with you, playing for bad teams here in Washington for the most part. So there was always one other guy who was a headliner or one other dude that was maybe thought of as the left tackle at that point before the PFFs of the world and kind of these grading sites were as ubiquitous. But what a super unbelievably great career. No matter what metric you look at, always hard to figure with offensive linemen, like what stats are you looking at? It's not pancakes or the number of road graded blocks or some other kind of thing. But you look at approximate value, some of the things that try to equalize over the years. The best player, the most value in his career from anybody in that draft class, and for a couple of guys before and after as well, in terms of years. So one of the great careers of all time.
Yeah, I've said this a bunch on this show, but he was one of my favorite players I ever covered in any sport, as a person and as a player. The way that he went about his business and, frankly, just his genuineness. We were talking about Russell Wilson last segment. Trent Williams was a real guy, man. He was fun. You could have a little fun. He would call me over to his locker sometimes and ask me the most ridiculous questions. And you could tell he was just kind of having fun with me. Like, I like you. You're in the locker room, but we didn't get here the same way. You know what I'm saying? But you loved the game that he played with me where he would ask me things about did you have an island in your kitchen? He's like, then you grew up with money. Did you have a boat that you guys went out on the weekends? And we had all kinds of fun and just good conversations, but a really genuine, great guy and a pro. Once a week, he's going to hold court about the matchup with the edge that he has to deal with that weekend and about how he did last week. And after the game, win, lose, or draw, good or bad performance, there weren't that many bad ones. He's going to stand there and answer all the questions. I'd put him on a list with guys like Santana Moss or D'Angelo Hall or some others that I just really genuinely enjoyed that back and forth, that relationship with when you're covering a team and you got a real pro that gets it, but who's also a great player, just an absolute freak. There are very few guys I've ever covered that are as talented as him. You mentioned the other tackles in that class. I think it was probably the easiest decision the Shanahans ever had to make because they run that zone scheme and they wanted a guy out in front of screens. And I always used to joke that he was the point guard when everyone played pickup basketball, dunking and going between the legs. He was the best athlete on the team at times. So Just an all-timer, man.
Yep.
And I'd like to think if he stayed here for his whole career, he would have gotten the same attention. Is he a 3-time first-team All-Pro right now? Probably not. Does everyone talk about him as a first-ballot, no doubt Hall of Famer? Maybe not. I'm almost glad that he got away and went out west and got to get the flowers that he deserved. And by the way, he's my age. Like I think maybe a half year younger than me or something, but he's going into his age 38 football season. Like, this guy still does it at arguably the best level of anybody at his position, and he's closing in on 40 years old, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. It's nuts. I mean, how good and dominant he was. The stories that I always used to like when you were on the beat and then graduated from it to banter with your pal. But the times you'd go, I have no idea how Trent Williams is going to play this weekend. Like, he's using a cane on Thursday, or Friday he's in a walking boot or something like that, and then there he is.
They would drive him down to the practice field on the back of a cart, so he could go down and just like talk to the guys or whatever. And then you'd see him get helped or like be crutched on crutches into the room on a Thursday, and on Sunday he's out there whooping DeMarcus Ware's butt.
Incredible.
Like, how does that happen?
I don't know. One of my claims to fame, I will tell you, is when training camp was at Bon Secours down there in Richmond, Virginia. We grabbed him when he was coming off the field to do a quick, like 3 or 4 minute interview, whatever. And I made him chuckle once because he's sitting there like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm so hot. This is our second practice today. I got a cold tub waiting on me. Let's go. And I got him to like crack a smile and kind of lower his veneer there for a second, and then just kind of laugh with us. And it was a lot of fun. And that actually legitimately felt like an accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like, with a guy, he was such a badass, was so tough, so strong, and just doing this because it's like the obligation. And then I kind of got him to be on a personal level. Yeah. I remember then we went and ate ZZQ, and that's all I wanted to talk about. And then the ZZQ was there, and I had so many ribs, and it was like, now I'm talking about that. But the Trent Williams thing was fun too.
Dude, he's got one of the best smiles and like disarming laughs. I love me some Trent Williams. So kudos to him on a great career. All right, next on Grant and Danny, we're going to multitask a little bit. I saw Jeff Passan wrote about the Major League Baseball trade deadline. There were also 3 Nats named to the All-May team, so we could discuss that briefly. But I want to get into what Myles Garrett said about Laramie Tunsil being one of the toughest tackles to deal with in all of football. That's next on The Fan.
Canning to the belt. 1-1 to Wood. Swung on and drilled to deep right center field. Is it high enough? It is caught. Goodbye! Another laser beam over the right center field wall and a home run for James
Wood. Back live on this Thursday, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Nats did not have a productive series against the Miami Marlins. They got swept, and their hot stretch came apart at the seams. The Marlins just have their number. They've beaten the Nationals in 5 of 6 games this year. Over the last few years, they have been a thorn in Washington's side, despite not being all that good in the NL East. But what's interesting, Danny, is this is the first 3-game losing streak for the Nats since April, 22nd to the 24th. It's the first sweep that they've suffered since they got swept by the Los Angeles Dodgers way back in the first homestand of the year. They played a little bit more like they did in April in that their bullpen struggled, gave up 3 runs in the 9th inning in the first and second game of the series, 7 total runs in the 9th inning. And then offensively, this was not the team that's been number one in the sport circuit to circuit. They were 1 for 17 with runners in scoring position the last 2 days and hit a combined 170 collectively in this series. So the debate will then become, and we can talk about this later, was this a blip or is this the beginning of the regression? But this was a bad series for the Nats as they now hit the road where they've been one of the better road teams in baseball this year.
Yeah, there's no way around those 3 games are frustrating, but I don't think it's a trend just yet. I know we'll get into it a little bit more later, but 2 of the 3 games were pitched excellently against them. The middle, the sandwich game, the meat, if you will, of that sandwich, that's a disappointing loss. But, you know, again, it's 1 of 162. You don't really overreact to it. But that kid Mayer is really, really good. That was my first really good look at him up close. I've seen highlights and, you know, the occasional scanning of the MLB app, but it's not something I've honed in on. He was nasty. And Alcantara, I don't know how anybody hits that guy, and his ERA came in north of 5. He was outstanding in that game, pitching deep into the ball game. So you kind of go, okay, then they still had their chances, still did what the offense normally does. If we start to see a bit more of a trend where there's a natural, by the way, cooling off of literally the best offense in the sport at Arizona, at San Francisco, where teams have had very little issue scoring runs in both of those spots, then we'll start to go, okay, yeah, this may be the final, not final, but this may be a little bit of that sort of going back towards neutral that we may have thought was coming for a while.
Yeah, to your point, Sandy Alcantara is not a scrub. I mean, he has not been as good since an arm injury a couple of years ago, but he was the Cy Young Award winner at one point in the league.
He was nails on
the best
Monday.
Pitcher in the sport at one point, and he looked like it. And then Max Meyer, who you referenced, is a former top 5 pick. He was the 3rd overall pick, who's pitching like an all-star. So this was not the Dylan G corollary where some scrub who has no business shoving on you comes in here with bad stuff and hangs 6 bagels. This was 2 upper echelon arms that when they're going good are going to be real tough customers. And then they got their opportunities, especially in the second and third games of this series, and they just couldn't come through. It does not change, by the way, how good May was. And I just wanted to bring this up because I saw this a little bit before we went on the air today. Major League Baseball puts out a team of the month every month. It's just a fun little thing they do where they get a guy from every single possession. They fill out a roster, essentially, with the Major League Baseball stars of the month. This is the team for May. The only team in baseball that had 3 guys on the squad, your Washington Nationals. James Wood, who was incredible in May. C.J. Abrams, who was fantastic last month. And Keibert Ruiz, who is having one of the great breakthroughs.
How about it?
Deep into a career now that we've seen. It was all basically in May where he was used in the right situations and he came through and he was hot. He played a little over half of the month, but he ended up hitting 360 with a 1,000 OPS. But you think about it. We're talking about 30 teams here, all the big boys, all the top contenders. And the Nationals made up basically a quarter of this roster with their 2 most important players, Wood and Abrams, and then Keibert Ruiz, all making the team of the month.
Let you know how good May was. Right, they were 16-12 over the course of the month with a couple blips in there, but won a bunch of series and had guys really, really rolling. In the past, it always felt like Jeeps. They would have one guy going at once, and that was like all that was allowed. It was, oh, sorry, CJ's hitting? Okay, the rest of us will take a back seat. they've had a month or two, and a couple other guys probably wouldn't be worthy of that selection. But how unbelievable was Curtis Meade in the month of May? In the middle of the order for a guy that wasn't on anybody's radar anywhere, maybe except for this front office, to not only be a pretty much everyday Eddie, an everyday starter, but a guy again that's batting in the middle of an order that leads the league in runs. Pretty incredible, man.
June, not often nearly as good a start.
No.
As they are 0 for 3 in their opportunities to win this month after dropping all 3 to the Marlins. But a lot of June still out in front. And as I said, when they've had these skids at home, they have generally gone out on the road and gotten it going soon thereafter with their offense. They're a 19-12 road team, which is one of the best road records in baseball. Only the Braves and the Dodgers have a better record away from home in the entire National League. In fact, if you go over to the American League, nobody has a better record. So they have the third best record on the road in all of baseball this year, which is interesting.
That is. And part of that is just weird and random. They got such a terrible, rotten, awful. Are you even trying, bro? A start at home where they literally couldn't win. Yes, a lot of that was me doing post games, please and thank you. But that's, whatever the reason is, you never know the character of a team in a given year. There's always one of these oddities. We talk about this with baseball all the time. Remember all those years where Jordan Zimmerman would be their best pitcher, but would be like 6-12 record-wise with like a 2.4 ERA? Stuff like that happens. There's always a guy that never gets the run support. There's always a guy that, has to wear it or, has bad luck when it comes to certain things. This is a fluky thing that should not be, and yet it is, and it's emerged over the course of the season where they've been better, 31 games worth of sample, on the road than they've been at home.
Coming up at 4, your Beltway Blitz, and at that time, by the way, about 50 minutes from right now, we'll give away tickets to Hardy the Country Tour at Meriwether. And at 5 o'clock today, Brian Geltzeiler is going to join us from NBA TV and NBA Radio on Sirius XM. Looking forward to catching up with him on the NBA Finals after the Knicks took Game 1 last night. We'll have tickets to Hardy the Country Tour at that time as well. Let's get into what Myles Garrett had to say, though, about Laramie Tunsil, the left tackle for the Commanders, who probably is the best player on the team if you take Jaden Daniels' upside out of the equation. Maybe Terry McLaurin could have something to say about that. But Garrett was on a show where he was fishing with fellow elite edge rusher Will Anderson, and this is what he had to say about Tunsil.
The first person to give me problems in my career is probably David Bakhtiari. My first year, boy, he was all over me. I don't know if I recorded a pressure, like I was out the game. After that, I was pretty good. Last time I felt like I was frustrated with somebody was probably Laramie.
Laramie?
Yeah.
Tunsil? I got to go against him this year. I'm excited about that matchup. I got a ton of respect for him.
Laramie Tunsil. I don't know that we talk enough about how good he is. There was way more pixels spent, it felt like, on the Marshawn Lattimore trade being terrible than the Laramie Tunsil deal having been awesome for them. Tunsil, that trade worked out in spades. They've extended him. He's a beast, man. He is the caliber of player there haven't been a lot of around here in a long time.
He's really good. Also, just a quick question. Was that a belch or like a subdued burp by Anderson there as he was listening and answering to the question?
I thought it was.
Yeah.
So the way it was described to me by Darius, I did not see this podcast, but they're on a boat fishing. So it seems uber casual, like their rods are in the water, they got their fishing lines out, maybe they're having a beer or a soda, and they're just out there waiting for a fish to nibble. So when you're doing an interview that casually and you're not, sitting shirt and tie opposite somebody from Fox Sports breaking it down, Maria Taylor or whoever, and maybe you just let out a belch. I don't know. Can I hear it again? Can we go to the videotape on that,
Frustrated with somebody was probably Laramie.
Laramie?
Right there.
Yeah.
Tunsil?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Because you could tell how he talks, right? Like he's like he does that like, I'm going to burp, but then I have to clear my throat to get it going again.
Probably Laramie.
Laramie?
Yeah.
Tunsil?
I mean, that's a bear clearing its throat right there. Then that was a dad at the end of the Thanksgiving third helping plate. Belch. That was deep.
Are you a bothered by belch guy?
No. When it's, I don't know how to say this.
When it's gross?
Yeah. When you got to belch. We've all done it. The bad stuff out. But when it's, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully. When there's little water weight behind it. You know what I'm talking about? When it's a belch and gurgle, when it's a liquidy belch, when it's like something almost sprinted out of there. You know what I mean? Where something was moving from down to up, but it was subdued and squelched.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that I kind of go, oh, that's nasty. Right there.
It is pretty casual, though. Like, we're mic'd up. We're doing an interview that's going to make its way around the country. We'll just burp real loud on the microphone. Like, if I had to burp on the show, I'm using the cough button. Or if I'm burping on Bustin' Loose Baseball, we're probably editing that sucker out. We got a chance. This wasn't live, streamed, I don't think.
No.
They could have, if they wanted to, they could have just edited that part out and it would have picked up with Laramie. They didn't want to do that.
I don't think I can hear Laramie without a Laramie.
Laramie? Did you just burp on command, by the way?
I
That's
did.
pretty good.
That's not terrible. I can do a half-ass burp on command.
Let me hear it again.
Laramie?
That wasn't a burp.
That's a burp, yeah.
No, it sounded like you made a noise.
That's what it's not a great burp. It's not a deep belch that's has to come up.
I don't think I can do it.
It's forced. I don't think you can.
Was that one?
Yeah, that was.
Wasn't a great one either.
No, but that's the one that sounds like it's a little troubling. You know what I mean? Like there's something bad behind it.
Right.
When I hear one of my kids
push
do
that thing out.
yeah,
I don't know where that came from.
Exactly. When I hear one of my kids do that, I think we've got about half a second
right
before we need a mop and bucket.
I had to push that hard enough that if it was coming out of a different place on the wrong day, I'd be worried about it.
Oh,
you know
sure.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
But anyway, back to the point at hand. You sleep on Will Anderson. You're so worried about him being a burper. You just don't understand how good he is at football.
The burper.
You're focusing on the wrong thing, I think, personally.
I think that's fair.
But can we get back to Laramie Tunsil being really good?
Yeah, let's do that, please.
Myles Garrett.
What are you talking about again?
Future Hall of Famer, dude. And he is the best in the league, and he's been the best in the league for a bunch of years. And the guy that last gave him problems is our guy, Laramie Tunsil. That says something.
100% does. I love that. I love it when, for years when someone would go, who's the nastiest pitcher you face? And they would just go, Scherzer. He was ours. I love that. Who's the best left tackle? Who's the guy?
Oh,
that
there's
you have
so
to deal
much
with?
pride in that. That's a good point.
I love that's the part that I care about the most. It's like, oh, you mean my guy? You mean my bookhand left tackle I don't have to worry about? That guy? I love that security. I've just, come from a place, all our experiences as fans kind of shape us in terms of our philosophies and things that we believe in terms of team building. I will never not have a great left tackle. Like I can't do a get by thing just simply because that's the only spot we've been spoiled here. If you think about the baton passing from Chris Samuel or Joe Jacoby before him, really when I grew up, but Jacoby to Jim Lachey to Chris Samuel with a gap in there, admittedly, and then to Trent Williams and another gap. But now with Laramie Tunsil, it's just such a security blanket. I love having that. I love having somebody that everybody thinks is nasty.
Chris Samuels, who was drafted one pick after LeVar Arrington in the greatest draft in the history of the team, maybe. When you go LeVar 2, Samuels 3, Chris Samuels out of?
Alabama.
Crimson Tide. Roll Tide. So here's what I was thinking about when I wanted to chat Tunsil. He's definitely the best player on the team, taking Daniels out of the equation, right? I know he's the most popular countrywide as being good. How do I say that cleaner? He has the most notoriety for being great. Whatever that Myles Garrett clip is after that burp, that happens more for Laramie Tunsil than anywhere else. Like, he's the most famous for being good. But right now, this second, you're taking Daniels out of it because I think that complicates things and what he could be if he's playing like 24. The rest of the roster, Tunsil has to be their most valuable player. Maybe the better way to think about it is there anyone that could get more in a trade than Laramie Tunsil would net them right now?
No. And I frankly don't think it's close.
Even at his age, like if you traded Sonny Styles right now, that's a bad one because he's an inside linebacker, so the value versus left tackle is just not going to work. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm talking myself out of it. Could you get a 1 for him? We just saw the Eagles trade A.J. Brown for a first-rounder, and on my text thread with buddies, somebody asked, is there anyone on the Commanders that could get a first-round pick back? And I said, absolutely not, no chance. Non-Daniels division, obviously.
Right. Yeah,
but
I think maybe you could just because of how premium the position is and how well he's played since he's been here.
I think a team like the Rams, that's like a Super Bowl caliber team, if they needed a left tackle that just doesn't give a bleep. I'm trying to think. Find me that team, Dad. really competitive, like if the Seahawks had an injury or something and really needed a left tackle, I could see them trading a 1 going into the year for Laramie Tunsil in an arms race with the Rams. Or a team like the Lions or someone with a closing window, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's probably more likely you'd get 2 2s.
Yeah, you get kind of what Washington did, multiple picks over multiple years, et cetera. But yeah, you're right. I mean, and also now's not the exact right time for it. But just the point is, in this weird hypothetical that we're doing, if let's just say all the players are up for auction, like we're going, that's it. The Washington is folding. Everybody else gets to bid whatever draft pick they want on our players.
Draft.
Yeah, I think he's the only guy that would fetch a first rounder potentially, and it'd be a back end first round, right? It wouldn't be a top 5 pick because somebody would use that elsewhere on their own, franchise left tackle who's 22 years old or a quarterback or something like that. But in terms of positional value at a key spot, no one else gets a first rounder in my view.
I want to open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Is there an argument to be made for somebody else on the roster having more trade value than Laramie Tunsil? And again, we're excluding the quarterback room and Jaden Daniels. And is there any conversation to be had on anybody else that could get you even a top 2-round pick? This is not something they should be doing. I'm just asking for the sake of the conversation. What would they get for Terry right now? I was thinking a 3. But didn't Jalen Waddle get a 1 this offseason from Denver?
I think so. It was either a 1 or 2. I think it was a 1.
A.J. Brown's an obvious 1. Waddle got a 1. He's younger, has more kind of runway ahead of him probably than McLaurin. And Terry's coming off of an injury-plagued season that was the worst of his career, which would hurt. But I think if you flipped him right now, he to me is the second best player on the team probably. Maybe Daron Payne. But Payne didn't play like it last year necessarily either. I think Tunsil nets you a 2 2s. Maybe you could get a late first from a contender if they're in a desperation pinch because someone got hurt. And then McLaurin might be the next best player on the roster. Oweh just got $100 million in free agency. He might have maybe higher value than we're thinking in real time because everyone values the position he can get to the quarterback. There's a reason why they had to give him $100 million, that bag, because a lot of teams probably wanted him. So could he be number 2 on that list? He's never played a snap here.
And I think that's kind of large. One of the points that I think a lot of folks, and we'll talk about this later, but Seth Walder had them in the early 20s in his power rankings. Kind of my view of this roster in general, it's better, but it's still under-talented. I mean, you talk about this all the time over the years with blue chippers, like how many first-team All-Pros, et cetera, that they've had. The answer's precious few over the years. They're still lacking in this regard in terms of high-end stuff. There are guys that are good, but that's not the conversation. The conversation is how many of this do they have? I mean, to me, if Daniels plays really, really well again, he would jump to the top of the list. A, because of the outsized import of the quarterback position, but even still, what we saw his rookie year was remarkable. It was transcendent. So you do that again, he's won. But as of right now, I don't think he's won. I think Tunsil is. Because there are recent deposits in the bank where he is at the tip top of this league. You don't have to go very far down to find him. Daniels, the arrow's still trending up potentially on where he could land, but he was not a top 5 or top 10 quarterback last year. And I'm hoping that he gets back there this year, but Tunsil is. So to me, he's won, and everyone else is kind of fighting for second.
Yeah, phones are open if you guys want to chime in on this at 800-636-1067. Does anybody give Tunsil a run for his money as the most valuable asset or the best player on the team other than Daniels? Plus, A.J. DeBonsa was asked a question about possibly playing for the Wizards and gave a compelling answer where he actually talked about a future in D.C. You'll hear that answer as we continue on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. In basketball, last night, NBA Finals Game 1, the Knicks beat the Spurs 105-95 to take a 1-0 series lead. Jalen Brunson leading the way for New York with 30 points. The Knicks finishing the game on an 11-0 run. Game 2 going to be tomorrow. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 tonight, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. That'll be at 8 o'clock. Vegas leads the series 1-0. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series in Arizona against the Diamondbacks tomorrow. It's the start of a 6-game West Coast road trip for the Nats. And in the NFL today, the Packers signed wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year extension. 4 years, $110.5 million with a $31 million signing bonus. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 30 minutes, we've got tickets for somebody listening to go to the Country Tour out at Meriwether. Hardy's coming to town. You better be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. Want to get into what A.J. DeBonsa had to say about going 1-1 to the Wizards. I think it's audio that Wizards fans will thoroughly enjoy. That's coming up in just a couple of moments. But the phones are open, 800-636-1067. Myles Garrett said that the last offensive tackle to give him fits was Laramie Tunsil. And it got us to thinking about where he ranks on this roster. Take Daniels out of the equation. He's the most talented player. He would probably have the most value. Is he the only guy on this team that might be able to get you a first-round pick? Not that Washington should be thinking about that. But after A.J. Brown got one, do they have that kind of blue-chip high-end talent? Let's go to Shane in Fairfax on The Fan. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hi, Commander.
What's up, Commander? What's up, Lieutenant? How you boys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
I like that you are spreading the Commander trolling in the family tree. I like that.
My 6-year-old boy, he looks forward to it. He loves Commander Danny, and he looks forward to it every day to listen to hear Commander Danny.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. That's my target audience, by the way, the 5 to 8-year-old dudes.
Well, I tell you what, he's 6 years old. He's 5'5" and weighs 100 pounds. He's a big old boy.
Oh, he's ready.
He's bring him down to the show one day.
Love it.
But anyway, outside of Tunsil, because that's the obvious answer, right? And that's the number one go-to. But, yeah, I would say it's Tunsil. But outside of him, that's how bad this roster is right now, right? I don't want a old receiver that right now. And Terry, I know he's productive, but what are you going to get from him, right? So, but it's got to be him. It's got to be Tunsil at this point. That's what we have. And you know, but it is what it is with this roster.
To Shane's point, though, Danny.
Thank you, Shane.
Finding a second guy is hard. And I think it's obvious that we all go to McLaurin next, but we kind of give reasons why you're not going to do great in trade value for him. Last year, the injuries, the age, the decline that normally happens around this time in a receiver's career, who's a speed guy, all that stuff. But he would still probably be too. Is there somebody else we're forgetting?
I don't think so. I mean, if you start looking at the roster, there are guys with some upside. See Josh Connerly. There are some nice
Hadn't
pieces.
done it yet.
Yeah, there's some guys that I like. There's nothing against them. It's just they don't have this. Right? I don't know how to, again, it always sounds like I'm being unkind to Terry, and I don't necessarily mean it, because, again, he's good. I always used to bristle when people would complain that Ryan Kerrigan wasn't great. I was like, well, that's not the standard. The guy's, all he is really good. And if your problem is that he's not great, you've got way bigger fish to fry. Like some other dude can't play. Like I'd rather have Kerrigan than not. I'd rather have Terry McLaurin than not. But the equivalent of a 77-catch, 1,000-yard player, they make a lot of that guy. You know what I mean? There's plenty of those dudes around. Right? Now, again, I think McLaurin's better than some, maybe worse than some others, but the point is he's really good. I'm glad he's here. But Tunsil's in a different category than that. The equivalent, if you used receiver numbers to try to quantify it, to me, he'd be a 1,200-yard, 9-touchdown, 90-catch guy if he was a receiver. Does that make sense in terms of where you compare him to the rest of the league? A guy that's 5 or 6 in the top at his position.
Absolutely. He is a top 5 offensive tackle in the sport. Terry McLaurin's not a top 5 wide receiver. They don't have another top 5 guy at this point. He's the one. PJ's in Reston, wants to join us on Grant and Danny. Hello, PJ. How are you?
Hey, guys. Happy day to everybody. So I personally think, it's very subjective, but I think Sonny Styles, even though he hasn't played it down yet, obviously I don't want him to trade him. I'm like you guys. I'm super pumped to see him play. But if they were just to do a weird thing and trade him, I think any NFL team that thinks they're going to be 500 or better next year, I think they would take him, because if you're a team that you think, okay, next year we're going to have the number 16th overall pick or the number 25th overall pick. It's risky, but I would definitely trade for Sonny Styles, because even though his position inside linebacker, he's an outlier. He's going to play some safety maybe. They might even have him rushing. He's very versatile, just like the other Ohio State linebacker, Alvaro Reese, that's a linebacker, but could kind of scheme up some pass rushing things. And then it's not, even though it sounds, you guys are making a great point, even though it sounds, it's kind of like, oh my God, we do need more top end talent. I was thinking about the Patriots. I think the only guy that they would have go first round besides Drake Mays, maybe Christian Gonzalez. I'm a little ignorant on all of their rosters, so I could be wrong, but that's just me trying to put like a good spin on it. But yeah, I would say Sonny Styles.
Well, now they have AJ Brown.
I was going to say, they just spent a first. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate you. So that means they got 2 of those guys at least, which is still a 2-0 conversation. Yeah, it's hard to have elite level talent. Not everybody has 4 or 5 guys that are among the best in the league at their position. That's the goal. That's what you strive for. But it's easier said than done. These players are not readily available. You've got to hit in the draft early. Hopefully Sonny Styles becomes that guy. At that position, it's really hard. But, if he ends up being a top 3 inside linebacker and he has this Bobby Wagner-esque career where he goes to the Hall of Fame or whatever, there were times during Bobby Wagner's career, even at his position, where he would have been a marquee acquisition for draft picks. If you're just getting in your car and you're wondering why are we talking about trade value for Sonny Styles, all we're doing is trying to figure out, after A.J. Brown was shipped out of Philly for a 1, I guess it's a 2-pronged conversation. A, who's the best player on this team not named Daniels? Because Myles Garrett said Laramie Tunsil gives him fits. And I think it's Tunsil, and it's not close. Was there anyone kind of in the running? The secondary conversation is, could they even get a first for anyone on this team? And Tunsil's the one guy that we're thinking may be in the right situation. Like a training camp injury to a left tackle on one of the favorites in the league. The Buffalo Bills lose Dawkins or something like that. Might they say, we're not going to let this derail our season. Give up a pick that we think is going to be 29 and go get Laramie Tunsil or whatever. But that's the only way I see Washington trading anybody for a 1.
Agreed. Now, again, and as you said, to reiterate, nobody's suggesting that they do. It's just sort of an exercise in looking at the talent roster.
Player.
Yeah. So would Sam Cosmi be in this top 5 list for you?
No, I don't think so. He was getting there before his injuries, got a chance to get back there. But, it's a bad way to do it. I'd have to look into some of the numbers and the data from PFF and other places, not necessarily grading, but, pressures and all the stuff they assign. But, like, right now, if you polled 32 GMs on who the best 5 guards are in the league, how many are naming Sam Cosmi?
I don't think anybody is. And
yeah.
But I'm thinking even here on this roster, because, PJ brought up Styles. I'm excited about Sonny Styles. I think that dude's going to be a badass. Obviously where the rubber will meet the road is we'll certainly see what he ends up doing in the system, the scheme, et cetera, hoping to justify that pick. And we do this next year, maybe he is the guy that's right behind Tunsil, or maybe ahead of him, God willing, if that works out. But you look at Chenal, a guy that wasn't a full-time starter in Kansas City, hopefully unlocked here using some of that speed. He could be on this list at some point.
So I misunderstood. You were saying, is Cosmi a top 5 player on this team?
On this team.
Yes, I think it's back. If we're saying non-Jaden Daniels, so Tunsil's 1, McLaurin, I guess, would be 2. Is that fair? Are we going there? I still think Deron Payne is probably a top 5 player on the team. And then Cosmi's in the conversation thereafter.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one of my big not salient, but I think I'm patting myself on the back there.
Salient, wow.
That's really correct point I'm making. But that's kind of my cutting through the mess, the ending the noise and sort of pulling out every time we ever talk about this season, this roster, this team, etc. Yeah, they upgraded this, they upgraded that, and that's all well and good. There still aren't that many guys that every GM would climb over their grandmother to make sure that they acquired if there was some sort of massive free agency dump. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the part I keep coming back to is I still don't know how good this roster is yet. There are pieces that I'm excited about, certainly, that are going to be dramatic improvements. See Owe, see Chenal, see Styles, for goodness sakes. I like Kelevon Chason coming here as a rotational pass rusher. There's a lot of things that they did that I'm going, yep, those are good moves. I'm happy about that. I still think they need to raise the tide here a little bit in terms of the talent level.
A.J. DeBonsa was asked about possibly being the number 1 pick in the draft. That is the expectation that he would come off the board. But the question was phrased as to how confident he is that he's going to be the guy. Listen to this answer.
How much belief is there that when you do get your name called that it is going to be the first name?
Like the max you can get.
So you're 100% confident that number 1 overall pick, A.J. DeBonsa.
Yeah.
Sir Anthony Davis, Trae Young, and just some of the other younger guys. What excites you about being able to play with that group?
It's 2 All-Stars right there. So learning from 2 All-Stars my rookie year would be super exciting. Just gathering that knowledge would be helpful for me.
Couple takeaways from that. First off, the confidence is awesome. He believes he's going to be number 1. I don't think he's been told anything or has any inside information. I think he's just speaking his mind and his truth that he's the best player in the country. And then the second thing is having Davis and Trae Young, like we've talked about, does make you cooler. You know, it makes you an it team. He's not saying, can't wait to play with Alex Sarr. And you know who I think has game is Bub Carrington and Keyshawn George. He references they got some young talent. But he says that the selling point on wanting to be a Wizard, I get to play and learn from 2 All-Stars.
Yeah, I watch those guys on TV. And that's what's exciting. You know what I mean? Like that's always a relatable thing that they become your peers and they're part of the cool kids club for sure. But yeah, I love DeBonsa. I can't help it. I'm smitten. And so if it's not him, there needs to be such a great compelling reason why it's not him. But it seems to be he's on like a podcast every 7 seconds, or is talking about it a lot. But he obviously knows how good he is, but it also doesn't come across in an off-putting way. You know what I mean? It's a difficult line to walk, I think. But when
I think he's understated and kind of quietly confident, which I like. I appreciate
I do
that.
too.
And by the way, it's necessary. I mean, some of these guys get to the league and get eaten alive because they don't
during
have
the headlights. Yeah,
enough of that. My buddy texted me this morning. He said, I had ESPN radio on in my car this morning from listening to the game last night. He said the morning show, which I guess was National Morning Show. One of the hosts asked the other two, who is the most dysfunctional team in the NBA? Without pause, the other 2 hosts decided it was the Wizards and the Kings. As good as they've operated and as well as they've done everything for a few years, it's the kid who used to like cheat on his tests at school or whatever, coming back to the reunion and they're just like, oh, it's Cheater Danny. You know, when I get with all my family members on Easter, and my sister's talking about like, oh, watch out for Grant. He really wants to win. He's going to tackle me by the time we're doing the egg hunt. It's like,
I was 4.
I was 8, man. You know what I mean? Like, let it go. It's going to be, I'm 38. I got kids. We're fine now.
That perception, I mean, the same, you and I rail against it all the time. It's the same thing where it's like, oh, well, she didn't sign a free agent. Same old spending spree. That was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It was almost, you know what I mean? Almost. They've actually been too frugal for. It's not even. I don't have time to convince you or explain it to you. I have to move on. But you know what I mean? It's that same pathology because they've been unserious for decades, and you've got great management now who knows exactly what they're doing. Whether you like the plan or not, that's fine. At least it's a very good plan that doesn't involve striking out on Kevin Durant and giving Andrew Nicholson $50 million.
Double play comes your way as soon as we return, and in about 20 minutes, the Country Tour. We've got your tickets right here on Grant and Danny. It is time at 3:45 each and every day for a double play. What's going on in our lives on Grant and Danny that has absolutely nothing to do with sports? I'll point out quickly, Danny, that I just got a tweet from somebody. I'm at Grant Paulson. He said, shout out to King George Foxes. So my buddy's an assistant coach on that team that I went to high school with, one of my really, really good friends. They're at Atlee High School today for a regional final. 6 o'clock first pitch, I believe, down there in the Richmond area if you're listening all over Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. But I was watching on Game Changer a couple of their recent games. They won a pitcher's duel in the playoffs. Then they knocked the ball around for 8 runs in their last game. Got to bring you back to some good memories of playing some high school baseball in the playoffs with your buddies.
It's the best, dude. Just the best. It's such a funny thing because I know you run the risk of being like an Al Bundy, talking about the 4 touchdowns you scored against for Polk High that time. But it's impossible not to do that. You see friends that you haven't seen in a while, or keep in touch with guys, or I still track what St. Albans baseball is doing. I help out whenever I can, which isn't very often, but they're kind enough to let me come and do a little instruction and help some of the hitters and work on a few things here and there. But it's a way to feel some of that. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, I checked in on this one kid that I worked with for years, great young man who's a senior this year, made all league. And it's like that is so bleeping awesome and rewarding and cool and fun and kick ass. It's like he did it. I didn't do it. I helped and we did some hitting stuff together. But like he was an all-league player this year. He went from a guy that didn't start as a sophomore and like worked his way in the lineup a little bit as a junior, was an all-league player this year. And it's like he did it. I didn't, but I'm like super, super proud. And then I'm reminiscing about, the times that my buddies and I had. And it's like I'm picking out who's who of this year's team, who's like my friends and I of that team. You know what I mean? It really is. It's such a cool thing. And it's sort of a way for not legacies to live on, but it's kind of like that, right? It's almost like it's like your kid to a degree and that's what the program is. It's like watching them develop and do some of those same sorts of things that you were doing when you were there.
Have you decided what you're going to do as a coach about the big game this weekend?
So that's what we're going to talk about, buddy. There's a lot of debate behind the scenes on how to handle this. So if you guys are keeping track, and of course you are, the very important and critical 8U flag football squad that I'm the defensive coordinator for, we got obliterated in the postseason. Bad luck. It happened. The other team deserved to win. They kicked our ass. That was that. We beat them in the regular season. They were ready for it. We were not. We played terribly. They played great. So we're playing a third-place game against, ironically, another team that was undefeated that also lost in the semifinal. They're excellent. They're really, really good. And my initial thought was, let's make sure that every single kid gets to do what they want to do in this game, right? It's the last one. It's not for all the marbles. It's for no marbles, quite frankly. There's no trophy. There's no, maybe there is a third-place trophy or something like that, but I frankly don't care about it. I don't think the kids do either. Let's make sure that everybody that paid the same amount of money gets to feel happy and fun, right? The flip side of that is, and I think it's actually a reasonable case, is there won't be that much fun if we get beat by 50 points or something like that, right? If we're doing this kid that's never done it before, why don't you try flipping a pass in the air and see what happens? Let's play Moss and have a YOLO ball against a team that was a buzzsaw in the regular season. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to handle it, and there's been a lot of, not consternation, but a lot of sort of like, well, what about this? Yeah, that's a good point. What about this? Yeah, that's a good point. So we kind of don't know where we're going to go at this stage. In fact, I played some pickleball this morning with the head coach, and we were kind of chopping up, figuring out what to do, and I don't think we have a consensus just yet about how we're going to handle it.
The head man and the D coordinator meeting over a nice game of pickleball in the heat on a Thursday.
Indeed. Nice little shady court at the Rouillet home court, my friend.
I think this one's easy. How old are the kids?
8.
We're just letting them have a good game.
And that's that. Now,
there's nothing else to debate. You're like, if they lose by a lot, then they lose by a lot and they go to lunch after. Mm-hmm. They're going to bounce right back. They're going to be just fine. I mean, there are probably teams in the league that lose like that every single week. And the kids show up, and it's not that big of a deal. I know you guys have only lost the one game this past week in 2 years. But I don't know. When I was a kid, that's how we did it all the time. I know sports have changed a lot.
Well, some of them have. Yeah, only a couple of them have, is what I'll say. It's not a pushback. I know exactly what I would say, but baseball's that way. Like, because it's so developmental, even at that age, where the first time that anybody's pitching ever is this league. So even though we had a quote-unquote playoff game, we just did the same thing that we've done all season long, right? Which is Whose turn is it? It's Timmy's turn, and then it's Mikey's turn, and then it's Peter's turn, and that's what we're going to do. And we end up losing the
You
game.
didn't throw your ace.
No, we don't have one. We don't have anybody that can, you know what I mean? It's not just no disrespect, but it's so developmental for that sport.
Of course.
It's super developmental for, I think, some of the basketball leagues.
But
that
is it
we
not
do.
like that in flag football?
It's not, and I don't know how to explain it better than the fact that it's not. Some of the, when they're 5 and 6 and maybe even 7 years old, and they haven't really done it much, there are divisions for this where it's like, this is what a quarterback is. This is what a center is. This is how you line up.
At 8U or with 8-year-olds, this is like serious business.
Yeah, but at the same time, you recognize that it's not. I mean, there's no state title. There's no television cameras there. Nobody's following it. But at the same time, the skill set that you need to play at a pretty decent or even high level, all the kids that are there have. Whereas with baseball, they don't. Like they're still learning what a force out is. They're still not sure what an infield fly rule is or any part of it. Same thing kind of with soccer is that if you show up, you get to play, and sort of that's that. It's still very developmental in there, and everything is geared towards that. But with this flag football thing, I don't know why it's more intense in this way, but it is, and it actually has worked very well because these kids are such a great group of young kids, great group of athletes. They've actually thrived on some of that pressure and some of that excitement and some of that tension, right?
Is every
they covet it.
team in the league that caliber? Or
Yeah.
There's got to be a team that's not, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
so there were a couple teams that caught the business end a lot.
I would say that they're probably developmental. Like they would probably do it that way.
Yeah, they didn't develop so hot this year. But yeah, sure. Stick aside. That's one of the things we talked about was the year before, the season before, it was us and another team that were better than everybody else, and we moved up to the highest division they got. And I'm telling you, every week was a war. Every week was a battle. Everybody was good, save for a couple teams that were unfortunately cannon fodder that weren't quite up to snuff. Maybe they thought they were. Maybe they entered the wrong division. I don't know, and I'm not begrudging anybody. You go, oh, we'll play in the A division. But we played, of the 8 games we played, 5 or 6 of those games that the other team absolutely could have done to us what the Panthers did this past weekend. Like, it was really impressive.
Well, Dave Canales had a great plan.
He certainly did. Bryce Young played his best game.
I don't know what I don't know, so I keep prefacing it with I've never been to one of these games. I don't know what the level of competition is or the hunger of the players to win or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was a championship game, even still, I probably wouldn't go all in. But I think that's a different level of caliber of game. It's a third place game.
Yeah.
And whether you get third place or fourth place, there's not really a difference. If there's a kid all year that said, Coach, let me play quarterback, this is the week to let him play quarterback.
And that was my thought, honestly. So, because it's in the other games, it's probably not fair to do that for someone that hasn't worked at it, that, just sort of, and it's not his fault that they haven't worked at it, but, everybody's new to the game and they come at different spots. So I want to make sure I'm clear. We play everybody every game. Now, there are certain kids that have more responsibility who have been with us for 5 seasons and have practiced a lot more and have been able to, to master kind of what we're trying to do than some of the newer players. We rotate everybody. But this is one of those, I think I'm with you, the opportunity is so good to let whatever you want to do. Kid that hasn't played quarterback yet, play some quarterback. You want to play running back? You want to play safety? You want to play whatever you want to do, you get to do it this week. And that was kind of my thought. But
and there's
we'll
also one other element of this, too, that we haven't talked about.
What's that?
Which is last year you guys won the title. And on Danny Rouillet's Coaching Pro Football Reference page, if this year you guys don't finish as a podium team, that's not a good look for you.
No. And after we gave up, we couldn't tackle. We didn't pull a flag last week.
Yeah.
So who didn't have him ready to play?
I don't think DQ's blowing out his D coordinator, but if you guys give up another 40 burger, I wouldn't want to be you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if we have a full Danny Witt situation right here where someone's going to have to take over play calling duties, but
why don't you just go sit in the booth and see if that gives you a better vantage point?
Well, that'll be the key. I'll sit in a different spot on the field and try to do the subs that way.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next. I'm trying not to laugh today because
you got the cough going.
I got the weird chest thing happening where it just sounds like I've been smoking since 1903.
Maybe it's good for you. Hack it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll try to hack it up during the break. Hardy, the country tour. We got those tickets when we return on the
JJ.
Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NBA Finals, the Knicks beat the Spurs last night in Game 1, 105-95. The Knicks going on an 11-0 run to finish the game. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 30 points. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Hockey playoffs, Stanley Cup final tonight. Game 2, Golden Knights and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Vegas leads the series 1-0. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 6-game road trip with a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks. Game 1 of that series is tomorrow night. And in the NFL, the Packers signed wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year extension. 4 years, $110.5 million, and a $31 million signing bonus. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to Hardy the Country Tour at Merriweather, June 11th, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Hardy the Country Tour. One other opportunity today to win these tickets comes up in 1 hour at 5 o'clock when we take a deep dive into the NBA Finals. But let's get you started on the Beltway Blitz. Really rough series for the Nats. First time they've been swept since their opening homestand of the season by the Dodgers. 3 games at the hands of a mediocre Marlins team. Spencer Nussbaum covers the club for The Athletic. Spencer, was that the beginning of a crash back down to earth, or was that a blip over 3 days?
That's the question we've all been asking over the last 24 hours, isn't it? Yeah, I want to say it's a blip, if only because the larger issues you'd look at here are James wasn't producing. You can expect that to come back to earth, or rather maybe go back up. And CJ, it's the same way. Pitching showed up, and really the issues were more of the minutia, which is what I wrote about today in The Athletic about, the lefties in the bullpen and the back of the bench. That's the stuff that maybe you want to fix. But a lot of the other stuff just feels like a blip more than anything else.
Feels like Dalen Lyles quietly coming back down to earth a little bit. The month of May, 4 homers I think was nice, but just feel like it went through a big stretch where he was always like 0 for 17 or on some kind of a bit of a schneid. The overall numbers don't look too bad, but the walk to strikeout ratio hasn't been there. It just sort of feels like, I don't know, maybe the league has figured it out a little bit and he's now kind of being challenged to adjust accordingly. What are you seeing from Dalen Lyles?
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit about this throughout the month of May. That the 2 big things he pointed to was, one, he hit so well last season that he kind of got himself in the mindset where he could hit just about anything. And obviously that's kind of where the chase rate has come from. So he's kind of trying to unlearn some of those bad habits. The other big thing, too, is he's been talking a lot with James Wood this season about the importance of taking your walks and how great streaks come often from those as opposed to trying to swing your way out of it. And so for him, it's an approach thing more than anything where the swing is still so beautiful. And you have the track record of last year where you say he eventually should figure it out. But at the moment he hasn't. And I think a big reason for that is frankly, again, just so much tied to the approach.
Spencer, as we look at this, the schedule kind of upcoming here, the Nats have been better on the road than they've been at home. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I frankly don't read too much into that. I think it's funny if I were to read into it. You look at the series that the Nationals have won this year. It's almost all against teams over 500. So I think in a certain sense they almost thrive in some of the discomfort and some of the adversity where, again, maybe this is me reading too much into it, but it feels like the more comfortable they get, whether it be at home or versus the Marlins or again versus some of these series that they should win, that's maybe where you don't see the same sort of, I don't want to say intensity, but for whatever reason you don't see the same sorts of results. So honestly, it's almost a good thing when I look at the calendar and see some of the teams that are coming up on there.
Spencer, when you look at launch angle for the team right now, Dylan Cruz is last, hitting a lot of balls on the ground. This was supposedly the thing he got sent down to the minor leagues to quell. It's early. It's a small sample of him getting back, but at what point do we just kind of say, look, he's really good in a lot of areas. He's going to be a winning ball player, made a hell of a throw to the plate to save a run, has made some outstanding plays in the field. He's a good base runner, but maybe this is what he's going to be offensively. Like, when do we get there?
Yeah, I don't think you can say that yet. Now, obviously, that's what he's looked like, and if you're projecting out, that might be the most likely outcome. But he's so young still, and I think we forget this, where there's still developmental meat left on that bone. And so I think it's more so a case of, hey, let's see it play out for maybe, 6 weeks is generally the sample we like to look at. Now, obviously, you hope he figures it out before mid-July, but that's what I generally look at in terms of my gauge for how to view that stuff. And we're kind of in wait-and-see mode, but it's definitely a concern right now.
Spencer, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Sounds good, my friend. Hit that button for the NBA. By God, it's our handsome pal, Nick Ashew, who smells incredible and always has a fresh haircut. Game Day Garage joins us to talk about the association. The Knicks kind of punched the Spurs in the mouth right there. Should they be favored in this series, Nick?
It's starting to feel that way. Look, I think there's a lot of excitement around Wemby and this Spurs team and the big jump that they've made, but the reality here is the Knicks do have more of that veteran experience in the playoffs. And, the Spurs have kind of jumped the line right now, right? Because if you kind of look, I've talked about this a lot, if you look at kind of the trajectory of teams that are built the way the Spurs or the Thunder are built, it's, they're young, they win 22 games, but they're this fun, scrappy team, and then you start to see those jumps, but they lose in the second round. So for the Spurs to be with this group, their first, year together in the playoffs, with the jump that they've made, to be at this point, it kind of felt like a lot of this was, hey, this team's really talented, but at what point are we going to get to that, oh, wait, the inexperience is now kind of catching up to them? And I thought it was going to be against the Thunder. Clearly that wasn't the case, but the matchup now that we're seeing with the Knicks is actually, at least through one game, has given them some problems.
How would you describe Jalen Brunson and where he fits into the greats in the NBA right now to someone who doesn't watch a lot of basketball?
God, it's so interesting because the game is so dominated by wings. That's what everybody wants, is those wings, those long wings, like an AJ Debonta, for example. But I think we've overlooked at times what Jalen Brunson has been able to do as a player. One, just because he's, when he came to the Knicks from the Mavericks, people thought he was getting overpaid with that $100 million contract, and they're like, oh wait, they actually knew what they were doing here. He's one of the best scorers in the NBA, one of the most clutch players in the NBA. Now, he's a massive liability defensively for the most part, but the Knicks have built a team that has other guys that can work with the mismatches. They went out and gave up a bunch of assets for an OG Anunoby and a Mikal Bridges and guys that they expect to be able to defend the perimeter a little bit more. I think Jalen Brunson's always going to be a little underrated because he's a small guy. That's really just kind of how this works out now, where he doesn't get necessarily as much credit as he should have to this point. Now, you deliver a championship and win a finals MVP for the Knicks and end a 53-year championship drought, that's going to change the trajectory of where you are. But I do think that his size is going to be something that kind of holds back his legacy, if you want to call it that way.
Well, so speaking of underappreciated, it's a two-part question here. With Karl Anthony Towns, we've seen what it looks like when he's the best player on the team. See Minnesota, and they're fine. When he's whatever this is, I thought he was outstanding, especially defensively last night, Nick. Just sort of his role, why doesn't he get as much credit? And the second part of that question is, what body wash do you use that gives you that natural, excellent scent that's not too overpowering?
I have a body wash. I think it's called, I can't remember what the brand is actually called, but I know that it's got it doesn't have parabens in it. See, it's very important. I learned about parabens. They're really bad.
Paraben-free, sure.
My wife taught me about. Paraben-free is very important. And it doesn't really have a strong scent. That's really all I got for you. I let my wife kind of pick that one out, and we're good with the body wash. But what I will say when it comes to Karl Anthony Towns, I don't know what body wash he uses, but whatever he's been using, he needs to keep using, because after the Knicks were down 2-1 to the Hawks in the first round of the playoffs, everything changed. They started utilizing Karl Anthony Towns as a facilitator a little bit more. And, you mentioned his defense. Now, that was my biggest concern coming into this series, and I think a lot of people, right? The spotlight was on Wemby, and it's who on the Knicks can stop Wemby. But now we're also finding Who on the Spurs can stop Karl Anthony Towns? Because it's not just that he's a facilitator. He's a great rebounder. We saw him do that against a Wemby at times. But there's also, too, like the Spurs really want Victor Wembanyama kind of roaming the baseline as a free safety. So if you're going to match him up with Karl Anthony Towns, he's going to pull him out of the lane. He's going to be shooting threes. He's going to open the lane up for other guys. Well, okay, if you want to keep Wemby then along the baseline and playing that free safety rim protector, you don't really have anybody else in San Antonio that can guard Karl Anthony Towns. So that really becomes matchup now is how much are the Spurs going to sacrifice the way that matchup looks like. And I think we're starting to see early on that the Knicks have the advantage there.
Nick, A.J. DeBonsa said today that he is maximum sure he's going to go 1-1 to the Wizards. How about you? Are you maximum sure?
I don't know what maximum sure is. If it's 90%, I think we could go with that. I want to leave a chance that there's maybe, a Peterson surprise at the end and maybe there's some late trade. Here's the one thing that I've really learned about the draft. A lot of times the noise that you hear early on tends to be more the truth. And then as we get closer and closer, the waters get muddied a lot more. Agents are putting things out. Teams are putting things out. Players, whatever, to try to manipulate the draft wherever they can go. A.J. DeBonsa is the guy where, and I've heard of this, I'm stealing this because it's already been said this by probably multiple people, but A.J. DeBonsa is the guy you can draft at 1 and sleep easy at night if you're a general manager. Like the ceiling is incredibly high there, but the ceiling is a little bit higher with maybe, say, a Peterson, and then you're going to hear about Cameron Boozer and his potential. I think, listen, you got guys really in the top 4 of this draft that all, if they were in separate picks, or separate drafts, would all go number 1 overall. I do think in the end that it's going to be DeBonsa number 1, though.
What scenario would have to happen for the Wizards, A, not to take DeBonsa, but B, to move out of that spot entirely and do like a Jason Tatum type bit that the Celtics did?
Well, it's funny because everybody talks about the Jazz trading up, and it's like, well, Danny Ainge was a guy that traded back to get a Jason Tatum years ago and fleeced the Sixers, so I don't know if he's really going to be willing to do that. Look, there's that rumor that's gone around. I've talked about it, over there with you guys, and it's like, okay, well, maybe it's, there's like, oh, they're going to move up, and then they're going to give him the number 2 pick, and the Jazz will give him Ace Bailey and another first-round pick. I mean, if you're going to get a haul like that, I'm taking that trade because you're still going to get a ton of talent at 2, plus adding another young talent, another first-round pick. But, like, how much of that do we believe is actually true? I think a Godfather offer, if you're the Wizards and you can add multiple picks and future picks, because that's exactly what the Thunder have also done. And we obviously have the connection to the Thunder front office with the Wizards. I think if you have that ability to add assets down the road as the team is also getting better, I think you're in a really good spot where you consider that trade down. But it's got to be something legit, because you screw that up, that's how everybody gets fired.
Nick Ash, you are Odyssey family. You hear him nights and weekends here on The Fan. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
See you guys.
All right, be good. Let's talk football. There is a brand new radio program coming to 106.7 The Fan. It's going to be called The Sports Junkies. It's going to be 4 friends from the area, all on the show at the same time, doing some skits and some bits and talking sports and various oddities from the day's news. One of the hosts of that program is John, it says here Cakes? Cakes Allville? Would you prefer John or Cakes, sir?
Cakes works, and by the way, that show concept, I don't know. I just don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to fly.
We're excited about it.
I guess we can send up a trial balloon and see what happens.
Cakesy, are you only Maryland's 2 seed? I'm going to give James Wood the number 1 spot at this point in DC.
You know what? I'm glad you point that out, because there's a lot of, I think if you go on like ESPN.com, like he's listed as being from Rockville, Maryland. Don't believe all that hype. James Wood, he is probably O-Town's, yes, as you would say, he is the 1 seed.
Is Stephon Diggs an only guy? Good counsel's an only.
You know what? Maybe kind of by association, but he's more, I think he's a Gaithersburg guy. Like you look him up, he's a Gaithersburg guy. But I'd love to claim Stephon Diggs as an only guy. I mean, come on. I think we can at least get half credit, because he did go to high school at Good Counsel, which last time I checked, in the O-Town, formerly in Wheaton, by the way. I know you knew that, Danny, because you're not an old like me, but you're a semi-old.
I'm on the way.
You knew that.
When we played them, I think they were in Wheaton. What a larger number? Famous people from Only or speed cameras?
Oh, you mean in Only proper?
Yeah, in Only proper.
Oh, that's a great question. Well, let me just count them up real quick. There's 1 right near the main drag, so that's 1. There's 1 on my street, so that's 2. I think we got a photo finish, boys. I think it might be a tie.
I also think Danny disrespectfully suggested Stephon Diggs might have supplanted you on the podium. I think you might get the 2 seed over Diggs.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, Stephon Diggs is. He's
a journeyman at this point.
Well,
5 teams in 5 years.
With
Cakes.
all due respect to my guy Johnny Cakes, he's never been added and dropped on a fantasy team. He's never been a second-round fantasy pick.
That's a very good point.
You know what I mean?
That's a great point you bring up, Danny.
All right. I guess that's it. No, I'm kidding. For the matters of the football team, we were talking about this earlier, Cakes. I want to give you a chance to weigh in on it. Laramie Tunsil got some praise from Myles Garrett and a couple other guys, just sort of around the league as one of the toughest guys to go up against. We kind of went through this exercise. Is there anybody else that might get that level of respect, or is it just, hey, they're nice because they're okay here? The way we kind of quantified the exercise was Tunsil might get a first-round pick if you offered him in trade in the right circumstance. Daniels obviously would too because he's a quarterback. Is there anybody else that approaches that level of value, and kind of who's after that on this roster?
I don't know if there's anybody that's on that level where somebody would be willing to part with a first-round pick. I mean, the name that jumps to mind is Terry McLaurin, and I know that he's a bit older at this point. I mean, he's been here for several years, but I just don't think there's any of those guys that are high-profile enough where any team would call and say that they'd be willing to part with a first or a second-round pick other than Tunsil. If I had to put a guy up there, it would be Terry, but he would be the next highest guy.
Cakes, what's your gut feel on this Commanders team going into the season? Seth Walder, the analytics mind over at ESPN, was on the station with B. Mitch and Finley, said that he has them pretty squarely on the outside looking in. He says, I think their chances of making the playoffs are long, which seems harsh, but I look at the other NFC teams and just like them more. We talked to a lot of fans who think 10 wins wild card. There are people who think they can win 12 games. I feel like it's all over the map this year. What is your gut feel on this team?
I'm probably more in the if everything breaks right and Jaden plays close to the level he did as a rookie, and the defense can get better. I'm not saying like top 10 better, just don't be the worst defense I've ever laid eyes on, because that's kind of what they were last year. Then I think that they are in the 10-win territory. The problem is getting through the gauntlet of the early schedule. If they can navigate through those choppy waters at 500 or a tick better through the first 9 or 10 games, then they've got a fighting shot at it. But if they get out of the gates 0-4, 1-4, something like that, then it's going to be tough for this team to qualify for the playoffs. But I believe, that the Junkies do an exercise, even though we've only been around for a month or two, where we do like to pick the Commanders' wins and losses before they even play the games. That is a thing that we do.
That is. I would listen to that. That sounds really intriguing.
Who would eat 30-bag lunches?
Flixie, are you buying what they're selling about Antonio Williams being the solve for every receiver issue that they may or may not have? Like, he's an inside guy, he's an outside guy. He also will serve the popcorn and a couple of sodas in Section 412. Like, do you think he's the alpha and omega they're making him out to be?
I don't know if he is a cure-all, but I know that he is going to get plenty of opportunities to do a lot for this offense because, let's be honest, it's a real mixed bag after Terry McLaurin. I would love to think that Treylon Burks is going to develop into what the Titans thought he was when they overdrafted him in the first round years ago, but that's kind of drawing thin. I would like to think De'Ami Brown has refined his game over the years, and now that he can kind of pick up where he left off when he was hot in the playoffs before he got overpaid to go to Jacksonville for 1 year. But I think Antonio Williams could have a lot of balls thrown his way because there's just kind of a void behind Terry McLaurin as far as a really solid number 2 wideout option.
Cakesy, what's on the docket tonight? We got to be closing in on dinner for you here at 4:20 in the afternoon. What are you going to have for dinner?
Come on.
And are you going to watch any of the
guys.
Cup final game 2 tonight?
Yeah, you think I don't have dinner planned already? 5:30 dinner, okay? Going out for dinner, going out with my wife and her uncle who is in town. So he taking him to a spot here close to the Old Town. I'm thinking I might do wings tonight as the entree, not as a happy, as the entree.
Entree wings?
It's kind of bold, I know. Entree wings, maybe a side of like turkey chili. Maybe. Does that do anything for you, Danny?
First of all, I love the outside the box thinking. That's not my friend Johnny Cakes Allville. That's not what I'm used to from you, quite frankly.
Will there be an appy?
Well, I'm going to do the wings appy as the entree.
Well, I understand, but will you eat something before the wings?
It's a good call.
You need an opener for Miles Michaelis.
Whatever you eat first is the appetizer.
What do you think of this as an opener?
Go on.
Now, this is not very healthy. Onion rings.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
That's solid.
Here's what you do,
Solid
Casey.
option. Wings and rings? Come on, how can you go wrong?
Here's what you do. You say to the table, make it kind of spontaneous. I'm feeling these onion rings. You guys will eat some, right, if I get some?
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you just pummel as many as you want. I mean, they can have them if they want them, but really, you kind of do the thing to sound a little bit less fat where you're like, you guys will eat some, right?
Sure.
And then you just get what you want.
Now, I know that's not a Danny thing because Danny would want the whole order
Right.
of rings for himself.
Like, I would be very careful about my language choice. I will have versus the
Okay.
table will have. Now, if you want to do
Got it,
the
okay.
move to Grant, now if it's a pre-shared, that's more allowed. But you could do the thing. Will anybody eat some if I get them? And then when the waiter comes, because they're not going to know who ordered what, and he's like, onion rings. You go right here. You see what I'm saying? Like you claim them first, do a little prima nocta, and then just kind of make it so it's hard for someone else to get them.
Hey, you know what? I like the prima nocta ad there, Danny.
Thank you.
That definitely makes me slap my knee.
Thank you, sir.
If anybody who's listening knows what that is, they've definitely seen Braveheart because they don't know what that is outside of Braveheart context, as far as I know.
People sleep on how good a reference that is with
They
Edward
sleep on
Longshanks.
that being a great reference.
Yeah, Edward Longshanks.
My noble right.
It is my noble right. I'll go all day.
It's a great bit.
I know you guys are nervous, but don't be. You guys got this.
You're gonna make it.
Just hang in there, man.
Hey, we're just going to try to impress management and try to make it to the end of the month, baby. We're going to do what we can.
Sounds familiar. Johnny Cakes
All right,
Allville,
boys.
ladies and gentlemen.
I got
The
to go get my
sports-
wings and rings. I'll talk to you boys later.
Yeah, send me a photo at Grant Paulson of your wings.
I will definitely do that.
I'd love to grade those 1 to 10 for you. Extra crispy. What kind of sauce are we working
Excellent.
with? Make sure you get.
definitely ranch. I'm not a blue cheese guy.
I know.
Ranch.
He's a ranch guy.
You go well done, a little crispy.
I can do crispy.
Attaboy.
Copious amounts of sauce, ranch, punt that blue cheese right into the sun.
Attaboy. All right, very
There we
good.
go.
Johnny Cakes
See you,
Allville,
pal.
that is your
Good talking to you, boys.
Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Let's get into the possibility of a wide receiver trade. There's a name on the block I'm interested in for the Commanders. Also, speaking of names on the block, an NHL star has asked for a trade. Could that be of interest for the Capitals? You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In basketball last night, game 1 of the NBA Finals went the way of the New York Knicks, 105-95 over the Spurs. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 30 points. The Knicks finishing the game on an 11-0 run. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night. Stanley Cup Finals Game 2 tonight, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. Vegas taking Game 1. Game 2 tonight at 8 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They head out to the West Coast. They'll have a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks over the weekend, and then 3 more against the Giants Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before returning home. In the NFL, the Packers signed wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year extension. 4 years, $110.5 million with a $31 million signing bonus. Want a degree, certificate, or new skill? If you live within 6 miles of MGM, the local impact grant means you could go to PGCC tuition-free. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Hokie Altizer will be happy to hear this news. Danny, Virginia Tech announced today the largest donation ever for the school, $75 million, the vast majority of which is going to be sunk into the athletics department.
Whoa.
Virginia Tech will use a majority of the biggest donation it's ever gotten, $75 million, to try to keep pace in the changing college sports money race, the university announced Thursday. This is via the Cardinal News, which covers Southwest and Southside Virginia. A portion of the unprecedented commitment made anonymously by a 4-generation Hokie family will also go to the university's Honors College. According to the announcement, the university wouldn't disclose specific funding split between athletics and the honors. So you've got a family, 4 generations of going there, who had $75 million laying around, and they decided, you know what would be a good use of this?
You know what we should do with this money?
Let's get a quarterback and a wide receiver for the Hokies.
Seriously, I wonder if I would do something like that. Like if I had the level of money where I could afford to donate $75 million to something.
I'm not passing judgment. It's going to sound like I am. But with the quickness, I would not. I mean, it's not that like I would never donate to my college or my school or whatever. But this, I mean, $75 million to basically like help in free agency.
Yeah, to get like 3 players. I mean,
there's just so many other things I could do with that money to help. I'm a sports radio guy. That's gonna now sound like the people that annoy me when they yell at us. But I don't know, man. If I had $75 million, I'd find some other things to do with it.
I smell what you're cooking. I think about it though from a let's assume I'm doing good stuff, and so that to your point, the people that are yelling at us are going to yell at us no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't spend 100% of your money to solve this thing. Okay, sorry. Anyway, but just back to a fun hypothetical. I think it's something I might do. Like, I'm talking about if I had that ungodly amount of money, I might say, you know what? I would like to make the George Washington University a buzzsaw. I want to make it I'll make the basketball program the most awesome program that ever was. It'll be the coolest thing in the world. We'll be like the mid-major that wins all the damn time. You know, like we'll be the East Coast Gonzaga from here on out. And it would have to be the kind of money like this where if you spend it all in like 3 calendar years on a couple facility things and 5 players, that's a waste. But if you put it in some sort of endowed fund, right, where now you're drawing from it every year and all you're doing is like using the interest to get a player or this, that, and the other thing, I think that would be like the self-sustaining way, like forever. I would be known as like the godfather of that college's sports program.
But once you hand it over, I don't know how much influence or say you're going to have on how it's used.
That's true.
There might be a way on the front end to negotiate because they're desperate for this money. And you're giving them $75 million, so they may say, you want us to jump how high? Tell us when.
Sure.
And maybe you could have a little bit more influence on how the money is spent.
Your point is, though, once that check clears, it's like, that's the end of your role? Yeah.
And what if you don't agree or, you know, here's the sticky thing, too, is you've seen this where the people that spend a lot of the money at these universities now think they have some say in what goes on at these universities.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
The skin in the game is quickly, I don't want this guy coaching. 2 years from now, I gave you $75 million, and if I'm the guy that gave you that money and James Franklin stinks, I am running him out of that town.
Yeah, he was rude to me at the cocktail party. I want him out.
Yeah, you think that it's your job to do that you're essentially the de facto general manager because they're using your money to recruit players. I think it's a great thing for Virginia Tech, first and foremost.
No, it is.
Without this type of gracious donation, without this type of support and commitment from the rich people who have gone to your school, you cannot compete. You cannot keep up in this landscape. There's no doubt about that. I wonder, as we think about this, too, where you said you would do this for GW, I am prideful about George Mason University, where I went. You played sports at GW, and so there's probably just a commitment level to those programs for you that I don't necessarily feel.
Mm-hmm.
When I was at Mason for the 4.5 or so years that I was there, I enjoyed thoroughly going to the games, was at every basketball game, hanging out in the student section, all that stuff. And I was locked in, right? We were traveling to Richmond. We were storming the court. We were doing all the stuff you do in college. I still watch and enjoy and root for them, but I don't have the same obsession. Like if you told me I had $1 billion and I could donate $75 million to the Capitals, or the Nats is a better example because there's no salary cap, and I could just give the learners $100 million and say I want a starting pitcher, that might be more interesting to me. So maybe it's a lack of a commitment or interest thing just in the college program where, like, you played for that baseball team.
Yeah.
They've had you out to be in the Hall of Fame. Greg Ritchie calls you and says, I need $50 million, and you've got it. You might hand it over to him.
Yeah, I think there's part of that, but it's also neither of us went to a school that has college football. Where, like, that is, I mean, the quote, I think, from the anonymous source or whoever it was, maybe it was James Franklin said this, but I think it's so perfect. Football's the front porch of the university. So the years that GW, before I was there, when I was in high school, or even middle school, they went to the Sweet 16, had the eventual national runner-up, Michigan, Fab Five, on the ropes in a Sweet 16 game before kind of wilting down the stretch. That was the nation's introduction to GW. And the applications to go to the school, they go, wait, it's in Foggy Bottom. It's right down the street from Georgetown. It's next to the White House. Holy crap. Applications doubled, or whatever the number was, over the next year. And then other years where they were really good and were beating UMass with Marcus Camby and John Calipari and everybody coming down. And, in whatever it was, 2005 or 6, when they had another nice little run, a good group here and there. It is the entryway for a lot of people to the school, right? And that's just, I'm not even talking about GW, I'm talking about anywhere. So when Virginia Tech was good at football, and it's been a minute, please and thank you, that's your entryway into not just people in Virginia who know, not just, families and alums that went there that are going to have their kids apply, but for the country. When Michael Vick is there and they're playing Florida State for the national championship, what better advertisement is there for your university? I love that phrase, the front porch of the university. I think that's such a great turn of phrase by Franklin. And that's kind of what you're doing, right? Is you love the school, you have an affinity for it, plus that football program is just different. People that went to football, my buddies that went to football schools, were like, you don't understand what it's like to be able to go to a Division I football game. It is so much more fun than anything else you have to offer.
Yeah, if it's the biggest passion in your life, and if Virginia Tech football getting to a playoff or winning a championship would be one of your great core memories, and you've got the money to burn, then it makes a lot of sense. Maybe you're just that prideful in the university that it's less about the athletics department, and they're going to sink it into that because of the front porch nature of this thing. But, yeah, I also wonder if you are the benefactor that's giving this money, how much say you have, going back to your original point. Like, what if they divvy it all up? You're going, I want $65 million to football, and they're like, well, we appreciate that, but we also have cross country and soccer and swimming and diving and tennis and wrestling and indoor and outdoor track and field, and volleyball and softball. And do you get to say, like, it's my money, I want it here? I'd imagine as soon as you sign that check over, it's their money and they do what they want with it.
It is interesting because, again, having my first job at a school was in an alumni office at St. Albans, and that's related, of course, to annual giving and capital projects and campaigns and stuff like that. So you would run into that all the time where you're trying to steer a donor, someone that's doing you a favor, towards something. We always needed, and this is true for any school, it's not just St. Albans, but any school that operates as a nonprofit, and actually is a nonprofit, unlike a lot of these colleges, but I digress. You go, we need the annual fund. That's our operating budget. We need, like, that is a lifeblood thing. And they're going, well, I want to donate $10,000 to baseball or to football or to the athletic department or towards the arts or towards this, that, and the other. And it's their money. So you're allowed to earmark it, but you're always trying to do that gentle sell, kind of to your point, where what if you supported the athletic department and not just football? But it's, again, when you get to that level of money, it's their dollar, and it's like, would you rather have the gift or not? You don't tell somebody how we're going to spend your money when it's that volume of it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, there's an NHL star who is requesting a trade. If you're the Capitals, I think you'd better be all ears here and start doing some digging. We'll explain next on the Fan. Thank you, Cade Cavalli. Welcome back, Grant and Daly. Grant and Daly is not the show.
Grant and Tom Daly.
Tom Daly's back. He's hosting the show with me. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Dylan Larkin wants to be traded from Detroit, from the Detroit Red Wings, Danny. This is one of the better centers in all of hockey. News came out today that he's formally requested a trade from Detroit, and you know what that means. All of the Caps fans who know about all the cap space they have, immediately your antenna goes up. This is my pushback when people talk about what a risk it is to have cap space, or, the free agent market's just not great. What's the point of all the cap space? They can pay Ovi whatever he wants. No. You want to be in position when the really good players in the league hit the market to be one of the teams that those guys will go to. In the case of Larkin, he has a full no-trade clause for the next couple of years. So he has to sign off on anything that happens, meaning he'd want to go to a contender. You know what the beauty of the Capitals winning almost every single year is? They're one of the cool kids in the NHL. They're a team that most of the time, when a TJ Oshie or a Brett Connolly or a Dylan Strome, or you could go through a lot of other guys, Lars Eller comes here, they get better, they play better. This is where you excel and thrive. So Dylan Larkin, a center who was awesome in Four Nations, who was great on the U.S. team in the Olympics, who has played at a really high level when he's had that talent around him, plays for a Red Wings team that now has the longest playoff drought in hockey. He's annoyed by that. He's got what is reported as a frosty relationship with the general manager there, Steve Yzerman. At the end of the season, he critiqued their trade deadline, not doing enough, how annoyed he was by the lack of talent they brought in when they were positioned to finally make the playoffs before collapsing. And now, one of the better centers in all of hockey, Danny, is saying, I'd like to be traded. And every single time a player of his caliber comes out this offseason, asks for a trade or hits the market, so to speak, in air quotes, I'm going to do this bit that Commanders fans like to do whenever someone becomes available. And they go, what about the Commanders?
That's right.
And it's never actually going to make a lot of sense for the Commanders because they're not a team that most players necessarily are desperate to go play for. But the Caps have elite cap space right up there at the top of the National Hockey League, and they are a destination organization. So someone like Dylan Larkin, a great player, would want to play in Washington.
Give me sort of the level of player that he is. Obviously played for Team USA, has been good, but it's not as if he's a unbelievably prolific point scorer, right? Is it more of a two-way guy? Like, where would he slot in terms of Capital centers?
He has 2 seasons over the last couple of years where he had, over the last 4 years where he had 70 points on a bad team that isn't great offensively. He would be their number one center immediately. He is a 30-goal scorer in 5 consecutive years and 6 times in his career. He would be a 30 to 35 goal guy, plug and play, who I think would have his best plus minus and points total that he's had in the, certainly over this last several years. He's about to be 30. This would remind me of adding like a TJ Oshie when they went and got him, essentially. But this, you ask where would he rank? Their top line center recently has been Dylan Strome. He's better than Dylan Strome is. Left-handed shooting center. Again, he was one of the top line guys for Team USA in the Olympics. Like, this is one of the best players in the league.
That's very intriguing, and I understand why people are intrigued by it. But yeah, you put yourself in the spot, and you put enough deposits in the bank, kind of to your point, where you're the anti-Wizards. Where even if it let's say for the sake of argument, even if it hasn't been true for a few years, people still think of you as an incredibly well-run organization. Now, these guys still are, but you know what I mean? Even if it hasn't been the case for the last couple of seasons where you've gone awry and made some bad decisions or whatever, everybody thinks of you and their cologne is rosy. Whereas that's not the case with the Wizards. They're climbing out of the ultimate pit and just the stinkiest, smelliest pit in human history for people to start taking them seriously, even though, again, they've been very smart for a couple of seasons. The Capitals have that good cologne. And you put yourself in a spot, again, Ovechkin's answer or non-answer in this case is still instrumental to how much space they're going to have, what they need, etc. But if you're a really good player, that's what the Caps need right now. They need as much high-end as possible. They've got enough fine, even if some pretty good. They need a star or two, and it sounds like this guy would fit the bill.
Yeah, you would, easy better than him. I'm thinking, is he top 10 is kind of the conversation I'm having internally as center in the NHL. Because your McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl, Crosby, those types of guys are better than him. You're going to take an Eichel, a Matthews probably, maybe a Suzuki or Braden Point, those types of guys. Then we start to have a conversation when you get into your Jack Hughes, Sebastian Aho, Nico Herscher, those players. Dylan Larkin's in that conversation. So it's a top half the league centerman, and would be your first-line center. But the bigger point here to me is what have you and I talked about? They need to go get a top-6 scorer. They need to go get a 30-goal guy this offseason to bring in here. I think there would be a better chance that he scores upper 30 goals and flirts with 40 than that he scores like 17 in his first year with the Capitals. I think that's the type of offensive player we're talking about. And I bet on him because you and I have covered this for years and years. They have the cologne, man. Like, you have to trust that when they go get the guy and they come here, there are so few whiffs and misses where you go, whatever happened to that guy they signed for all that money? Most recently, look at Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yep.
And the massive contract they inherited. I remember where I was when they made that trade. I was at King's Dominion waiting for my kids to get off of a little kiddie ride. And my initial response was, oh, my goodness, this guy's talented, but he's a malcontent. And, I have people texting me who are fans of other teams going, I cannot believe you guys took on that contract. How much of a win does that look like right now? It's just what happens with the Capitals. They're the opposite of some of the other teams here where they're always good. The product's always great. They've got an excellent staff from scouting and development and coaching, and it tends to work out. They'd be inheriting a significant contract with Larkin, by the way. It's a big old deal. I'm looking up the terms here. But last I remember, I think he was playing at around $8 million. Larkin, 29, signed an 8-year contract extension with the Wings in 23. The deal carries an $8.7 million AAV, which may be below market value for number one centers at this point. I mean, that's way below. I think he could probably get 10.5, 11. But crucially carries a full no-trade clause through the next season that will allow Larkin to handpick what teams he's willing to be traded to. Now, we've seen this where the Caps are in and there's another team like Carolina that edges them out. Saw that last year. If the Boston Bruins would be a great fit for him. It's like they're in and he wants to play in Boston for some reason. I'm not suggesting they're always going to be number one on the list, but they're in the conversation.
They're on the list. Yep.
It's the opposite of the Wizards discussion that we always have.
Yep.
They're the cool kid. They're the place people are happy to go to.
That's what's essential here. And again, that's a lot of years of building that rep up. And that's kind of the argument for their perennial bites at the apple approach, even if you get bounced in the first round an awful lot, which they have every year but one since they won the Stanley Cup, and even before then, where they had this unbelievable run of going to the playoffs more than anybody else, but going to the conference finals less than everybody else, except for like an expansion team in Columbus. But that's kind of the rep they've got, right? Is that this is a really good program, and you're always on that list. Again, there may be a million reasons. Maybe he's got family in Boston, or maybe he wants to be not that far from the Carolina shore for his kids to go on summer vacation. You never know what a guy's going to choose, but the fact that you're in the conversation potentially as one of the cool kids, that's a lot of good deposits in the bank.
I've got them at $33 million in cap space based on the Spotrac cap tracker for the NHL.
Uh-huh.
Now, there's a couple teams ahead of them that don't have enough players under contract like Washington does, Columbus and Anaheim among them. And so they may end up having equal to or more money once they re-sign a couple of their own guys. But it's fringe top 5 cap space in the league, which sounds great. Once you pay Ovi potentially $8-9 million, and if you extend into a contract with Connor McMichael or like a couple of the other things you might be able to do in-house, take care of your own business, 33 becomes a lot less. Now you're down to 20-some, low 20s. And so, San Jose's got $40 million. The Blackhawks have $40 million. The Flyers and the Penguins within the Metro have more money. The Columbus has equal money to Washington. So it sounds great, and they have plenty of money to do something like this with Larkin. But that's why I keep coming back to the Ovechkin contract, and we have no idea what's going on there. Because, it's only June 4th, and he's waiting till July, I guess, to make up his mind now. But at some point, you kind of got to figure out, okay, how much are we setting aside for
How do we
him?
have to earmark it? Yeah.
Because July 1 is when the offseason starts. That's when free agency wheeling and dealing begins.
You're totally right. I mean, the only team with a lot more cap space than them and a lot more players that are sort of locked in, according to the Spotrac list, is Chicago, who's only got a couple, quote-unquote, roster spots open. Now, of course, you can make adjustments, but bear with me. And they've got $40 million in cap space. But your point, it would go really quickly. If Ovechkin comes back, that's 19, and then that number is going to dwindle. Now you're kind of middle of the road or closer to it, where Toronto and Vancouver and Winnipeg are. And you sign Larkin, now you're, 20th in terms of cap space left. So it's not infinite, but you have enough room to make a move like this for a marquee frontline player.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The NBA Finals got going last night. The Knicks took home court advantage away from the Spurs in Game 1. We'll talk to Brian Geldseiler about that game and the rest of the series right here on The Fan next.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. In basketball last night, the Knicks took Game 1 of the NBA Finals, beating the Spurs by 10, 105-95. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 30. The Knicks finished the game on an 11-0 run to win by 10 to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 going to be tomorrow. In hockey, Stanley Cup Finals, Game 2 tonight between the Golden Knights and the Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. Vegas leads the series 1-0. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks in Arizona tomorrow, the start of a 6-game West Coast road trip for the Nats. And in the NFL, the Packers signed wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year extension worth $110.5 million with a $31 million signing bonus. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning tickets to see Hardy. It's the Country Tour, Merriweather's Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more information on the event, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori & Murad. And on the Rude Guest Hotline right now, it's time to talk the NBA Finals with one of our guys, Brian Geldseiler. Does such a great job breaking down the NBA. Always love his energy and passion for the sport. And Brian, I know you were enjoying last night's game, a classic for 3+ quarters. Jalen Brunson ends up taking it over. Is it overreacting to say the Knicks are now the favorites the rest of the way?
Oh, I don't think so at all. I think it was a very even series to start. I thought the odds makers probably favored San Antonio a little too much coming in, even though I picked San Antonio in 7, but I thought that would be about the slimmest of margins. But that the Knicks have gone and taken home court advantage away from the Spurs. I don't think it's an overstatement to say the Knicks look and appear to be the favorite. Listen, one of the things that was interesting, I mean, neither team played a wonderful game last night. The Knicks certainly played below what they have recently, but against, it's also a tougher opponent. For San Antonio, there's definitely a lot of things that need to be corrected. And listen, fatigue certainly played a role, but I thought that San Antonio's guard play and just, they really didn't get Wembanyama the ball in the spots that he's comfortable in. And Karl Towns had a lot to do with that. But I also feel as though they're a little quick sometimes to shoot lower percentage threes. And De'Aaron Fox played horrible last night. And I think if San Antonio is going to have some success in this series, they're going to need Fox to not only make a few shots here and there. I mean, they had 7 points on 3 of 13 shooting. He has to be a passer first and make sure that he's keeping Wembanyama as the center of their universe. And so, I don't think San Antonio is going to shoot 11 of 43 from 3 again in this series. I mean, the shooting will be a little bit better, and they'll certainly be a little bit tougher. But San Antonio's got some things that they have to correct. The Knicks did a great job, and it took only 3 quarters to do it, of extricating Victor Wembanyama from Jalen Brunson. And they did that by Karl Towns being a constant threat on every touch. And I do think that if I'm San Antonio here going into Game 2, one of the early adjustments I'm going to make is before I have Wembanyama nose to nose with Towns behind the 3-point line, I'm going to force Towns to take a couple threes and make a couple of threes before I step out that way. Because I do think that Wembanyama respecting Towns' 3-point shot opened up a whole lot of space. Towns punishing him off the bounce only made Wembanyama have to guard him tighter, only creating more space for Brunson, where Wembanyama was not a shadow in the same way he was a shadow over SGA in the OKC series.
I think it's a smart point, Brian. I want to get back to Towns in a second, but you kind of touched on this as well. It felt to me like San Antonio was not who they were last night, especially down the stretch. It's like they hadn't met each other, and it was 5 guys kind of standing around and going, let's get it to Wemby. Like it's a pickup game when everyone was tired at the YMCA on a Sunday morning, and there was no offense there. It was kind of him going 1-on-5, and we'll see what happens. That kind of didn't feel like Spurs basketball there. A, what did you see it be? What adjustments do you think get made?
Well, it's a very, very good point. I thought outside of they shot, to keep this in mind, guys, they were 11 of 43 from 3, Champagnie at the end of the first half was 5 of 6 from 3.
Right.
Now, again, he missed his last 4 in the second half. The Knicks made the adjustment at halftime to be able to go and attack shooters. Personnel-wise, I just think Dylan Harper's got to play more than 27 minutes. That's the Knicks could not handle Dylan Harper. He manhandled Landry Shamet whenever Shamet tried to guard him. And I think so the first adjustment's a simple personnel adjustment, which is that if DeSelle's not playing well and Fox isn't playing well, Harper's got to play close to 40 minutes in these games. He's the toughest matchup. He is the toughest matchup that the Knicks have right now. So I think that's really a big issue here. For San Antonio is you have to see Harper on the floor more. The other thing is this with Wembanyama, and again, I mentioned him stepping off Towns a little bit on the defensive end so he can be available for a lot more help. I also thought San Antonio, in not wanting the Knicks to get involved in a transition game, sacrificed the transition game themselves. They're going to need those kinds of easy baskets, and they're very good at shooting transition threes and didn't get a lot of them. And the Knicks transition defense played a very big role in that. I think you're going to have to see definitely more of that. And the other thing that I would do is I would do something like they did late in the OKC series. You're struggling to get the ball to Wembanyama in the paint. They even struggle to enter into him with the elbow, which they love to do. So if that's all where their struggles are with Wembanyama, put the ball in his hands on the wing. And I know probably dribbled a little too much last night, but I'd almost rather see him treat Towns the way Towns treated him off the dribble. Because one thing we did see late in the OKC series out of Wembanyama is when you put the ball in his hands, and it worked well against Hartenstein, he was able to, when you doubled him a little bit, he was able to be a playmaker and find some open shooters. And Spurs are much better on those kick-out threes than they are the passing from the side types of threes. The other thing is this. Towns did not commit any stupid fouls last night. He is susceptible to stupid fouls. San Antonio is much better against the Knicks with Karl Towns off the floor. Wemby having the ball on the perimeter and attacking Towns a little bit off the dribble makes Towns more susceptible to fouling more. Hence, maybe San Antonio can get him off the floor.
Brian Geldseiler on Grant and Danny after Game 1 of the NBA Finals. So you mentioned Dylan Harper getting more minutes, creeping up toward 40 minutes, which obviously the switch there is less Fox. You then have to defend him with OG Anunoby some. It seems like it makes a lot of sense. There's a long history, though, of teams getting to the finals and just kind of going down the way that they got there. Do you think they will do that?
Explain that question again. You confused me a little bit on that one.
Yeah, so you're saying you want closer to 40 minutes from Harper, right?
Correct.
So a lot of the times when you're talking about a significant adjustment or tweak or change like that, teams aren't willing to do it in the finals because they're going, well, Fox is our guy. We're going to ride him. We've seen this with the Nats and other teams on championship runs where it's like, nope, that's the guy we're trotting out there. We're hitting him second, even if he's ice cold. Do you think they actually make that adjustment?
It's a great question. It really is. And listen, Jeff Van Gundy used to say this all the time. You'd watch the game and say, well, why aren't they defending this way? And he'll say, because they haven't worked on it all year and haven't practiced it. And guys don't know how to do it. It runs the same thing with personnel. I'm not saying start Harper, but I am saying with Harper in this role, you're going to have to find a way to play him more. Do I think they're actually going to do it? I think they're going to have to. Listen, if they lose Game 2, the odds of them winning this series reduce dramatically. They need to get Game 2 and go back to New York in a 1-1 series. If they're down 12 points with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, you know what? You better be riding Dylan Harper. He's your toughest matchup. Here's the other thing about Dylan Harper in this series that's important. The Knicks have, the outside of Victor Wembanyama, the Knicks have the best defensive player in this series in OG Anunoby. And if OG has to guard Dylan Harper, that means he's not on one of the other really good perimeter guys, whether it's Castle, whether it's Fox, whether it's Vassell. You put him there and allow another guy to be freed up a little bit. And I'll say it again, guys. I think the weakness for the Knicks here is going to be Landry Shamet. And I think San Antonio, one of the successful things they did was attacking Shamet early and often. And Shamet held him a little bit better in the second half, but he's not, they're too big on the perimeter for Shamet to deal with him and too strong. Shamet's going to struggle. And Mike Brown showed you last night. And listen, Shamet, they were 20 points better than Knicks last night with Shamet on the bench than with Shamet on the floor. Okay? Mike Brown still played him 33 minutes. Mike Brown's going to play him because he needs the shooting. And I'm not blaming Mike. He's doing a super job. Here's my point. That's a weakness that San Antonio can attack, and they should be attacking it a whole lot more than they did in the second half. So getting back to your question, I do think Mitch Johnson maybe doesn't jump to play Harper extra minutes immediately, but I think the second he gets himself into a little bit of a situation where they're down in the game, I think he'll lean into Harper just as a matter of survival.
Brian Geltzeiler with us here on G&D, breaking down the finals. I want to go back to Towns. I mean, this is a guy at one point, Brian, that was among the leading scorers in the NBA. We've seen what it's like when he's the best player on a team and kind of the offense runs through him. He's getting his in a different way. I thought he was great defensively last night against Wemby. Just sort of how sustainable is that, and kind of talk about his evolution.
It's very sustainable. Listen, we started to see some of this stuff at the end of the Minnesota tenure when he guarded Jokic very well. He did a great job on Jokic for the Timberwolves. Okay, now he comes here and when Carl gets outside the paint and towards the 3-point line, he's susceptible to make defensive mistakes. He's not particularly great moving his feet against guards, and he's the king of the dumb foul. When he has a big guy like Wemby, and he can give him a little bit of space on the perimeter, and he can get out in front of him, and Wemby's big thing with his first step is that enormously long stride. Listen, I know Carl's given up about 5 inches on him, but Carl's getting in front of him. He's not letting him get by him at all. So you look at this evolution of Towns, there has been an unselfish evolution of Karl Towns' game. Carl wanted the offense to run through him a whole lot more than it ran through Jalen Brunson for the Knicks in these playoffs. And Mike Brown has showed some faith in him, and what he's done is rewarded that faith. Because we talk about everything he did defensively last night, and it was outstanding. He did as good a job on Wembanyama as you will see someone do. But what he's done offensively has really been what's galvanized the Knicks, because you have a lot of complaints, okay, where they have just not where guys weren't seeing the ball enough. They start running through Towns at the elbow, okay, and they're seeing the ball. Everybody's seeing the ball. Everybody's happy. Listen, the Knicks were a team that were at each other's throats for the better part of a year and a half. All of a sudden, everybody's holding hands and singing "Kumbaya." Carl's played an enormous role in that, and you saw it last night in one of the audio assist clips where. Essentially, Carl's telling the guys, we know what happens with our offense. It happened in Game 1 of the Cleveland series. Our offense will get back. Just keep playing the defense and keep guarding the way we're guarding. And Towns has become everybody talks about Brunson as this great leader, and he is, don't get me wrong. Towns assuming a leadership role, Brunson being supportive of it, everybody seeing the ball, it strengthened the Knicks in every single way.
Sirius XM NBA Radio, NBA TV, Brian Geltzeiler with us on G&D. So what shot are you calling here for Game 2? How do you see it playing out?
Listen, I would be surprised if the Knicks win Game 2. I think you'll see a little bit of a different version of the Spurs. I think the Spurs are going to play faster. I think, one of the things the Spurs did at the end of the OKC series is they prioritized Wemby's touches regardless of where on the floor. They got away from that last night and have to get back to that. So I think you're going to see a lot of half-court offense run through Wembanyama. I think you're going to see the Spurs play faster because it plays to their advantage. And I do think one of the things that seemed where the Knicks struggled a little bit last night was with the 94 feet of pressure defense on their ball handler. And I think ultimately the Spurs would rather Jalen Brunson have to handle the ball in the first 2 quarters of this game so he's not fresh and rested late in games. Because when you look at big differences in the Knicks from last year's playoff run to this year's playoff run, Brunson looks fresh down the stretch of games. Now, again, playing less games and having huge rests certainly helped that. Also, playing off the ball helps that a ton. And people forget very quickly, Jalen Brunson made his bones in this league as an off-ball player playing next to Luka Doncic for the Dallas Mavericks. He's terrific off the ball. So the Knicks have taken advantage of that here in these playoffs in a way that they never have. The thing is, for the Spurs, you want to get Brunson back on the ball so you can harass him and wear him down a little bit. And when the other guys are handling, whether it's Hart or Bridges, if it's a Castle on him or a Fox on him, or even Vassell, they can steal the ball. You saw Brunson pick the ball from Fox one time. So I think getting back to pressure defense is going to be enormous for San Antonio, playing a whole lot faster and just running things through Wemby a lot more. When Champagnie got hot from 3 and the Knicks were leading him, they leaned into the three-pointer too much. The Knicks last night were very happy to let Fox, Vassell, and Castle shoot open threes. They let Champagnie shoot too many of them. When they cracked down on him, he started missing, and they have to do something about Harper. I know that Harper had a miss in the fourth quarter, but they really struggled with Harper, and I think they have to put OG on him. But I think when you look at the Spurs side of this, it's just going to be faster play, higher quality shots. Because I'll tell you this, one of the things I was surprised with last night, the Spurs were tough on the offensive glass and ended up getting back in a game in the fourth quarter on the offensive glass. That was huge. So I think for the Knicks, being 60-60 in rebounds and losing the battle on the offensive glass, 14-10 is something I don't think you see happen again. So I think for San Antonio here, play it faster.
You mentioned De'Aaron Fox, a guy that I've long admired and liked a lot. It looked last night like he was almost doing an Avery Johnson impression from some of those great Spurs teams where he's terrified to shoot. And I know he's talked about sacrificing his game for the betterment of the team, and that's kind of worked well. But I don't know. I mean, I know you mentioned the Harper fix, but is there a way to get Fox going? And is it that just, hey, let's get out and run a little bit, maybe get him a couple easy looks? Because he looked really uncomfortable offensively last night.
First things first, he's hurt. And he's got a high ankle sprain that probably would have kept him out 3 to 4 weeks in a regular season. He's sat 2 games and he's playing with it right now. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, because beyond that, short of Game 7 of the OKC series, he has been terrible since he's come back from that injury. Absolutely terrible. And I think it is a matter of getting him out in transition a little bit. I think it's also a matter of Fox having the mentality, as crazy as it sounds, going to be similar to Josh Hart. And I heard Jerry Stackhouse on NBA radio this morning use this in an interview. He used this term of dribbling yourself covered when they're leaving you open to shoot. And you've seen Josh Hart, he did it last night. He was 1 of 5 from the field, the greatest three-point game you'll ever see a player have last night. But part of it was that he was willing to dribble into Wembanyama in the paint and then turn around and look for cutters or shooters there. I think you have to see some of that with Fox, because I can promise you this, the Knicks are going to leave Fox wide open to shoot threes all over again. A De'Aaron Fox three-point shot is a favorable outcome for the Knicks defense. So I think Fox has to adjust that way, play the game much more off the dribble. And again, I think it isn't necessarily as simple as just playing faster and playing a transition game. I think it's a matter of Fox having to not just take what the defense gives him and go and trying to take some of this by the throat. The other thing is this: he's had success here in these playoffs when he's been a pass-first point guard. Make it about Wembanyama and less about getting your own shot. De'Aaron Fox gets a little hung up sometimes with getting his own shot, and when he's shooting it as poorly as he is right now, that's a recipe for disaster for the Spurs.
You can see why we love Brian Geltzeiler. Brian, before we let you go, you're on in D.C. I got to ask you about 1-1 with the Wizards. So I'm assuming it's a 3-slice pie here, but if you want to add a slice, you can. Give me the percentages of the pie of they stick and pick DeBonsa, they stick and pick someone not named A.J. DeBonsa, or they trade the pick. Like, how do you see this?
70% DeBonsa, 25% Peterson, 5% one of the other 2 guys. That's how I see it.
So you think they stick and pick regardless?
I do. I don't think they're trading out of this thing. I wouldn't if I were them. The problem with trading out is that, what exactly are you going to get? Is somebody, when you have 4 players in this draft that are this good, I don't know that anybody's going to give you the mother load to trade up to 1 and for you to get 2, 3, or 4. And I got to tell you, if you trade out of the top 4 in this draft, you got to have rocks in your head. That's just be a moronic, idiotic thing to do. And Michael Winger is not a moron or an idiot. So to me, like, you kind of look at how it all shakes out. You don't want to trade out of the top 4. And if you're at 2, 3, and 4, why am I going to give them the mother load for DeBonsa when my consolation prize and keeping my other assets is going to be at players as good as Peterson, Caleb Wilson, or Cam Boozer? The answer is you're not. And so that's why I think I'd be very surprised if when we have draft night and it's time for the Wizards to pick, that A.J. DeBonsa isn't the pick.
Ryan, you're the best, buddy. Enjoy the rest of the finals, man. Thanks for the time today.
Always my pleasure, guys. We'll do it again soon. Take care.
Thank you,
One
Brian.
of the best, Brian Geltzeiler. Check him out on NBA TV. He's also on SiriusXM NBA Radio. A wide receiver that the Commanders might want to call on. Everybody's talking Stephon Diggs, Brandon Ayuk. What about a younger ascending player? That's next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NBA, the Knicks beat the Spurs in Game 1, 105-95, off an 11-0 run to finish the game. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 30 points. Game 2 going to be tomorrow night in San Antonio. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight in Carolina, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. 8 o'clock puck drop for that one. Vegas leads the series 1-0 after winning Game 1 2 nights ago. In the NFL, the Packers signed wide receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year extension worth $110.5 million, including a $31 million signing bonus. And for the Nationals, day off today after they were swept by the Marlins. They begin a 6-game West Coast road trip tomorrow in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Want to hear the fastest way to know what you're on with Silfor? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Anderson coming off the edge. May steps into it, takes a shot downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kayshon Boutte.
Kayshon Boutte broke out last year to go for 551 yards and was a big play threat for the Patriots. 16.7 yards per catch. Now, he only caught 33 balls in 14 games. Over the last 2 seasons, he's averaged mid-30s catches and right around like 550 to 560 receiving yards. This is a guy, though, that is a downfield threat. He's averaged 15 yards per reception in his career. I like this player, Danny. Watched him a lot, making catches on well-thrown deep balls from Drake May last year. Daniels' great strength, obviously, is his touch and his accuracy down the field as well. And Boutte now wants to be traded because they're going and getting A.J. Brown. They brought in Romeo Doubs. They've upgraded the room. They've pushed him down the depth chart. He's only 24 years old. He was a 6th-round pick just a couple of years ago. So I ask you, I've got very high interest in calling on Boutte. Are you interested in a Boutte call?
Yeah, I was going to make that same bet, and great minds or mediocre minds think the same. Yeah, 100%. This is an NFL wide receiver, so I'm interested. Not a guy that never was, not a 4th-round draft project, not a dude that was overdrafted or whatever. I'm not waiting for someone else's scraps, even though I guess you could technically say that it is because he's sort of been replaced and supplanted. But he went for more yards the last couple of years than any returning wide receiver they have. So yeah, I'm into that. That's where I'm at. I mean, if you are a receiver that has any pelts on the wall that isn't 35 or a reclamation project of some sort, I'm into it, especially with the skill set that you touched on. The yards per reception is intriguing. I want that top off the defense, and I think he can do that good enough.
Well, that's the key to me. I'd have to rewatch his catches, and maybe I will sometime tomorrow or this weekend to see him after the catch. I don't remember him being shifty or, the coupe, the 2-door that's kind of bobbing and weaving through traffic. It, to me, is a little bit more almost like Treylon Burks. He's not that big. Burks is listed 6'3", 215. He's only 5'11", 6 foot, and about 200 pounds. But he's kind of a contested catch guy. A lot of back shoulder stuff. Ran down the sideline a lot. Can certainly run some routes in this offense for Blau in the middle of the field. I think he could be... He's not listed as a huge guy, but like that big guy that boxes people out and can make the contested catch. But I wonder what the price point is. I mean, if you called them right now and you offered a future 6th, do they trade you Boutte? Because if they would, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Where's your line? That's what I was wondering, right? With the NFL and trade values, my annual caveat, or not my annual, my weekly caveat, I'm terrible at it predicting it, what someone might go for. But would you go as high as a 4th?
No, definitely not. I'm debating a 5th. Maybe I could get there. Maybe. If I gave you a 5th, it would have to be in 28. It wouldn't be in this coming draft in D.C., I don't think. I would give you a 6th for 27 or a 5th for the following year.
5th, 20. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would go. I could be talked into a 4th, knowing that I'm going to have a bunch of maneuvers coming up at some point.
I think that's rich.
It is a little rich.
It's 35 catches, the last 2 seasons.
No, sure, yeah, but it's also
De'Ami Brown's done that here, I think.
His career high's 30, and everybody jumped for joy when that happened. So as part of plus the skill set, like it's such a position that I'm screaming about. I'm going, there's a fire and someone's going to hand me a fire hydrant or fire extinguisher. I'm going to take it. But I understand your point that 4 is a little bit rich. You're paying for what might be. But I think his role here could be bigger than it was there. Even though he wasn't a featured player in an offense that didn't have much wide receiver talent, certainly over the last couple of years.
Right.
I think his skill set unlocks something here that it might not have there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and he'd be in the same boat here, right? He's not going to be a featured player. Diggs last year was kind of the receiver their offense went through. May threw to the tight ends in that offense a lot. I think similarly, Washington with the Blau offense now is going to go through McLaurin. They've floated the idea of him getting 10 targets a week. I'll believe that when I see it. If he's averaging 10 targets per, that'd be great. I think it'll be closer to 7 or 8. But they're also going to heavily involve Chig Okonkwo, their tight end. So I think the notion that they need a number 2 receiver might even be a little bit flawed just in nature, because I think they view it a little bit differently, with Okonkwo kind of being weapon number 2 a la Ertz. But if you look at his PFF grade last year, it was number 36 among 80-plus qualified wide receivers. He scored 6 touchdowns, which cracked the top 20. He's a big guy and a physical guy in the red zone. And the yards per reception were 4th in the NFL.
Jumps out at you. Yeah.
4th out of 81 qualified receivers via PFF. The other thing I like is, and I know we've kind of done this dance where we disagreed a little bit about worrying about Antonio Williams when you bring someone in, but I do think he is a better fit for like an Antonio Williams complement based on where you line him up. You know what I mean? I don't think he's going to take a ton of – he can play all over like most receivers do anymore. He can line up in the slot. But this is not like bringing in his teammate last year, Diggs, who's primarily a slot receiver. He had 711 snaps out wide, 70 in the slot out of his 768.
Tells you the story there, right?
He's more Jawan Jennings to me. Like, he's going out that way and running some in-breakers or some fade balls on the sideline.
Yeah, it feels like, and again, who knows? Maybe the Patriots might say that they're there, really appreciate it. You're under contract for cheap, and we have a young quarterback. Somebody tweaks a knee or slips on something or gets a bone bruise, we're going to need you at some point. We're not in any hurry to get rid of you. But if they are willing to do so, to me, this is the one man's trash is another man's treasure. This is something I'm very interested in. Again, the yards per reception, I think, are worth more than the volume of catches. This is not a 100-catch guy. It's not even an 80-catch guy. It's not even a 60-catch guy, probably. This is that 40 to 50 catches, and I think you could go 800 yards at maximum when he's going down the football field. And I don't even know that you want him to do that. Or not want him to do that. Want to feature him that much, but the possibility and the threat, I think, are worth a decent premium to me as a pair.
There's one other element of Kayshon Boutte that I think has to be mentioned, which is, where did he go to college? LSU.
Yeah.
And in 2022, who was his quarterback? Jaden Daniels. Daniels that year was the leading passer with 17 touchdowns and 3 picks. This was before his breakout Heisman unbelievable season, but it was the last year for Boutte. And in that season, he ended up catching 50 balls for over 500 yards and was one of the key members of that offense. I like a familiarity with Daniels and a rapport and a relationship with Daniels. It's one of the selling points, frankly, on Brandon Ayuk. One of the few things about that possible transaction that doesn't turn me completely off. I don't know what their relationship is. I don't see, him liking the posts for the Commanders all from OTAs like Brandon Ayuk is, who today was celebrating a catch out of the backfield from Rachaad White on social media, one of his former teammates at Arizona State. But I would have to imagine they've got a decent relationship. And if Jaden does like the player, and they played well together in 2022, which is 4 years ago in college, I like it even more. There's a natural familiarity with how he operates, how he runs routes, that helps with the onboarding process.
That's part of it too, right? I mean, the Daniels magnetism, we talked about this earlier with the Capitals, and Washington's kind of getting that for football a little bit. They're not the cool kid, but they're much cooler than they were before, and Daniels is at the epicenter of that, right? I mean, the cool points they won in 2024, where people think of him and them and Peters and Quinn as everybody's favorite buddy, and the Harris ownership group, because it's they're power washing everything that was Dan Snyder away. They're one of the teams, right? And Daniels is kind of, again, at the core of that.
I just think that if you're the Patriots, there's not really a good need to trade him because you're just right now you're in the business of hoarding talent for Drake May. So he can be upset if he wants to. When the season starts, he might effectively be your number 3 wide receiver. The problem for him is, again, he's not playing in the slot a lot. And while A.J. Brown will occasionally and Dobbs will occasionally, my guess is both of those guys, that's an X and a Z. And so you're just shoved down the board a little bit. Mac Hollins can do some of the same stuff as him, a little bit redundant in that way. They also have a burner they want to involve more. This kid, Kyle Williams, who was a blazer really fast last year. So I think they are redundant, and a draft pick might be worth it. If I'm Peters, I'm just calling because that's more interesting to me to go young with upside, hungry player coming into his own, than more money for Diggs. I know there's no draft pick tied to that, which makes that worthwhile too. Or certainly Ayuk, who's got more baggage than you can fit on the plane overhead.
I think also, you look at, again, I keep referencing this, they offered Alec Pierce $1 bajillion, who has slightly more production than Booty has had. I know they're different. There is a lot more in Pierce's bank than there has been for Booty.
He led the NFL in catches the last 2 years, but to your point, it's a similar skill set.
Yeah, it's like a deep threat. So instead of paying 30, or if let's say Booty was on the open market, it wouldn't be 30. It would be, 15? So people go, what? A guy that's never had 50 catches, you're going to throw him that much money? But people are going, listen, this is the easy button. This is the thing in an offense where either you could throw it to him or act like you're throwing it to him, and it scares the hell out of the defense, and now it lets a bunch of guys eat underneath. Right? You don't have to have Deshaun Jackson to throw it deep or to have an effective offense, but it sure as bleep helps. And that's kind of the idea here. This would be the knockoff, cheap, outlet mall version of Alec Pierce in a guy that can go deep and is one of the leaders in yards per reception.
I wonder, I've talked to you every day about receivers, it seems like for a month, for more than 1 month, a couple of months. And Toby and I were at the Nats game yesterday in the press box talking wideouts, and he's been out at OTAs, and his take that they need more and kind of feels similar to you. Does this quell the concern? It's a little bit redundant to me in terms of it's not, if the problem is that you don't want to just roll the dice with them that they're right on a lot of unproven guys. They're banking on McCaffrey maybe having a career year, or Jalen Lane becoming a star in front of our eyes, or Antonio Williams just being better than people might think he is. I don't think Booty is the slam dunk, you know what you're getting like a Diggs would be. If they went out and got Diggs, it's plug and play. You know exactly what he is. You've seen it for years. Booty's not that. So does that make you feel good now? Is it just narrowly better? Like, what's your 1 to 10 feeling on receiver now? Is it just up one number with Booty? And if that's the case, is that worthwhile? The draft pick?
No, it's a very fair question. So my view is, I feel like a 3 out of 10 for them in terms of receiver. That would bump me to a 5.
Okay.
Maybe even a 5.5. Just because, again, the skill set. I'm not sitting here telling you that he's Ricky Sanders or something like that, but the thing that I think he's one of the things that they lack in spades is that bigger play type threat. Because remember, the last time that Downey Brown was here, I'm aware of what happened in the postseason. He had some down the field stuff. It was great. They stopped treating him like a deep threat, and they started throwing him bubble screens at the line of scrimmage. They said, you're a deep threat that doesn't get open deep. We're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to flip it to you when Zacchaeus is tired and when Jamison Crowder can't go. Like, that's what they morphed him into his final year here. And again, the postseason was a different story, so maybe that's the thing you build on, not the regular season. But this dude right now is, I think, just finished his 3rd year. I think he could really help them with that skill set.
I just love Booty. And I have really since he was drafted. I'm a big Booty guy.
You like big Booty?
I like Booty a ton. Mm-hmm. Yeah, would you say you're a little Booty guy or a big Booty guy? I would say I'm a huge Booty guy.
I also like Keyshawn Booty. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
The player, right?
Yeah, the player, right.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We can ask Ben Standig about this coming up in 20 minutes at 6 o'clock. He covers the Commanders. Substack Standig is going to stop by after another practice out at the facility watching organized team activities. Next, what Jeff Passan of ESPN said about the Nationals and what they should be thinking as we close in on the trade deadline in July. This is the Fan.